The December 17th, 2014 meeting of City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV program, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of these chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come up front and get the equipment from our city staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation this morning given by...
I can introduce myself.
Would you do that, please? I see I have an incorrect piece
Praise
of
the Lord.
information here.
Pastor Benny Hawkins from Victory Outreach here in Las Vegas.
Thank you so much for joining us.
If I could have every head bowed and every eye closed, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you, God, for bringing us through 2014, Lord. And Father, I just ask now that you would just continue to help us, my God, so that we could finish strong, Lord. I pray, God, for the mayor, God, her cabinet, Lord, that you would give them wisdom, direction, insight, strategy, God, discernment, everything that they need, Father, in order to be able to make the right judgments and calls, Lord God. And I just thank you, God, once again for what you have done, what you're doing, and what you're going to do, God. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. And now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We'll now proceed with the ceremonial items. We're just waiting. I know that Councilman Barlow is in the garage, so he may or may not be coming in, but we've lost the shortest member of our group. Where is he? He shrank away. All right, we're moving on. All right, for our first item, I'd like to invite our Municipal Court Director, Dana Lavec, to join us at the podium, please. Yay. I love these holiday ties. So good to see you. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which you all know stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Carol Meyer. Please, Carol, come on up. Congratulations. Carol is a senior management analyst in our municipal court and has been with the city since 1997. Wow. Carol is the supervisor of the court's information system, which tracks hundreds of thousands of cases. Carol and her team have been instrumental in the creation and implementation of several projects at the court that have increased convenience for our customers. Among the accomplishments is the Warrant Search website that allows the public to view all municipal court defendants currently in warrant. She is also responsible for the Specialty Court Resource Center, which helps defendants search for employment, helps to create resumes, hones computer skills, and complete school applications. Carol's commitment to quality and innovative ideas has not only improved operational efficiency, but has also improved customer service. So, Carol, thank you for your hard work. You've been an outstanding employee throughout your career with the city. And on behalf of the City Council, it's a pleasure to name you, Carol, Employee of the Month. And along with your award, you're going to be receiving a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Clark County Credit Union, and a $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant. In addition, a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of your choice by Superpawn. Carol has also received various other awards from the City and Council to recognize her great work. Finally, to our left, you will see the street sign with Carol's name on it that's going to be posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. And I'd like Dana first to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Carol.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, Councilman. Thank you. Also want to recognize three of our outstanding elected judges who were able to break away today, Judge Kearns, Judge Brown, and Judge Leung, as well as Chief Manning, who actually submitted the nomination for Ms. Meyer. Among the achievements, I think what's particularly impressive is that Carol worked not only across the divisions within the municipal court, but also across departments, working with both city IT and detention and enforcement to complete many of these projects. So again, congratulations for one of our many outstanding employees within the municipal court.
Thank you. I would like to thank many people, including the IS unit that I work with. It's a small team, but they're awesome to work with, and Muni Court, and the judges. I get nothing but support from these wonderful judges. The detention and enforcement, Tim Shatler, I just have to mention, he was very supportive in helping us get the photos. And the marshals, this was their idea. I just took it and ran with it. And IT, I have to thank Randy Jones. He actually is a wonderful programmer, and he helped us make this whole thing come to life. But on my team, I have to thank Ricardo Ramos, Amanda Williams, and Steve Schaefer. They're a great team. So thank you so much.
And as part of this, of course, we have wonderful plaque recognizing all the things that you have done for us. I know you love your job, and I know you're always on time, but you work with a great group of brilliant people who help keep our entire area so well protected and taking care of the necessary business. So, Carol, Employee of the Month, Carol Meyer, has exhibited outstanding performance through achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, ownership, and is engaged now. She has exhibited assistance to her fellow employees and the department and the citizens of Las Vegas. So we congratulate you, and because you're so lovely, we want to make sure that we have a picture with you over here as well. So come on over. Absolutely, please, Your Honors, if you would come on up. In fact, maybe we should do one with just the judges first. Can we do 2 pictures? Jen, are you here somewhere? Tweeting away? Yes, good. So let's do, maybe do a couple. And Dana, come on over too. We'll just figure out. I'm so good, thank you. It's going to be a good holiday. Okay, so we have to pull together. Yep. No, you can't get in my way. No, we're right here. We're good.
All right, ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations. Go out and look at the sign as fast as they can move it, so don't go too quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. We're so grateful. Dana, thank you. Okay, for our next item, our Chief Sustainability Officer, Tom Perigo. I just saw you. There you are. He has a presentation. I just love his work. We just keep getting awards and doing wonderful things for our sustainability. Ooh.
Thank you, Mayor. The city's renewable energy program is a really prime example of how the city is doing well by doing good. And the good is installing nearly 7 megawatts of renewable energy across 30 city facilities. We're helping to create jobs. We're helping to reduce our carbon footprint and doing well by reducing our costs and saving taxpayer dollars. And we were recently recognized by EPA as a leader in this country in this area. And I think we have a clip, if we could roll that, please.
Hi, congratulations, Las Vegas. You guys are big winners in this year's Green Power Leadership Award. EPA looks around the country for the cities that are doing the most innovative, the most cutting edge, and the most impactful work in the area of renewable energy. And Las Vegas, let me tell you, you really deserve this. You won big time. The 3.3 megawatt facility that you've built, I got the opportunity of visiting, and Marco and Nicole and Charlie and Tim, thank you for taking me out there. When you're out there on the site by the wastewater treatment facility, you just realize what a big deal this is. It's going to save you millions of dollars over its life. It's going to stop dirty energy from being produced. So it's a really great thing, and I was thrilled. I know these things are not easy to get off the ground, to finance, to convince the public. So Mayor Goodman, thank you very much, and also to the City Council, and obviously to the City Manager, Fretwell, thank you for supporting the team, getting this done, and having the vision to push forward. And I hope next time I come out to Vegas, I'll get to see the next installment, because I know the wastewater treatment facility is just one of many facilities that you are moving towards solar. Thank you, and congratulations.
So Marco Vallata from our team was there in San Francisco to receive the award, and what's really fantastic is being recognized on that stage with CEOs and leaders from companies like Google, companies like Apple, companies like REI, Trek Bicycles, all these companies that are doing great things, and we're in that group being recognized and honored, and people around the country are taking notice of all the great work we're doing. So we have this cool glass award that I would like to present to you on behalf of EPA.
Now, if I may, I know I'm not allowed to keep it. It has to go back to your desk. We fight over these awards, let me tell you, because obviously they only give us one. But it says On-Site Generation, City of Las Vegas, Nevada, 2014 Green Power Leadership Awards, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And we do so well because we have people who are so committed and love what they do. And I will tell you that Mr. Perigo here has trained specifically in that and is passionate about saving energy, saving our entire environment and the world. And so, you know, can I have it just for a week on my desk? Then you can have it. Thank you and congratulations. It's Beautiful. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Ross is going to recognize a few folk. Nice time.
Thank you, Mayor. And I should point out that Mr. Perigo also rides the bus and rides his bike. So he's doing his part to save the environment, even in his personal life. Yes, personally. So just like to point that out. Exciting for us today. Ladies, I'm going to introduce to all of the audience the Arborview High School Women's Soccer Team state champions. Ladies, come on up here. Half of you on one side and half of you on the other side. Now let me read this to you. 4-time consecutive Northwest Division titles, 3-time consecutive Sunset Regional Championships, and 3-time consecutive state champions. Look at these girls. Aren't they amazing? Let's see. The current 7 seniors that have contributed to all recent victories have led this year's teams to well-earned victory. The overall record for this season, now get this, 21 wins, 2 losses, 1 tie. They scored 102 goals and allowed only 15. Is that not amazing? 66 assists and 14 shutouts. You guys are a well-oiled machine. And not only that, they're all gorgeous, aren't they? The 2014 team faced an immense amount of pressure, having a huge target on their backs, but were able to overcome all challengers to win their 3rd in a row. They were led by a group of 7 seniors who demonstrated tremendous leadership throughout the season. Arborview always tries to create a family atmosphere. This team has 2 sets of sisters on it. Brianne Larkin in the 12th grade, Alyssa Larkin in the 9th grade, Haley Vincenta in the 12th grade. Where's Haley? Haley, you here? Haley's a special member of the team. Haley, come over here for a minute, would you? Haley tore her ACL, is that right? Is that your freshman year? So how did you do the next 2 years? Talk to us.
The next year, I came back after my first ACL, and 2 months later, I tore my other ACL on my other leg, and then I came back my senior year to play.
Okay, so while you're standing there, team, I know you did this for your school and for each of you, but did you really do it for Haley to make it happen for this year? You're awesome. Thank you very much. I need their coaches to come up here also. Coaches Jay Howard, where are you, Coach? Oh, good. Oh, get over here, buddy. Jay Howard, Melanie Johnston. Melanie's here. Don't be shy. Good to see you. And Erica Peoples. She's not here. Did I say that right? Okay. As I call your name, ladies, raise your hands so everybody knows who you are. And if I butcher your name, I apologize.
The lady on the right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Karen. Forgive me. Thanks for coming. As I call your name, girls, raise your hands so everybody knows who you are. Madison Boyd. Where's Madison? There she is. Melanie Ara. Samantha Blanchard. Jasmine Corvalin. Did I say that right? Alexandria Dongman. Where's Alexandria? Go, raise your hand up high. Let everybody know who you are. Okay, let's see. Alyssa Dry, Deja Erickson, Asiana Harris, Alyssa Larkin. Not here is Brianna Larkin. Caitlin Lorente. Did I say that right? Yeah, good. Jessica Longhurst, Vanessa Lorenko. All right, now those hands are going up. Haley Neiman, Isabella Oliva. Are you laughing because I said it wrong? Bria Rodriguez, right there, okay. And Jessa Sosa's not here either, but I wanted to mention her name. And we just met Haley, who did a spectacular job, Haley Vincenta. And then Sierra Vicenta, Sierra. Kendra Wallace, and Savannah Webster's not here, and Jamie Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2014 state champions in soccer. Coach, come on up here. Tell us about this amazing team. It seems like every city council these days we're having a soccer moment. We just recognized the Mayor's Cup, and none of you called me to tell me you were state champions. I had to read it in the newspaper. I'm kind of hurt. No, I'm just kidding. But Coach, tell us about this amazing team.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilman Ross. Yeah, these girls were just awesome. They, it's hard to win one. It's even harder to win two, and it's even harder to win three. And winning three this year, we faced a lot more adversity than we had in the past. And it was really the leadership of the kids and their determination to win. And they really deserve all the credit that they get. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Coach, with that, I'm going to present this to you and the school to display for these wonderful young ladies and their accomplishments. And the girls, Next year, we taking state again? Come on, let's have a commitment right here. Okay, what's that mean?
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. All right. Once again, everybody, give them a round of applause. Thank you, ladies, for coming down. Oh, yeah, they want a picture. Yeah, let's get a big group picture, you guys. Stick around.
Which way?
Whatever he tells us to do. Get up here.
Do you want us to do Bert later, or?
Squeeze in here.
All right, where are we? Goodness, you are tall.
Oh, look so nice.
I'm going to invest in shampoo, I said. Jen's making a movie.
Jen's making a video.
Yay. Thank you all. We're proud of you. Okay. Pardon? Well, no, I've got Dot Vegas, and I'll give it back. Okay. For our next item, we have a special presentation for our friends at Dot Vegas. As you know, the city's partnered with Dot Vegas to give the public the chance to own the Dot Vegas domain names. For every Dot Vegas domain name sold, the city will be receiving some of the proceeds. I see Dusty Trevino, the Chief Financial Officer of Dot Vegas. And Dusty, I'm going to turn the microphone over to you so you can tell us who you have with you today and what's going on with Dot Vegas. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Dot Vegas, Inc. As some of you might not know, again, we started this process about 7 years ago with the city now, and like I said, it's been a long process. The goal was obviously to bring the city of Las Vegas, or Las Vegas, to the domain name addressing system. On September 15th of this year, we launched, which means that on September 15th of this year, basically anybody anywhere in the world now can buy a domain name that ends in .vegas. So just like a .com, a .net, or .org, there's now a .vegas on the internet. It was an awesome opportunity and tremendous. So, one of 4 U.S. cities actually that got them. Only 4 U.S. cities: New York City, Boston, and Miami. And we were actually the very first U.S. city to actually launch and actually go live. So it was a big accomplishment for everybody. Oh yeah. We've seen great participation. In just the short time since we've launched in September, we've actually already seen over 12,000 registrations coming from 35 different countries, which has been a great outreach. Again, the city has been huge in the support of this, and they were one of the leaders by launching actually downtown Vegas. And since then, we've seen a lot of other small local businesses and even individuals coming online. Again, we've seen a great outreach by the local community. Anything from the local yoga studio to the restaurant to the muffler shop has got a .vegas. And in some situations already, like Valley High School is already completely rebranded with a .vegas now, which is excellent to see. So we're seeing really nice adoption. As obviously as part of the agreement, like you'd said, Mayor Goodman, is the city receives 10% of all the revenue that's generated from either the registration or the renewal of a domain name. And again, this agreement is in perpetuity, so for as long as we go on, the city will receive 10%. So that's why I'm here today on behalf of Dot Vegas to present a check, the very first check, and hopefully many more to come like this, obviously for $70,000 to the city of Las Vegas. That's virtual dollars. Yeah, it's...
That absolutely incredible. Let's all surround $70,000.
How much would that be in Bitcoin?
Yeah, Tyson, come on up here.
Tyson's a rock star.
Congratulations.
Oh, the operating guy.
I want to make sure I'm not blocking anything.
That is simply awesome.
Yeah, it's Bitcoin. No, that's actual cash. That is true cash. Just don't try to cheat.
Great.
Did you get to keep that check, Councilman?
I'd like to. They have it, put my name on it.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yes. Where would you like the check to go?
In my personal account, I would like it. That's Carolyn G. Goodman. No, this is simply phenomenal. I cannot believe what you have done in this short time since you've launched. Simply incredible. So everybody, yes?
Before he goes, before he leaves and sits down and you're done with Dot Vegas, everybody should have a domain name. So where do they go to get this? Talk about that.
Actually, again, there's numerous places, but the best place is the city obviously is a reseller itself. So you can actually, the city actually has a domain name right now called 333.vegas, where you can go on and purchase a domain name. And so the city not only then would receive the 10% that we give, but they would also generate additional revenue on that sale as well. So yeah, the city is also a very big partner with us.
Out here wanted to get their domain name, how do they do it?
Just go to 333.vegas, look for the domain, the name that you want, and it will take you through the whole process.
And how much is the cost per registration?
It depends. I believe the city is selling them for, I think, $50 a year. So again, it's actually a very economical price. Excellent.
See?
Yeah, there we go.
That's what I'm trying to do, Dusty, trying to generate some revenue here, right? So everybody needs to go get your own domain name at 333.vegas, right? All right, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Dusty.
How many have you reserved?
About 10.
That's wonderful. We'll all go there. So we have the highest hopes, and of course you all can join in on this because Las Vegas is the international brand. We know everyone wants a piece of Vegas. So I'm excited, and we look back to what's been before and where we can go in the future, and this is simply awesome. We have one more item, and then we will conclude and give us a couple of minutes to get what is our technology working and functioning well. And for that, Councilman Ross, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce a very good friend of mine and a dear friend of the city of Las Vegas. Used to play for the Oakland Raiders and is here with us today. Now, if I just got to find him. Bert Tabor, come on down, Bert. Bert's got a special presentation to the mayor and the city council. You need help?
I need help. All right, come on, guys. Yeah, it is for me when I come here with you guys. Yeah, Christmas Nikes. You like them? 1, 2. We've got a big announcement. Congratulations to you guys who did the .name for Vegas. What I'm about ready to announce is going to go worldwide, and it's all going to be here, including Sabin Energy. I brought a group of people here that believe in me. Steve Ross and Carolyn Goodman have always believed in me, along with the city councilman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being recognized from all over the world starting January 14th. The governor wants it, I want it, the mayor wants it, and the city wants it. Each one of the city councilmen and the mayor are getting 100% grown vegetables here in Las Vegas. We have developed on how to do mini farms to grow 100% of our vegetables. How cool would it be to go into Oscar's restaurant, seeing under the vegetables grown in Las Vegas? This will be a $1 billion industry with us in 5 years. On January 14th, I have chefs coming from all over the country to see the technology we've been working on. Our good friend Tim from Reliable Steel and Tom. Tom is recognized by growers from all over the world, his technologies and universities. We can grow 40 heads of lettuce in less than 30 days on a half a gallon of water and reusing that water to grow the plant. A squash plant costs 22 cents to grow. The flower sells for $1, and the squash keeps regenerating itself. We will have these greenhouses up and going. My goal is, when I got involved, is to put a mini farm in every one of the councilman's district to give people jobs instead of having California come to our farmers market. No, this was grown in Las Vegas. It's Las Vegas grown and Las Vegas proud. So Mayor Goodman, this is going down. We've got TV coverage and everything. So on January 14th, we want to invite you over to our facilities to come over and look at how everything's grown. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. Tim and Tom might get upset. We can also work with the technology on growing the marijuana and taking the THC out of it as it's growing. This is no joke. They're doing it in Israel. Tim and Tom are researching the benefits of it. The doctors and everybody, that's what they want, the marijuana. I've got doctors coming in January to see the technology that we're doing. This is going to be phenomenal. It's a plant, like when you go to a citrus field with oranges, why are our oranges so sweet? They have watermelons growing, and the citrus trees suck while the watermelons grow and suck the sweetness out to make our oranges. There's a special plant that can grow with the marijuana and suck the THC out of it, so it's pure cannabis for medical uses only. I am. Next person I'm going to introduce is Freedom Leaf Magazine. They've got 1 million subscribers. This ain't thongs and bongs. This is about the medical marijuana movement and the benefits of this country and what it's doing. He has made his headquarters here. It's an educational magazine. You won't see thongs, bongs, or any of that stuff. It's strictly political and educational. Headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. Offices in Washington, D.C. And we're interviewing governors and everybody running for political offices getting involved with this magazine. Mayor Goodman, City Councilman, you each got one. That's Cliff. He's the owner of the magazine. My next friend is Hutch with his friend. Hutch is the gentleman from Powerball. He developed the app where you can now, if you buy a Powerball ticket, you can get it from anywhere in the world. He's also a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada. A lot of people don't know this. Nelson Mandela's grandchildren went to Bishop Gorman because of Hutch. And Hutch has a relationship over in South Africa. He has brought the technology here, and he is working with the city very heavily, along with the greatest soccer community in the world. It's funny, I had the head coach from the soccer academy to present the mayor in the city with an autographed ball from the kids because we want Major League Soccer in this town, and we're going to get it. I don't care what it takes or how much we got to write the check for. We're getting that team. And my final gift to the city is my friend Mike from New York. He does music festivals that are known from all over the world. His Halloween party in New York, the top A-list actors, retired senators, governors. He is now going to bring the music festival to the city of Las Vegas. And let's give him a round of applause because he believes in us. Now, Mayor Goodman, everybody here up here is all chipped in. For the city of Las Vegas, for you guys to generate this, here's $1,500 for Christmas presents for the kids from all these guys right here. My last announcement, this city council, beside every great man is a great woman. If y'all could give a round of applause to Ms. Tarkanian for taking care of Coach and also helping run this city. She deserves everything we got because so get up off your butts and give her a round of applause. Stand up, everybody. They deserve our respect. Ms. Tarkanian, you're a great leader, great mom, great wife. And if I ever had a real mom, I wish it could be you because you're the greatest mom in the world. Keep standing. We're going to get one more round of applause. Sorry, I only do this once a year. A very good friend of mine took a gamble on me, and he believed in me from day one with the city of Las Vegas. This is his last Christmas as our city councilman. I did a piece for, a lot of people don't realize, but Al Davis loved this city more than me, practically. Carolyn Goodman knows Al Davis from back in the day. Well, we were fortunate to have a meeting last year with Mark Davis, and she took care of Mark when he was this big. Well, we lost Al Davis in 2011, so I went out on my own and did a memorial piece, and the only people that got this were the people that played for the Raiders and worked for the Raiders. So a couple of Raiders called me up, and they said, Bert, we think it's time that you give that piece to Carolyn Goodman and one for Steve Ross for everything he's tried to do to get a professional team here. So on behalf of the Raiders and myself, commitment to excellence, 1929-2011, and his favorite saying, just win, baby. That's what this city's all about. Mayor Goodman, this is for you and Oscar. And then one for Steve Ross. So when he's running for office, and our new county commissioner, his new logo is just win, baby. Come here, Steve. This is for you. I love you guys. But we're looking at the growth systems, $1 billion a year industry. So January 14th, Tom, can you please come up here and explain to them the salads and how nutritious it is? Go ahead and sit down, everybody. Merry Christmas. I love Las Vegas and the city council.
It's hard to follow Bird here, but the salads that we have were all grown here in North Las Vegas. It's a combination of 12 different microgreens, 4 different lettuces, and a squash blossom. The nutritional value of this is about 92% more than what you would get out at the grocery store. When it's grown locally, it's harvested that day. These were harvested at about 6 o'clock this morning. You can't get any fresher. The nutrition is there. The flavor is there. The flavor actually equals the nutritional value. When you eat something that has flavor, it has nutrition. When you eat something that has virtually void of flavor, then you really don't have much nutrition in there at all. We can do this. The governor wants it. We want it. We can save 97% of the water. We can grow at least $1 billion worth of produce here. So thank you very much.
So proud of you. Thank you. This is the greatest. Thank you. Well, that was an exciting morning way to finish up our ceremonials. So we are now going to take a brief recess to get our technology moving along, and we will begin in 5 minutes our council meeting. Thank you so much. I'll hold anything. I won't say that.
Let's get a picture. We're going to get a group shot with a picture of the salad.
Oh, yes, yes. I put everything on your, over there. We need to get... All right, everyone, if you'll take your seats. That was an exciting morning.
It is.
And I guess, first of all, what I'd like to do, just very briefly, Councilman Barlow, I think you've brought some very handsome young men along here.
I have, ma'am.
And if you would be good enough to tell us who they are and why they're joining us, and we welcome them.
Well, as you
and
very
who
well,
they are.
as you very well know, Mayor and Council, we have a number of schools within our jurisdiction, and they have Government Day, and a lot of young people are interested to see how, in fact, government works specifically at the municipal level. And so, therefore, I invited a number of young men to sit with us for at least another hour, hour and a half to see government in process. And so at this time, I would like for them to individually introduce themselves, and we'll move on with the agenda for the day, and thanking them for coming out. So we'll start to my immediate left.
Oh, correct. Okay.
Speak to the mic.
My name is Bo Brumenfar, and I'm
Speak
from
up.
South Continuation.
Okay.
Can you
Go ahead.
read?
My name is Emmanuel Miranda. I'm from South Continuation.
I'm Alex, and I'm from South Continuation.
I'm Anthony Ramos, and I'm from South Continuation.
I'm Anthony Castaneda, and I attend South Continuation High School.
And we would like to thank them so very much for coming out and participating in the Government Day, and seeing how civic engagement really works at the municipal level. And I really want to thank their advisor as well for being a part of the City Hall, City
Wonderful.
Council Day today.
Great learning time, and we welcome you all, and make a difference in life. It's all up to you. We appreciate it, and what a perfect way to begin moving forward with the agenda today. We have a very special guest in our presence who's done nothing but make a difference in Las Vegas for many years. And what I would like to do is reintroduce and have come to the podium up front here our wonderful Sheriff, Doug Gillespie. Everybody, please stand up and welcome our wonderful sheriff who's going to be retiring. You have been a sensation. We have some special comments, and I know our council will want to comment, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows that our sheriff is retiring after, gosh, 35 years?
34.
Well, it will be. When do you retire? December?
January the 4th is my last day, Mayor.
So there's 35. You've got 4 days
Mayor's
and 35.
always right. Yep. 35.
We couldn't have asked for a better sheriff who really has cared about this community and from day one has worked so diligently to keep us all safe and do the right thing for our wonderful, wonderful community. You never put anything else above protecting and securing the residents here and all of our tourists that come into town. You've just been a remarkable, remarkable leader. Las Vegas is a special place, as you all know, unlike anywhere else in the entire world. We have the finest entertainment and shows, 5-star restaurants, incredible boutique shopping, and the most lavish hotels and resorts in the world. And I read this morning that we have surpassed and have our highest level of tourism ever, over 40 million visitors this year. Enjoying any of the amenities that we offer in Las Vegas would not be possible, nor would it be a place any of us would want to live if it was not a place that would be safe. So, Sheriff, we want to take this opportunity to say thank you for all that you've done. I mean, I can't tell you. I look at him, and he's just always there. And we wish you the very best in the future. For everyone here, anybody viewing and reviewing this, you got a great shot here to see your sheriff. If you have ever seen an episode of the television show Cops, filmed in Las Vegas about 1990, you will see a young canine officer running around, a canine officer, and that was our wonderful Sheriff Doug Gillespie. So this morning, we want to present you with a token or several tokens of our appreciation. And I'm going to ask City Council, please, to help with this. And we are going to start with our, yes, if you would, former many years Metro
Wow.
Our first presentation is the flag of the city. You have protected us, you have made our lives richer and better for everything, and we thank you, and we want to give this to you. So we're going to sort of peel everything down towards you, if Luann or Betsy appropriately. And we thank you, and hopefully you will keep that, knowing how much we have appreciated everything you have done. And we're going to keep working on more cops. We will never give up on more cops. So it will be a reflection. As Councilwoman has just said, never. We will never give up. We will get more cops in your honor. The second item we want to give you, and we give it out very, very carefully and very rarely. It's not just given out without cause and longevity and consistent integrity and enthusiasm and leadership. We want to present you with the key to the city of Las Vegas.
Oh, thank you very much.
If we'll do that. And finally, Sheriff, we have created a proclamation in your honor. And it says, whereas Doug Gillespie began his law enforcement career in 1980 with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Whereas in 2006, he was elected sheriff of Clark County and has served a total of 34 years in law enforcement. And whereas Sheriff Gillespie was the recipient of the 2014 Ferris E. Lucas Award for Sheriff of the Year, and well-deserved. And whereas Sheriff Gillespie has served in all facets of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and has ensured the safety of the entire community, the city residents, and visitors alike. Therefore, I, Mayor of the great city of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim December 17th, 2014 as Sheriff Doug Gillespie Day here in the city, and ask all citizens to join me in recognizing Sheriff Gillespie for safeguarding our great city. We are so grateful.
Thank you, Mayor.
And again, we love it. And I know, Sheriff, you've never been shy of a microphone. And I'm wondering, could you synopsize your 34 years in about 4 minutes? We are just so thrilled. I can't believe you're going to retire. You're going to be bored out of your mind.
Well, Mayor, as you and I have discussed, I'm going to put as much time, effort, and energy into my retirement as I have the last 34 years, and I believe I'll be successful in leaving and retiring and continuing to be a member of this community. I not only want to thank you, I want to thank the members of the council as well. My relationship with the city council has been nothing but superb in my 8 years as sheriff, as well as my 4 years as Bill Young's undersheriff. I worked the streets closely with one of the council members early on in my career, and I can't thank him enough for the partnership then, but also the partnership over these last 8 years being your sheriff. You know, to summarize my career, it's been the most rewarding. When I came here 34 years ago with literally just a desire to be a cop and a job offer, I never would have imagined I would have reached the level that I have. So for the young people that are up there visiting you today, dreams do come true if you put the time, effort, and energy into them. But I would like to thank, not that you want to single people out, because Mayor, you've been a great supporter of mine, as well as Oscar was as well. But there is one member of city government that has been right there at my side during my years as undersheriff as well as your sheriff. And we have worked tirelessly together on keeping this community safe, appropriate funding, a number of other things. We've had some good closed-door conversations, of which we've patched up having lunch at other places. But I got to tell you, your city manager, Betsy Fretwell, I sent her a text the other day, and I told her that in my business, there is nothing more important to us than our partner. And when we leave policing, for us to call someone our partner should demonstrate to you what it is that you mean to me as an individual. And I just want to tell you publicly, in front of your bosses, you've been a true partner to me, and I can't thank you enough for the support that not only you've shown me, Betsy, but the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the city of Las Vegas. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really do appreciate you giving me these items here today. They mean a lot to me. They will be prominently displayed close by me to remind me of the support that I received over the years. But I also want to say to the people here, as well as those that are watching, this is a great place to live, a great place to work, and more importantly, the best place in America to be the head of the finest law enforcement agency in America, in my humble opinion. So thank you very much. I appreciate the gifts, and good luck to you in your endeavors in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Don't go away. Don't go away, Doug. Mayor, keep him up here.
Yes, Councilman Coffin?
Yeah, I don't want him to escape us yet. Oh. Yeah, you're not done. Well, I'm not going to tease you. I'm not going to do anything. I'm very bad at humor, so I think the most important thing would be to say thanks from my end of the dais. And I've known you from my days in the state senate when you were struggling up there to get more money. And, you know, no one will ever fault you for a lack of dedication to trying to put more police on the streets. And it got all twisted up, didn't it? It became so complicated that even the county commissioners couldn't figure it out. So therefore, we're still stuck again. But Darren, you know, the saddest thing, there's glory and there's sadness. And I know how you deeply feel about this, as we all do in the community, but there may be some people who are visiting, or there may be some people who were not tuned in the early months of the summer, and there may be some people that just don't follow news anywhere. But the hardest thing I know for a sheriff or a chief of police is to bury one of their troops. And for the first time in the state of Nevada, I know, and maybe in the country, you had officers under your command targeted for political assassination. And those two officers who lost their lives will never be forgotten, Doug. And I know that you did your very best to honor them, and you helped their families. And Joe Wilson, the civilian who stepped in to try to help and also lost his life, you know, has received honors from us. This is a terrible way to end your tenure, Doug, and I hope that you remember all the good things, because in the end you triumph as well, because your force stood tall. They united and they pulled together in that band of brothers, and I'm so proud of you and all the troops. Again, you showed your character in the worst crisis to ever face Metro, and I'm saying too much. I got to stop. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. I know everybody wants to say something. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And Sheriff, I really want to thank you for your leadership in this community for so many years. Having family members, former as well as present, in law enforcement under your leadership, I know that they too stand with me as I congratulate you on your retirement and thank you for your years of many service to this community. I highly respect you and your ability to really rally the troops, specifically in the time of need, and those critical and pivotal moments that we all were impacted by, specifically for those fallen men and women under the term in which you served as sheriff, and pulling everyone together in the community together to support one another, to really show the solidarity and the significance of why law enforcement is significant and why, in fact, there is a need for more cops on the street. And I really, truly hope that you take advantage of the retirement I believe that you serve this community well, and whatever it is that you choose to do moving forward, I truly hope that you really enjoy that time as well. And so, as your Vice Chair of Fiscal Affairs, I know we've had many, many complicated conversations in regards to the budget, but you most definitely stood strong and fought for what you believe was right for your administration. And so for that, I congratulate you and say good luck to you moving forward. And Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Enjoy your retirement.
Same to you, Councilman.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman.
I haven't known you as long as Councilman Coffin, but I will say that since the day I met you, I've been very impressed with your dedication. Someone mentioned that earlier, and if I had a word for you, it would be dedication and loyalty. Those two words I think of when I think of you. As I said, impressed with the dedication, impressed with the hard work, impressed with following Winston Churchill's advice, never, ever, ever give up. And that's why we're going to continue that fight that you got us into, and our hearts are there with you. You always were accessible to listen to our concerns, and you helped us solve the problems in a kind and efficient way. And I hope your band of brothers know how loyal you have been to them. I think they do. But to all of us, you always exuded that loyalty to those with whom you work, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, congratulations on retirement. It's really been an honor working with you for 29 years at Metro, and I know we crossed paths quite a few times, and being on the Fiscal Affairs Committee for the last 2 years. And as you know, the most important thing a police officer wants to keep throughout their career, and especially in retirement, is their integrity. And you are leaving at the highest level of integrity possible. So that's really a great thing. And enjoy your retirement. The best thing about retirement is getting that first PERS check. You know, so enjoy that first PERS check, and have a nice, relaxing retirement. You deserve it.
Thanks, Daros.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And Sheriff, I echo the Mayor Pro Tem's sentiments as well. Congratulations, you made it all the way. I do want to point out that you are the sheriff when this world was in its worst recession ever, and you handled the department very, very well. And I think I want to express my gratitude and thanks not only to you, but to your executive staff, the captains who, certainly Northwest Area Command captains who I've got to work with over the years. All of them have been stellar officers and representing this community. Little secret, many of you know I do homeowners associations a few a month. I've been doing that for many years. The sheriff, I've dragged him out to a few of them because of neighborhood issues, and it meant a lot to our residents out in the Northwest. Sheriff, you know that, and I'm still proud to be your city councilman. So let's keep going, doing the good stuff, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and Councilman Beers.
I would like to wish you well in your retirement on behalf of all the residents in the southwest corner of Las Vegas. I always appreciated your efficiency with words. Good luck.
Thanks, Councilman.
Thank you. I think the variety of comments really just speak to your character and the strength of your spine. I know that you, like so many politicians, have been flayed one side up the other, and yet you stood strong with everything but a remarkable change in the defense and helping us here in the city and making it so much safer and so much better for businesses and for tourists and for those of us who call it home. You're just top of the line. And we know you'll be around since you promised to continue to live here. But we hope you enjoy every bit of your retirement, get some good night's sleeps. And if you're ever bored, please call Betsy. We'll find a new spot for you. But we love you, Sheriff. We wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, and the healthiest, safest, most productive 2015. Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Thank you all very much.
Wow. Time to go home.
I know.
That was beautiful. Yeah, no, really it is. I mean, just, you're not going somewhere, but it's hard to see somebody step down who's so fabulous. I think we're on agenda item 9.
Yes.
Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. For all comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We do not need an address. We'll set the time at 1 minute. And I just want you to know that I do have cards from Chris. It looks like Lager, but I'm not quite sure. That's on item 41. Vicki Higgins on 41, 80, and 81. Cindy Brown on 41, 80, and 81. Mona Lisa Samuelson, 41, 80, and 81. And Paul Maradkin on 41. So thank you, and we'll start, sir, with you. Your name, please.
Shondell Newsom, 1951 Stella Lake Street. First, I want to commend the mayor and city council, especially Councilman Ricky Barlow, for the Urban Chamber of Commerce Business Development Center. I want to commend you because, as you stated earlier, we went through this country's worst recession, and everybody thought about the corporations that they supposedly lost money, and thought about the lower tier of people who lost jobs, but nobody, absolutely nobody, thought about the small business owners except the city of Las Vegas. It is personally gratifying to my family because in 2009, not only did I lose my business partner, my father, and my children's grandfather, but we almost lost our business. We lost 60% of our annual revenues due to the recession. So I believe that you guys should be truly commended for what you thought about in hindsight about keeping or delivering something like the Urban Chamber of Commerce Business Development Center. Our family business has been an incubator tenant with the UCC BDC over the past 3 years. We've transitioned this year into the larger 1,200 square foot office. In 2008, as I stated, we won the SBA Minority Small Business Champion of the Year, and I'm happy to say that we're up for the Family-Owned Business of the Year this year after recovering and growing over 24.7% in the past year and hiring 6 new employees at some new marketing. So we are not only personally gratified to you guys, but we're also professionally excited. And some of the work that we do in service is all about service. We're working on the RTC's project to hire, people in the fuel revenue indexing. We're also working with Southern Nevada Strong, and those are the projects that our company, we can impact. And lastly, I get to leave a legacy. My son and my daughter, I'm mentoring my 25 and 26-year-old, and being business owners the last 3 years. They have been working with me through SCORE, the SBDC, and through the Urban Chamber to learn how to run a business. And so you're also impacting the future. So we thank you for that building. Thank you again, Councilman Barlow, for your leadership and standing strong. And we got a wonderful picture with the mayor on that first day when we opened the Business Success Center. So with that, I just want to thank you again, and I wanted everybody to know the impact not only that you have on the business community, on the small business community, but on families alike. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. It's lovely to hear positive news. We love that. Thank you. Please.
Stanley Washington. Good morning, Your Honor and Council. Brief announcement and invitation before the big vote. Obviously, I'm here for that, but here we go. I think I've mentioned in the past that there is a small restaurant that we have going on the west side over there, and what we are specialty is tamales. There was an article that came out in the Las Vegas Sun about a week and a half ago with Donna Maria's being the big tamale king around town for 35 years. Well, I went and touched bases with a few of the other tamale restaurants around town. We decided that it's time for a review on that. So we're putting together what's called the first annual West Side Tamale Challenge for charities. And our tamale operation, which is West Side Tamales, along with, of course, Donna Maria's, Casa Don Juan, Letitia's Mexican Restaurant, and and Mariana's Supermarket, who all serve tamales. 5 of us will be putting up the challenge, and this will be taking place January 4th over in West Las Vegas in our parking lot, and we'll be raising all the sales from the tamales from the public will go to the charities, okay? And the charities that will basically be involved is the Latin Chamber of Commerce Foundation, the Latino Peace Officers Foundation, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Foundation, the Las Vegas Urban League and Pearson Center, Community Center, and the Harrison House for Veterans. We will go ahead and take the monies collected by gift coupon cards to give to those organizations to give out to the needy families for food. The invitation part comes from the judging. We now would like to go and ask Your Honor, Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow to go ahead and join Sheriff Lombardo and Cox as judges for the competition on that part of it. We'll have a public component as well, so I really would like an acknowledgement for that because January 4th is right around the corner.
Please, and if you'll call Councilman Barlow's office, he'll make sure that we get the information, dates and times. Thank you. Good luck to you. It's a wonderful undertaking. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good morning. Andre Smith. I represent General Arnold Gordon Bray. You may remember him. He sent me here to give you one of these here, the Veterans Reporter News, whereas he's the front page, the talk of the day. And he just wanted me to relay thank you for your support, and he's here for you for anything that you need when it comes to veterans, diversification, and inclusion for the Las Vegas Valley. So here it is, and he wanted me to deliver this to you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. If you'll just give it to the clerk here, that's wonderful. We appreciate what you're doing and what he's doing. We'd have nothing without our veterans. So thank you so much. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays.
Safe year. Please.
Good morning. My name is Chris Lager. I'm here to talk about the soccer stadium. I wanted to just point out some things that I have not heard spoken about. The big numbers that are being thrown around is the $200 million expense and the taxpayer being on the hook for $66.5 million. A couple items that are not being spoke about is the 1,200 space parking garage that you guys have promised to build. If you take the World Jewelry Center that was proposed in 2008, they were going to build a parking garage. You take the same figures per space of parking allotted, you're going to have to spend about $42 million on a parking garage. That brings our taxpayer participation to $108.5 million. Now, if you take the land, which is, no one's talked about the value of this land. If you take it based on your 2010 bond figures for that land, it's another $33 million, which brings that total to $141 million. That's more than Cordish is putting up for the construction. But if you take, I'll take one of Councilman Barlow's comments about due diligence when he was speaking on October 1st, and he said if anybody had any real issues with the development, if you look at that land, that's on 2010 figures. 2013, obviously, Las Vegas has come into a recovery. You guys have all noted and talked about. If you take the Mark Fine sale to Simon of the parking garage over on the World Premium Outlets, that would value that land at $139 million, which would bring the total, including the parking garage, to $247.5 million, which is more than you're asking Cordish Finley to put in total. Now, I'd like to also point out a couple of other things that have been promised on this. Councilman Ross talked last time, or in October, about 1,100 permanent jobs. That, I don't know how you can say there's 1,100 permanent jobs in a stadium that's only being allotted 90 days. He also talked about 250,000 room nights. If you do the math on that, Councilman, that works to 685 rooms additional per day. Again, on a venue that's promising 90 days of attendance. And finally, I'd like to state on the City Hall, Councilman Barlow spoke on how we shouldn't, the credit for building this and Zappos going into the old City Hall, but I'd like to remind you that Zappos had not made that announcement until after this City Hall was under construction.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we have one more card here, and you can reserve your comments. Jose Solario. Are you Jose?
I am.
Fine. Let's go ahead with his comments first, then you. And if you would try to keep them to a minute. I have allowed a little bit more than that, but I think since you don't have something prepared in your tablet, you might do it in a minute.
Absolutely. My name is Jose Solorio. Good morning, City Councilman, Mayor. I'm coming to support the soccer stadium. It's probably my fourth or fifth time talking before either at the neighborhood meeting or here. I worked in economic development from 86 to 91, and this particular project will bring economic development to our downtown area. Empty land is empty land. You can put value to it, whatever. I commend Councilman Beers, Councilman Coffin for being diligent in trying to keep the taxpayer funding to a minimal amount, but we are there. The project makes sense. It's culturally sensitive. We need soccer in this town. Everyone I talked to from this morning, where I dropped my dry cleaning, to the restaurant where I had breakfast, when I brought up the issue of soccer and the stadium, a smile came in their face. Finally, soccer in our city. So the community wants it. The community needs it. It makes sense for us. It's time to go forward. We need to compete for this. So we need the mayor and council to be a team in supporting this so we can get awarded this Major League Soccer team, and we need this built. I appreciate everything you've done today, and let's get this done in a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solario. Morning.
Sandy Brown, Miss Tartanian's district. I am opposed to the stadium only if there is taxpayer funding. Get rid of the taxpayer funding, build 10 of them. We don't care. We don't need to fund it. We've already given them enough. Now, when it comes to the medical marijuana people, they put up a shit pile of money and they're getting the runaround. And it's time to get that stuff straightened out. The one that is going to be heard at number 80, on 81, it says that they're not in compliance. You had to be in compliance to get state approval. They got state approval. They need to be approved all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, hearing none, we will now move on to agenda item number 10. For possible action, any items that the council staff and or applicant, excuse me? I did have someone coming? Okay, thank you. They did, but they could come and they can come at the next public comments too. Thank you. For possible action, any items the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony?
I don't have any items, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item now 11 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference at the regular city council meetings of November 5th, November 19th. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, please?
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post.
Your Honor,
Yes,
if you
please.
could please tell IT, or we could just hear this, there is no voting screen. I do have the Microsoft flag there, but no voting screen. So please mark me as, well, here it came. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to agenda. Oh,
Would
you're
like-
posting. Sorry.
Councilman Coffin, you want to be
Yes.
marked in the affirmative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does show. And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda items 12 through 39 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by their departments, may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? Councilman Coffin, any item you want brought forward? Councilman Barlow? No. Councilwoman? To my right? None. Okay, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 39.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote. And please post. Those motions carry. Thank you very much. We now move on to agenda item number 40. Administrative report regarding the Nevada Academic Content Standards, NVACS, and the Nevada Ready Initiative presented by Dale A.R. Ergawa, Superintendent of Public Instruction, Nevada Department of Education, in reference to all wards. Ms. Fretwell or Dr. Morris Hibbler.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor, members of the council, Lisa Morris Hibbler, Deputy Director of Office of Community Services. Through your leadership, we have been working diligently to close the academic achievement gap in our urban core. And this is further evidenced by the fact that the City Council adopted education as a strategic plan priority. The presentation you'll hear today will provide information on Nevada Ready, the statewide initiative on the new Common Core curriculum standards. Dale Urquiaga, State Superintendent, sends his regrets that he could not be here today as he is attending budget meetings with the Governor's Office. We are happy to have with us Chancellor Klaich with the Nevada Systems of Higher Education and Deputy State Superintendent Dr. Steve Canavero.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I am a very poor non-Basque stand-in for Mr. Urquiaga.
You look good to me. It's fine.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the Nevada Ready campaign. I know you have a long agenda, and we'll try and proceed quickly. With me, in addition to Dr. Canavero, are Elizabeth Stufflick, excuse me, and Butch Heiss. These are the stars of the presentation here. They're teachers in our school district here. And you'll hear from them in just a bit.
And will you repeat your name for our record also?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My name is Dan Klaich, and I'm the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education and a partner in this Nevada Ready presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. What are we? We're a statewide communication campaign that focuses on the benefits of this campaign and attempts to highlight items of misinformation. While you have me here from higher education, this is led by the Department of Education, Dr. Canavero, Mr. Urquiaga. We are partners because there is so much important in educating our young folks to the Nevada System of Higher Education. What are we trying to do? We're trying to spread information that will help parents and others understand what college and career ready really means to them, to their children, and to Nevada. We're trying to explain the difference between standards, curriculum, assessments, and the transition to new standards and assessments here in Nevada. And we're helping parents understand how to help their children at home. We have tools on our website that are available to anyone who wishes. They're on your screens at this point, Madam Mayor, and we encourage you to look at them at any time you have time. Now, this is going to be really tricky because this is supposed to be a video, and I have no idea how to deal with this. Here we go. This is a message from Teacher Ambassador.
My biggest concern for Nevada school children is that they will have the skills that they need to keep up with our needs that are growing and innovating and changing every day in Nevada.
What made me go into teaching was the look on students' faces when they were challenged and when they actually really had to think, had to critically analyze.
I feel that a teacher who really cares about the students and are really engaged in their learning is extremely important, because if they're just there, talking in front of the classroom, like listing off a bunch of topics and not even really caring about, if the student got it or not, we're not going to learn anything.
So because the teachers are plugged in, because the teachers want students to be successful, the students will be successful, because once you actually give the student what the expectation is, once you tell students that we expect you to be the best, they rise to the occasion 10 times out of 10.
I think when I first heard about the Common Core standards, I had a lot of legitimate concerns as an educator that stemmed from teacher evaluation process to time constraints in the classroom. But when I had the opportunity to really look at the standards and understand them, I realized how wonderful they were going to be for our students and what they were going to allow me to be able to do in the classroom as a social studies teacher.
So one of the things that we know from the business community is they have been saying for some time now that the people who are moving into their workforce are not career ready. And so I think for the business community to understand what the expectations of these standards are, to read through them, they'll understand that K-12 is taking on this responsibility and making sure that students are not just college ready, but also career ready. That things like creativity, communication, critical thinking, all those things are going to be leveraged in the classroom so that when they ultimately enter the workforce, they'll be more adept at all of those outcomes.
The complaint that I heard probably 4 to 5 years ago from a lot of business owners is that we were not providing them with people who could come into a workplace and work with other people in a group setting and to problem solve. That's what our content standards are allowing us to do now. We're actually getting kids to work together in the classroom and to learn together and to solve problems together, which I think is only going to help them in the future become better business leaders and also employees.
My biggest hope, and again, maybe this is, I'm looking at it from the grand perspective of things, is to make our country the #1 country in education the way that it's supposed to be. You know, there's all this talk about our students not being the best students in the world, that we've fallen, you know, into the 20s or the 30s or the 40s or something like that. But I think, you know, really we do have some of the brightest minds, the most creative minds for sure.
I agree with
you know,
that.
in the entire world even. And it's just a matter of nurturing that. And I think the Common Core is going to be something that we can use to bring that creativity out. It's going to make our students much more competitive as we move on into the 21st century.
It's up to the teachers to take on this challenge. It is a challenge, but as was said before, it's an opportunity. And it's up to us as educators to take on this opportunity to meet the needs of our children. And I believe our teachers will do that.
And I also feel like I have more of a voice now than I've ever had in my career.
I believe as teachers that this is an opportunity for us to step up to the plate and really show who we are and follow along with what our dreams and our aspirations were when we became teachers.
I think to teachers who are skeptical about the Common Core, I would tell them that in addition to flexibility and incredible opportunities for innovative thinking about your design and your instruction, the Common Core is just fun. It's fun to teach rigorous, complex text and to see kids thrive under challenging situations.
I would say be excited because you're taking back your profession. In a huge way, teachers now can be the experts that they are in the classroom and really help students become the experts that they can be.
We set the bar incredibly high because we have to. Because, you know, parents send the best kids they have to school, and we're going to help every single one of those students be successful. So it doesn't matter if a student comes from a high poverty area or not. We have a duty to cherish education.
I think when you look at education in Nevada and the implementation of the Common Core, we're in the best of times.
And I'm teaching them like I would my own kids at home. And I think that's a big part of what's going to happen with Common Core is it's allowing us to build a better relationship with our students.
What I would say to parents, and especially a variety of parents, is that the Common Core standards, whether it be a high-performing school that now has the opportunity to do better, or a struggling school that now has a valuable tool to improve results, no matter what way you cut it, the Common Core standards are a win for every child, every family, and every community.
We're students who, you know, want to learn more. We want more knowledge. We want to, you know, improve our skills. So just really welcome it and bring it on.
It's been our experience as teachers have introduced these outcomes into their classrooms. Students are able to rise to the occasion and really engage in particularly challenging work. It shouldn't have surprised us, but I think we all reflect and go, this is pretty amazing what our kids can do.
When you see these wonderful Nevada teachers and students, and I'd like to let you hear briefly from Mr. Heiss and Ms. Stuflick, two of our very own teachers.
Thank you, please.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Stuflick. I'm an instructional coach at CT Sewell Elementary School in Henderson, Nevada, and it's an honor to be here today. It's exciting to talk about the Nevada Academic Content Standards, and I think the one thing that I can bring to the table as far as the elementary perspective is that, like they said in the video, we're raising the bar and we're increasing our expectations, but we're still doing that in a way that we're going to be competitive not only nationally but in our world globally. And when we're talking about our young kids in elementary school, we've got a long way to go before they're college and career ready. Before we send them on to high school. And so these content standards not only provide that rigor and raise the bar, but then we're seeing results. It's a difficult transition, as many of the teachers spoke on the video. It's challenging, it's scary, but specifically in Clark County School District, we're doing a lot of professional development that's educating our teachers on how to better educate our students. And I'm lucky enough to work at a 5-star school in the district. And so we are proven results that even with our new standards, we're making the cut. So it's very exciting to share that news.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Butch Heiss. I'm the assistant principal at Chaparral High School. And how the Nevada academic content standards have impacted us is 4 years ago when Chaparral High School became part of the turnaround zone, calculus did not exist on campus. But through implementation of the academic content standards, we now not only have calculus, but we have an AP calculus class, advanced placement classes. Our science teachers like it because it's kind of narrowed the focus, so to speak. They don't have to cover as much content, allowing them to dig deeper into the standards and allowing students to really shine. The English department thinks that the new standards are too loose in a way, in that there's so much for them to choose from that it's almost overwhelming what they're able to do. So again, it's opening up that autonomy for our teachers to really choose the best information, the best text, the best literature to really help our students achieve what they need to do before they go on to graduate high school or go on to post-secondary education and meet all those challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. Steve Canvero, Deputy Superintendent, Nevada Department of Education. And I'll just walk us through a couple of some of the process-related actions and activities that the state has been engaged in for some time relative to the standards, and then we'll talk a little bit about the assessment transition, and then open it up for questions. We have been, as a state, a standards-based education system for some time. You can see here on the slide deck since 1996. Standards exist across many subjects, from career and technical ed through our PK, our pre-K development standards, through each of the academic content areas. English language arts based on the Common Core, math based on the Common Core, science, which is based on the next generation science standards, social studies, world languages, which was most recently changed as well, and fine arts. Here I want to differentiate between standard and curriculum. This is something that we've been communicating quite a bit. And the definition of a standard is what a child needs to know and do at each grade level. That is what is adopted by the state. It differs from curriculum in the sense that local boards, local school districts adopt the curriculum, and that is how students are taught. It includes the materials that are used to teach those students as well. This gets to the separation of duties between state and local governments. The state authority is we control our own standards. At the State Department, we review standards and make modifications, typically around a 7-year cycle. So it's a kind of a constant refresh to ensure that those standards reflect what students know and should be able to do. Local boards, of course, control their own curriculum and instructional materials, and those are changed as determined by the standards or determined by the public input or school board's decisions. A quick kind of rundown on the new academic content standards. Again, consistent with our 5 to 7 year cycles, how we revise the standards in any content area, we engage a broad group of stakeholders and review teams. These review teams pore through the standards periodically, make recommendations for change. It goes through 2 separate bodies, public bodies. The first is the Nevada Council to Establish Academic Standards. This council holds public hearings. They review the recommendations based upon the stakeholder review team. They receive public input, public comment, and then they make recommendations to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education then holds subsequent public hearings to review these recommendations made by the council, and then of course receive public input as well. Both bodies agree on the adoption of the standards, ultimately to be recorded in statute or regulation. So why we need higher standards? I'll turn it over to Chancellor Klaetsch briefly.
I'm a bit embarrassed even addressing this group on this issue because you know it. We are trying to build a more educated workforce here in Nevada to diversify and expand our economy, and you're at the tip of the spear of that. As this slide demonstrates, we have a gap in the citizens here in Nevada that have a post-secondary degree and the jobs that we know we need to attract and retain the types of businesses we need. This is what we're all about, filling this gap. And we're not talking about a 4-year college degree for every student. We're talking about associate's degrees, certificates of value, baccalaureate degrees, but we're talking about enriching our workforce so that we can be a good partner with you, Mayor, and members of the council in broadening and deepening our economy.
Thank you, Doctor.
We are, at the end of a transition period, really emerging from the end and fully implemented. And this slide briefly covers the history of the Common Core, especially as through the lens of Nevada. Back in 2004, state departments, including Nevada, began discussing the need for common standards. In 2009, the Council for Chief State School Officers, the National Governors Association, united behind the Common Core Standards initiative. The Department of Education and Governor Gibbons at the time joined the effort. In 2010, the Blue Ribbon Task Force endorsed the new standards, and the State Board followed suit. Between 2010 and 2013, a number of public hearings and actions were took place to adopt the standards. In 2011, we began to implement the standards in the transition, and then 14-15, this school year, is full implementation of the standards, including the new assessment. So why are these standards good for students? You heard really from the teachers. I could do no better from what they've already said around a career and college focus, consistent expectations for students, mobility not only between states but also within our state from north-south, and then ownership, which I thought was laid out fairly well in the video. So with the new standards, with what students should know and be able to do, of course, we have a new series of assessments that go along with that. And so smarter balanced assessments are implemented this year in spring in grades 3 through 8 in English language arts and mathematics. We have been a member state of the Smarter Balanced Consortium since 2010. We're actually a governing state, so we are at the table making decisions for this consortium since 2010, and we remain so today. These new assessments in spring will replace our existing criteria and reference tests, which have been in place for a number of years in our state. The new assessment offers a number of improvements. We've got two here, computer adaptive and performance task. And briefly for the council, computer adaptive just means that when a student answers a question correctly. Mayor?
If I might just interrupt for 1 second, I'm assuming that all of these standards of assessments are going to be rolled out into the charter schools as well, because they are state licensed?
Mayor Goodman, Steve Canberro, that is correct. For every public school in the state, the standards and assessments apply.
Thank you.
The computer adaptive nature of the assessment means a student answers a question correctly. The questions then become more rigorous. They answer questions incorrectly. Of course, it will then scale back and provide the student with answers that will be less rigorous to get an identification. This allows students to be operating above or below grade level, and then to have the assessment reflect that. The other is a performance task, which I won't go into great detail, but essentially offers an opportunity in a classroom-based sort of activity for students to authentically engage in a question or an assignment, to research, to deliberate, to analyze, and then, of course, express. The new assessments will measure a higher standard, and this is going to get to the next slide. Last week, the State Board of Education, in a joint meeting with the Academic Standards Council, adopted the recommendation from the department and the recommendation from the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium to align and adopt their performance levels. So we have new assessments. We have adopted the performance levels, and I believe we're one of 17 states administering the Smarter Balanced Assessment this spring. So we will have a number of colleague states who share in the same achievement levels. And achievement levels would be performance level 1, 2, 3, and 4 across a scale of scores from 2,000 to 3,000. So every student receives a score, and then that score is mapped against a performance level. If last year our students participated in a field test, I think north of 40,000 students in our state participated in a field test for this, testing the Smarter Balanced assessment in our state. That number contributed, I believe, to about 1.2 million consortium-wide, and this is across the 22-state consortium that are members of the Smarter Balanced. If we use the results based upon that field test last year, we will in fact see a decline. If those results, if we can say that Nevada is consistent with the results of the 1.2 million members or students who participated in the consortium and the field test, we will see a decline. The decline in, let's say, proficient or level 3 compared to our CRT, the legacy CRT, will be fairly dramatic in some grade levels, 3, 4, and 5. It could be as much as, let's say, half as many students would be proficient as measured by the CRT. Somewhat similar to our results in 4th and 8th grade on NAEP, which is an assessment that we deliver, the National Assessment of Educational Progress. The number becomes more in line with 8th grade, where we see a very minor I'd say, difference between our traditional proficiency in 8th grade mathematics. Say it's like 35% typically. The Smarter Balanced field test produced about 32 to 33% proficiency results, which is right around the NAEP, which is around 30%. So we're beginning, we will see a slight decline. I will mention that the state believes and views and thinks it would be reasonable to not compare necessarily the legacy CRT results with the Smarter Balanced results. These are basically, it provides the state an opportunity to hit the reset button. These are new standards, new assessment system that measure a completely, I'd say, different domain than under what the former CRT would measure. And so we're looking at it as a baseline year. So the results from spring 2015 this year will really give the state a great opportunity to review where we stand relative to other members of the consortium, other states that are members of the consortium as well, that administer the assessment, and will provide us a good baseline to then build from. So don't want to take up more time, but we do want to have any questions that the council may have.
Thank you very much for the report. In your saying that this will be across the board for charter schools as well, will you be reporting as to an aggregate, or will you separate out the true public school from the charter school as we get the evaluations back?
Mayor Goodman, Steve Canavero, the results we reported at the student level, so for students and families, in a way that was similar to how they've been reported at the school level, classroom level, district level, LEA level, state level, and with our NevadaReportCard.com, you can slice and dice the data in any way that you would see fit.
And that will be available. When would that be available to the public?
Well, if it follows the traditional pattern, and that may be a bit ambitious given the new assessment system and the time it will take to record and score the paper and pencil version for those schools that are not ready for the online computer adaptive version, we would expect at the end of summer.
Of 2015?
Correct.
And one last question, the standards and implementation of standards for assessment on faculty. Because I'm a firm believer that the quality of education vests with the teacher. And that's where the money should go, and separate out those who are ineffective. And that's the first step in everything that we're doing. So what is there in that area?
Steve Canavero, to Mayor Goodman's question, I believe you're referring to the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, which is currently in its second year in some districts of validation. And districts are employing the 50% professional practice, 50% quantitative data to evaluate their teachers and leaders.
Thank you. Councilwoman, I see.
Could you tell me who makes up the standards committee, your academic standards committee, before it goes to the State Board of Education?
Steve Canavero, you're going to really
I'm not asking for specific names. I'm asking, is it teachers? Is it business people? Who is it?
It's a variety of the above. So teachers, at large, sort of public members, as well as business community. There's a physician on, for example, in one. There's an administrator for an elementary school, as an example of those positions.
I'm just going to voice here that I have felt for a long time, and I've voiced when I've spoken to groups, that my concern is we have blue ribbon committees that have powerful people on them and rich people on them. We have committees that have business people on them. We do not have enough of our excellent teachers on them, and that's the answer. I have within my district Clark High School, and I've seen Clark totally change itself. Now, it's not just because Clark has 3 magnet schools. It also has a school with a regular student body. And the difference at Clark High School from some of the other high schools I've seen is the leadership. You have an absolutely excellent principal. And because of her excellent leadership, you have excellent teachers. They want excellent leadership. And they work extra hours. If they get nothing in return for this now, I mean, you know, they earn as much money as someone similarly who's doing a lousy job someplace else. And until we face that problem, we're not going to solve this problem in education. We're a large bureaucracy. We're probably the most difficult bureaucracy in the United States is education. And we have to look at who knows how to get the results. And that's the teachers, and that's the principals who are excellent. And I don't think we involve them enough, and I'm just going to make that statement now.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. I saw Dr. Klatch would like to make a comment too here.
Two quick points, Mayor and members of the council. We've left materials with you, and one is this document called Business Voice, published by the Las Vegas Metro Chamber. We'd like to acknowledge their partnership and how much we value the work we do with them. To Councilwoman Tarkanian's point, a superb point. During the budget reduction period that we've all been through, one of the programs that was reduced at UNLV was the Educational Leadership Program. Working with a grassroots organization here in Clark County, we have rebuilt that curriculum from scratch, and it's focusing on exactly the issue that you've indicated, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and we hope to roll that out and really make a difference for this region. You're right on point.
Thank you very much. You know, I just get excited when I go out to Clark when I see how they're meeting world standards. I'm not just talking about national standards. When I see that they have more merit finalists at that one school than in all the rest of the district combined, and when I know where it's from which it's grown, it just shows it can be done. And it's done with those kinds of people. And until we get the top teachers knowing that they get the help they need, and anyway, it's just a teacher, an old teacher,
Thank you.
saying this is a problem that's existed so long, and until we address those issues, we're never going to make the change. I believe that. I don't care how many other people you have or what you do. It's got to come from those people who have it in their hearts and their guts and who know what's happening daily in classrooms.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, it's so good to see you. We worked together for many years when you were a regent of the system and now as chancellor. And you recall all those long meetings in Carson City about education of all kinds, because you didn't pay attention just to higher ed when you were a regent. You were very attentive to K-12. And I think that when I was there, I was pretty much convinced that the state had all the answers, that the top-down approach was working. But after almost 4 years here, and after not being very happy with what we were accomplishing up there, I realized that the mayor, as the leader of the charge here to get city involved in education, was right. And I did not agree with her in the beginning because I thought that's not our charter. It's not the Constitution doesn't say we should, doesn't say we can't, I suppose, but the statutes and the Constitution vest all the authority in other bodies, not the local government. But it is time for more local government involvement. It cannot be avoided. It is a traditional thing around this country. And so we will continue to stick our nose into the affairs of K-12, K-16, you name it. But I think it will be with the best of intentions, and it will not be to try to upset the apple cart here, because you guys have done a fine job. It's just that outcomes are not where we would like to be, and we are really closer, as I see it now, and closer to the results, closer to the problems. So we'll be there as partners, and we'll try to be innovators. And yes, we'll be sticking our nose into your business, but please understand we do it with the best of intentions, because we really adopt our local schools. I have 13 elementary schools in Ward 3, and I've become very close to them. And so now I understand the frustrations of local government much better than I could have ever done in the state senate. So fair warning, but it's a friendly warning.
Thank you. I know you welcome it.
Thank you.
We absolutely do welcome it. This is not our business. It's all of our business for all of our kids and all of our teachers. We welcome your partnership.
Thank you for this report. And Dr. Hibbler, do you want to conclude anything here?
No, I would just say, Mayor and Council, but thank you for your leadership, and thank you for supporting all of the work that's being done. And collectively, we will make a difference, and we will. Joyce Halderman mentioned this morning that back in 1963, I think we were in like the 5th position, and we're going to get back there. We're in second position, but we're going to get back to the #1 position. So thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We're very grateful, and good luck. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 41. Discuss. Yes, please.
I don't know if you heard my comment at the end of a council meeting one time, but I just wanted to say I voice my appreciation for all your hard work and the great job you're doing in pulling us together in all this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 41, discussion for possible action regarding the Second Amendment to the addendum to exclusive negotiation agreement and pre-development schedule and term sheet by and between the City of Las Vegas, City Parkway 5, the Cordish Companies, Findlay Sports and Entertainment, LLC, for the exclusive rights to develop parcels for a proposed stadium in Symphony Park located north of Bonneville Avenue, east of the Grand Central Parkway, south of Ogden Avenue underpass, and west of the Union Pacific Railroad. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. And so, Ms. Fretwell.
Mayor, members of the council, Betsy Fretwell, City Manager. We have a brief presentation for you today, but this is the culmination of a lot of work based on the direction that we received from the council on October 1st. We're at the deadline of the exclusive negotiating agreement to bring forward the terms of this deal related to the development of a Las Vegas soccer stadium. So I've asked that Bill give a presentation. The developer partner principals are here. They'll be available for to answer any questions and to make any comments that are necessary. And we're hopeful that we've addressed many of the issues that you've raised over the intervening months while we've been working on this since last May. I want to say thank you for your patience, because we have produced untold reports that now probably sit in your offices for your review, and I hope that we have answered as many of those questions as we can in a way that's helped you reach a decision today on the significant investment in our community in a stadium of this size. So with that, I will turn it over to Bill and have him run through the details with you, which you've seen quite a bit of that over the last several weeks, and then we'll await your direction.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell, and I do want to thank you and your staff and the partnership for the hours that have been put into this since May of 2014. You have worked beyond expectation to try to respond to our community and the concerns we have, and so we look forward to hearing what you have, and just want to thank you. I know council's grateful. I know our entire community is grateful for the diligence, hard work that you've put in. So thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. As Betsy indicated, I have a presentation to explain what we're doing with today's council action. I'm going to cover primarily 4 items. The first item is to discuss new financial terms, meaning new terms that are different than what we had previously showed you at our prior council meeting of October 1st. Second, a review of existing business terms. These are business terms which essentially are the same as the business terms which were presented at the October 1st City Council. Third, a list of new business terms, which are new business terms that have been added for the transaction for your consideration today. And then finally, summarize today's council action. So the first item, financial terms. This is a summary of the financial terms in a revised term sheet. Today's council action is a second amendment to our existing exclusive negotiation agreement with our partner, and included in that document is a revised term sheet listing out these terms in greater detail, but this is a synopsis of those terms. And we'd like to explain it in presenting the private funding that's going in to construct the stadium and the public funding to construct the stadium. First, the private funding. The private funding is showing the upfront developer debt or equity that is going into the project. And the way this is framed up in the term sheet, the developer is required to fund the construction of the stadium. The project cost is still $200 million, which was discussed at the October 1st City Council meeting. And so the developer is responsible for all of the costs less the public funding contributions. So we believe that upfront capital in the amount of $133.5 million is needed to construct the stadium.
Excuse me, we have a question from Councilman Beers, or a comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm struggling to try to find the differences between the term sheet that was being shown to us on Tuesday and the one that was turned in at 9 this morning. And I think one of the differences is that $133,500,000 is no longer on page 1. I think it was on page 1 earlier this week, and it is not on page 1 now, which leads to, I guess, a broader question, and that is there a document that has been prepared that compares and contrasts this term sheet with the term sheets that have been floated over this interim period since October 1st?
Councilman, I can address that. The $133.5 million I don't believe is listed in either document. And the reason for that is the developer is required to fund the construction of the stadium less the funding contribution. And so these are all the sources of funding for the project. So by inference, $133.5 million of capital would be needed to construct the stadium. Or in other words, the developer is required to put up all the capital less the other three funding sources listed on this PowerPoint slide.
I believe that would be a correct statement if the $200 million estimate is accurate. If in fact it comes in at a price point much closer to all of the other soccer-specific stadiums that we've read about recently, which would be, I don't know, $150 million, I think removing the $133.5 million means that the city's percentage of funding goes up and the private percentage of funding goes down, whereas when the $133.5 million was included in here, it at least was ambiguous as to who was going to reap the benefit of bringing the project in under budget.
Thank you, Councilman. And I'll address that throughout the presentation because I think that's an important question. You're exactly correct. If the project cost is less than $200 million, then if we were to still put up this amount of capital, our contribution percentage-wise would obviously be higher. That is something I'll address in this PowerPoint, so if you could give me a little bit of latitude, I will cover that point. Thank you, Mayor. So the other funding sources are new market tax credits. New market tax credits are federal income tax credits. So while this is foregone revenue at the federal level, there is private capital purchasing these credits and then private money going into the project, and there's no local public funding. So for illustration purposes, I listed that as a private funding source because there's no local public funding associated with that. On the city public funding sources, we're using two sources. The first are proposed consolidated tax or C-tax bonds. These are anticipated to be revenue bonds, and we're looking to do revenue bonds, which would likely be 25 or 30-year bonds, supported by repayment of consolidated tax. We're pledging that consolidated tax. We intend to use existing revenue that is available through an interlocal agreement with the LVCVA, which is related to room tax collections. We have an interlocal agreement with the Convention Authority and other local jurisdictions. Annually, we receive money through this agreement in the amount today in excess of $6 million. And we're proposing to use a portion, not all, but a portion of this, and I'll show what portion we're using on the next slide. And then finally, infrastructure funding. What we've done with all our projects in Symphony Park is we've had to put up infrastructure. As you know, this is a vacant rail yard site. It was unimproved, except for very minimal improvements that were needed to run the rail yard. And so the city taking it over and redeveloping it for new projects throughout the 61 acres, we have had to put up a lot of capital to develop this land. And but for the city putting up infrastructure funding, it's my contention that this land would not be redeveloped, would not be reused, and it would sit there as a former vacant rail yard. And other cities like Denver and Sacramento have been doing the same thing, putting these rail yards in older portions of their downtowns back to reuse. So what we're proposing to do here is to put in $31.5 million of infrastructure funding, which would come from two sources. The first is City Parkway 5, Inc. You see the acronym there, CPV. That is an affiliate company, a nonprofit company that the city created to help own the real estate in Symphony Park, the 61 acres, help attract new developers to develop, sell the land, and handle everything start to finish for the 61 acres. And we've done that for a couple of reasons, one of which is we want to show you and the council and also our constituents exactly what we're doing with Symphony Park. So everything related to Symphony Park runs through City Parkway 5, Inc. So if you look at that in total, there's $200 million. There's a very important footnote here that I wanted to mention. In order to get the support of our private partner to put up more private capital to support the construction costs of the project, we've agreed to offer two things. The first thing that we've agreed to offer is tax increment funding from our redevelopment agency directly related to the finished construction of the new stadium. Let me explain. So if we do proceed with the project, the stadium is built, the team is landed, and the stadium is up and running, the stadium will be owned privately. And this is a significant shift from where we had been previously. Now we're looking at it more like a private redevelopment project, where our developers can develop the project. Yes, they are getting public funding assistance, a public contribution as part of our public-private partnership. But because it's being developed privately, it will be owned privately. And because it will be private ownership, the stadium will have a tax liability. And for property taxes, as you know, in the redevelopment area, new property taxes related to new development, the bulk of those new property taxes come into the redevelopment agency. Not all. There's some that go to voter override approved uses for public safety. There's also funding that goes for educational facilities as well as low-income housing. That's known as the set-aside requirement, or 18% of every dollar that the redevelopment agency takes in, we set aside 18 cents on the dollar for those other two uses, educational facilities and low-income housing, and we get the remaining portion. Because but for the stadium being built, we would not be receiving this revenue. We believe that this offer from the agency is revenue neutral, meaning that but for the stadium were built, we would not be getting those new taxes into the redevelopment agency. So what we're proposing to do is we're proposing to offer those taxes that are paid directly related to the stadium. That goes to Clark County, and then county sends money to the agency related to the new taxes, the tax increment revenue. We are going to be pledging back to the developer of the remaining life of the agency those new taxes. Important point here, we are not taking on debt with this. This is a limited participation note. Will be a note payable, but it's limited to only taxes paid and received, so we're not incurring financial risk. Second, we are not putting upfront capital for this note. In other words, we're not hoping that the stadium generates X dollars of new taxes, so we'll pledge Y dollars of new money to the developer. We're simply pledging the taxes paid and related to the stadium back to the developer. We've done this for other large projects. We've done it for World Market Center. We did it for the Mulaski Corporate Center. We also did it for the Las Vegas Premium Outlets. And it's a very minimal incentive if you think about our tax liability in Clark County. The way property taxes work, a rule of thumb is it's about 1% of value. So if you have something worth $1, you're only paying about a penny on the dollar in new property taxes, the way the assessment ratio and the tax millage rate works in Clark County. So we're only giving a portion of 1% of value back to the developer, and that's the new taxes paid by the developer. Second point here on the footnote, we are offering and proposing to offer parking access at an existing garage and at a planned garage in Symphony Park. The planned garage in Symphony Park, we are proposing to build a 1,200 space parking garage in Symphony Park. This would be developed by and owned by the City of Las Vegas or an affiliate of the city, and we're proposing to use Tourism Improvement District dollars. And the reason for that, as we discussed at the last council meeting, is two reasons. First, we need a new parking garage in Symphony Park to support the existing uses in Symphony Park, neighboring retail to Symphony Park. Second, we believe that a city-owned parking garage would be a tremendous asset which will help convince our existing partners throughout Symphony Park to move forward with their development. So this includes the Smith Center for the Performing Arts Campus. It includes Cleveland Clinic, not only their existing building, the Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health, but also their future planned development. It includes the Charlie Palmer Hotel. It includes a new medical project proposed by Citra Real Estate Capital. And then finally, it does include the stadium. All along, from day one in Symphony Park, and the plan that we've had since December of 2005, the plan has been to have centralized parking. We wanted to have a parking garage to suit a number of users, not just the one that's right there at the front door of the garage, but a number of users throughout Symphony Park. And in order to do that, we have to have centralized garages. In other words, we have to have a garage that's serving multiple users, multiple buildings in Symphony Park. You see this very successful in other downtowns, in other dense urban environments, and we believe this is good urban planning. We also believe it makes financial sense, where we could participate with the benefit of the Tourism Improvement District dollars in order to get the garage going. And so the garage, we don't have a final location mapped out, but we're considering a number of parcels, one of which is Parcel B in Symphony Park. I do have a map on the overhead. If you'd like to look at it now, I can point out real quickly the area that's highlighted in pink, parcels D, E, F, O1, and O2, is the stadium site itself. And then the garage is planned for Parcel B or one of the other neighboring parcels in the garage in Symphony Park. And so you can see how dense the plan is. All of these parcels are right next to each other. It is an urban environment, and we think it will be a great amenity for Symphony Park. So related to the garage, as far as how the stadium is intended to work, is we're going to offer stadium patrons, and offer this to our partner, allow them to park in this new planned garage for every event that they have at the stadium, up to 90+ events per year, to park in the planned Symphony Park garage. Second, we've also offered a supporting garage, the 500 Main Street garage, which also is known as the City Hall parking garage. Of course, we have daytime office use for our City Hall team that parks and works in this building. It's also visitor parking for meetings just like this. It also has some parking for our CSN partnership, the community college, where we have students attending classes, and we're really supportive of that partnership. But that garage, 731 spaces, has a lot of vacancy evenings and weekends. So we believe that will also be a second garage which can provide additional support for the stadium. Final note here on what we're proposing to do with this parking. We're not offering cash to the developer related to the garage. We're offering parking support. So while this does maybe offset a cost that the developer might have to build their own parking and provide it directly themselves, we are not offering cash assistance to the developer. We are offering partial use of these two garages. Happens in many cities throughout the country where on game day or an event day, you have a need for event parking throughout the downtown. We're going to work with our partner, and what we're proposing to do is to offer this parking at no cost to the patrons. It very likely could be priced into the price of a ticket. So if you're a patron of an event at the stadium, whether it be for soccer, whether it be for a concert or something else, you may not even know what the price that you're paying. You just know that you have easy access to the stadium from parking here. Final note on the parking. These two garages combined obviously do not provide all of the parking for the stadium. You know, one of our constituents that spoke at the public meeting portion of the agenda, the public comment portion, indicated that the city might have a liability for paying for or building new parking. Other than the planned Symphony Park garage, which we believe we can fund entirely from the Tourism Improvement District funds, the city does not intend to build any additional new structured parking. We have existing structured parking in downtown on private properties, whether it be World Market Center, the Mulaski Corporate Center, properties on the east side of the rail line. So it's not our intention to build any additional parking or incur any additional financial liability related to parking.
Councilman?
I would like to comment with you, Bill, on this slide before you leave it.
Certainly.
Are you fixing to leave it?
I was fixing to leave it, but
Okay.
you wanted to comment, so
All
I'm
right,
waiting.
so I haven't yet seen a forecast cash flow present value calculation on the amount of TIF revenue that we anticipate turning back to the developers. That would seem to be a reasonable addition to the list of city public funding sources. The New Market tax credits, while it's not city public funding sources, is absolutely public funding sources, because those coupons are used by the buyers, wealthy taxpayers, to get out of paying their federal income tax. So it all comes around full circle. And it would seem to me that the proposal to give free 25% of the use of the stadium we're paying $25 million for could be boiled down to an approximate number. Granted, there's a lot of wiggle room because it would presumably be someplace between 14 and 90 days. The term sheet also gives them a priority on days beyond the 90 days, but they have to pay a rate. And I'm kind of confused what that rate would be, how it would be calculated. Would it be subject to change over time? Can you address those 3 points?
Certainly. And important points, and I think they were accurately stated. The redevelopment agency funding is public funding. It is a public contribution. This slide is an illustration of what we're doing, and what I was trying to show with this slide is that the redevelopment agency is not putting cash up front or any value up front to the developer. We are, as I indicated, proposing to share taxes paid back to the developer. We believe that capitalized, that redevelopment agency participation would likely be between $5 million and $7 million. It really depends on the final valuation on the tax roll. It also depends on how our private partner would value that income stream. Would they value it at a 5% discount rate, or would they value it at a 7 or 8% discount rate like you'd see more in the private sector? So you're correct in that that is public funding, but I was trying to show and compare apples to apples, showing what initial or upfront funding each side is putting in. So there is real value there, and you're correct.
Mayor?
And this, if I might add, this is, as you said, in the World Market Center, it was done that way. Premium Outlets, Mulaski Building, I'm missing one.
The Allure condominium towers I did not mention, but that was a fourth project where we
Right.
offered that as well.
Mayor?
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. I believe the key piece, the true key piece that's missing in all of the conversation, because we're talking about public funding this project, but this is something that the city, and not only our city, we're not the only city that has done projects like this. There's cities across America that have used all of the creative financing in order to address the need of the urban core in urban communities such as Las Vegas. The rationale and the reasoning behind the redevelopment agencies, the tax increment financing, STAR bonds, the New Market tax credits, it's to improve the urban cores that have decayed over time. That is the basis for it. So we can't miss the mark by basically really only identifying the fact that public monies will be used towards these projects. That's what they were designed for, to basically bring back these urban core areas that have been hit due to age in order to redevelop and revitalize. That's the entire purpose for it. And so when you have incentives that will drive the market, specifically the private market, to include the public, and that's where the public-private partnerships come into play, that's what we're doing here. We're improving a core element of our community that has decayed over time, and in order to get the life resuscitated back into this specific area of the city, we have to use these creative structures, whether it be at the federal level, the state level, or the local municipal levels. And so I want to basically keep the conversation holistic versus one, just one piece of the overall puzzle as to why, in fact, we utilize these very complicated formulas in order to drive economic development in depressed areas in order to bring life back into these areas. So I want to make sure that you remain focused in that regard, because we can get sidetracked by individuals stating we're using public monies to do this. You're darn right we are. That's what it was designed to do. Of course we're using public monies to do that in order to revitalize the community. And this is just one piece of the greater puzzle as to how, in fact, we accomplish that goal.
Thank you, Councilman, and I appreciate your comments. I think you're right. You have to look at the project in total. And so I'm trying to address the questions as they come up, but I will come back to that point as far as the overall investment from the city, the overall investment from the private side, and also risk. I do want to answer Councilman's second question, which I don't believe I answered, which was parking. This one's tough to put a number on, because it really depends on the price elasticity of parking at the stadium. Our estimates indicate a pretty broad range of between a value annually of $500,000 and $2 million for all of those event days, but it really depends on what is the demand from their customers to pay for parking and event parking in downtown. And that ranges widely. We saw folks that came down for the Life is Beautiful concert paying a significant sum for parking. We see other folks that come down for parades or just mingling in downtown where they either don't pay anything or pay a minimal amount. So it's really hard to pin that down, but in thinking about it, the city did not want to take any risk on what is that pricing and what is the right pricing, and so all we are doing is providing parking at no cost. You're exactly correct, there is a value, and I think it is important to disclose to the public that there is a value that we're offering. I don't think that there's a big cost to the city that we're offering, because these event days likely are going to be evenings and weekends. There is some cost, potentially some revenue we could generate from other uses. But that's why we wrote the terms for the garage in a way that we can have primary use of the garage for things other than the stadium. And I'll give you a clear example. We are hoping to develop Cleveland Clinic and get them to expand in a big way. We are proposing to bring back a presentation from their executive team next spring by March, explaining exactly what their long-term plans are. And we believe that they're going to be an important partner for years to come. We want to be able to be a partner to provide daytime parking, office parking, to help support the clinic. They are a nonprofit medical institution. And this is one of the tools, to kind of borrow Councilman Barlow's language, one of the tools that a city has at its disposal. Parking costs more in a downtown than it does in the suburbs. You can't surface park everything. And so we think this is the appropriate use of public funds to support a public garage that the city will own, and it will not only help the stadium, but it will help all the other users in Symphony Park.
Thank you. Please continue.
Well, could I ask a question, please?
And I have a comment, Your Honor, after Councilwoman.
Did you want to make your comment first before? Is it related to what he just said?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead, then I'll just do it after.
I understand the theory under which we're doing this, and I understand actually the law under which we're doing this. We did receive a presentation this morning on the CAFR for the redevelopment agency, and it showed that we're entering the 5th year of being in violation of state redevelopment law, which precludes subsidizing a redevelopment agency's activity with general fund. We're going into the 5th year that will be true. California, which invented redevelopment associations, and whose law ours was patterned after when it was passed by the legislature in 1959, has ended redevelopment agencies. So there are large public policy issues to debate here. I'm not sure that this is the venue for it, but I do believe that quantifying the scope and nature of public funding for this project is an important thing for the council to consider.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
I wanted to ask the question about parking. I know we need a parking garage, and I know that we had planned this even before the stadium issue came up. But that isn't enough. If you do the business you're hoping to do, there's not enough parking at the garage. I believe our earlier person who came and made the comment, the person from the public, mentioned that. And then you said, well, we're going to use other places, and you mentioned the Mulaski. Now, if you, and is the World Center, is that also going to provide parking?
Thank you, Councilman. Two answers to that question. First is, it's really up to our private partner, and we put the burden on them to come back with a detailed parking plan as part of the final development package. So that's still coming.
Okay, so they're going to let us know also before, I didn't hear it today, but before it was mentioned the mall, and I didn't hear it today, and I need to know if that's to be considered, because I do not feel they want to be considered. The outlet mall.
Right.
I mean, that's in my ward now, and I think that's a problem there if you're going to count on that, because, you know, that's a very efficient use of redevelopment monies. It's certainly done all it can to achieve, and it has achieved. I think it's 5th highest in the country now. It's just done tremendously well, but they need their parking.
Councilwoman, two things. We're relying first and foremost on parking in Symphony Park. Folks that are coming to the stadium, should it move forward, folks that are coming to it would want to park as close to it as they can. So we are looking to provide additional parking throughout Symphony Park. This planned garage, which we're proposing to be on Parcel B or another parcel in Symphony Park, would be the city garage that we're supporting with the TID. But it's important to point out, and I can put the map back out up on the overhead if you'd like, every single block in Symphony Park will have parking on the block.
No, I know that. It happens to be, that's my map that you're using, so I'm aware of that. My concern was, we had mentioned several times using the outlet mall, and my understanding is the outlet mall does not. Not today, not today.
Maybe I should jump in here, Mayor Betsy Brotwell, City Manager. There's a pretty distinct difference between the Mulaski Center, the new Citra building, any of those other private parking opportunities, if you will, and investments that have been made in and around Symphony Park and the outlet mall. The businesses that are in Symphony Park have expressed an interest in what I would describe as monetizing their prior investment in their parking, because it's not fully utilized all the time and could have beneficial use during stadium events. So you put World Market in that category, Mulaski, and maybe some others that are yet to be constructed on in or around the stadium, including ours, the one that we're suggesting for Parcel B. The outlet mall is totally different. They do not want to monetize their use of their parking. It actually hurts their operation if it were to be unintentionally used for stadium parking. They have been very clear with us, and we have been working with them to try and address that concern. They are not interested in providing stadium parking. What they have asked of us and our developer partners is, help us be assured that we're not going to have incidental use of stadium parkers because of the unique nature of our business. And we've committed to work with them over the next couple of months to try and address their concerns.
Okay, that's the kind of answer I needed. Thank you very much, Betsy.
Thanks. Please continue, if you would, Ms. Dorn.
Oh, one last thing, excuse me, not done yet. One last thing. And what is the current value again of the stadium plot, land?
Two things here. I wanted to point out our acquisition cost back when we acquired the land back in 2000, and then the appraised value. And I was going to cover that on the next slide, but I can cover it.
I'll wait.
I'll wait. Okay.
Okay, please continue.
So that last slide was meant to be kind of the summary slide. Who's putting up what money at the start of construction to build the stadium? This is diving a little deeper and looking at what is the risk to the city. The thing that I did not mention about the land, and Councilwoman, you asked that, the land value, when we acquired the property back in the year 2000, we offered cash as well as some land in the northwest part of the city, now known as the Las Vegas Technology Center. It's changing to a new name with the medical use. but land near Mountain View Hospital. We offered 2/3 of that business park to the private entity plus cash in exchange for getting 61 acres. The land and the cash combined at the time of the acquisition was valued at $32 million. And so if you spread that over the 61 acres and you look at it per acre basis, and the fact that our stadium site is approximately 13 acres, that acquisition cost at the time was about $6.5 million. Land has gone up, and the appraisals that we've done recently, and we will show these appraisals and disclose it to the public as part of a development agreement agenda item should we move forward and take that step after today's meeting. But the recent appraisals that we have had for the 13 acres have ranged from $38 million to $48 million. There are a number of assumptions in the appraisals. So the value today, based on our appraisals, is showing $38 to $48 million. But I wanted to disclose for the record and make it clear that the city did not spend $38 or $48 million in cash. We spent $2 million in cash plus offered land that at the time had a value of $30 million, and that was for the entire 61 acres.
And
So
does
what would-
that, if I might, does that increase in value have anything to do with the surrounding economic development that's taken place?
Absolutely.
I mean, if it had laid fallow and nothing had been developed there, the value of that piece of property would be much less than you have just quoted.
I believe that's a fair assessment.
So, so what is the value of the plot? That's not
So
30.
the appraised value, 38 to 48.
For that one plot?
For the stadium site, the 13.
The stadium, I should say site. Okay, thank you.
So this slide is meant to show more details of kind of where we've been in the public discussion at the prior two council meetings where we discussed in detail the terms, as well as where we're at today. And I thought this was a very important slide because, as you know, we had a number of town hall meetings. We had a town hall meeting in every ward, a lot of community meetings with stakeholders as well. And while the terms that we're discussing today are part of the public record and the public has had a chance to view them, those detailed discussions, which took place over several months, had some prior terms with some very different numbers and some very different risk points for the city. So if you look at on September 3rd, when we originally presented a proposal to you, we were looking at taking potentially a lot more risk than we're proposing today. And the primary reason for that is we were contemplating a general obligation bond up to $115 million, which would rely not only on money that the city would contribute annually, but also money generated from all the stadium events. And what was proposed at the time was $3 million would come from the city, and the balance of the debt payment, the balance of $8 million less $3 million or $5 million would come from the private side. Despite that, if for some reason the private side didn't perform, we were really absorbing risk up to $8 million annually. Very different risk profile than what we have today. We also were looking at a bigger city investment. When you look at the range of if the stadium performed versus it didn't perform, the total city investment would have been between $60 million and $129 million. Total public investment, including a proposed TID going to the stadium at the time, of $82 million and $151 million. October 1st, the deal was very different, and so we had proposed then that we were doing a smaller bond up to $46 million with a cap at $50 million, which would have required an annual payment of $3 million, potentially up to $3.5 million with coverage requirements. City cash of $14 million. That would have put the total city investment at $60 million, and then with $22 million in star bonds would have put the total public investment at $82 million. And again, this total public investment is upfront public capital, meaning when I start to build the stadium, how much is going into the bank from the public sector. Today, it's very different. We're looking at a total public investment from all the sources that I've described, the upfront public investment, so that this does not include the parking which we're providing as an in-kind, does not include the redevelopment agency taxes paid over a period of time, but it's the upfront capital of $56.5 million. The private capital, the $133.5 million, which is coming from Cordish Finley, our development partner, and then the new market tax credits. Again, that is a public revenue offset, meaning that Treasury has to appropriate those funds, but once they appropriate those tax credits, it's private dollars that are buying those credits and private dollars that are at the local level are being invested into the stadium. So the local total public investment up front to build the stadium is $56.5 million. That represents less than 30% of the cost to construct the stadium. As was pointed out in some of the prior slides, this does not include the cost of the land, but it does include all of the costs that the city is putting in to support construction of the stadium. It does include the support of the infrastructure costs. And so you see that the risk profile for the city is much different. Less risk is a good thing for the city. And in every deal that we structured, including some of those larger public-private partnerships that we mentioned on the redevelopment agency projects, we want the private money going in first. We want more private money than public money. A final point on this slide, and then I'll move on. We left out the acquisition cost of the team. That is still a big investment. The city is not putting any funds up for that. The acquisition cost of the franchise combined with funding the first few years of operations to get it going is in excess of $100 million, and that will be funded completely privately.
Mr. Arnn,
Yes.
Mayor, through you, the acquisition of $100 million to include the private investment of 143.5 is 200 plus, correct?
Correct. It would be, you would have to add $100 million to the $143 million line item.
Okay, so the private investor actually has more skin in the game, if not their entire body at this point.
Absolutely, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Councilman.
At risk of turning it into a Barlow Beers debate, given the fact that we've not seen a pro forma on the team, and given the fact that the pro forma for the stadium's largest revenue item is a somewhat mysterious payment from the team, I'm not sure that it's appropriate to include the investment in the team as a project cost.
Okay.
Okay, good, good. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Again, this slide really, it's meant to illustrate risk on the construction of the stadium and who's absorbing what risk. So we think, if you look at it, the risk on the private side has substantially shifted and is substantially greater today than it was on September 3rd or even October 1st. Wanted to recap the existing business terms. You have already seen this. These are the same terms that were in the term sheet on October 1st. These are in the term sheet as it's been submitted as part of your backup and for consideration today. The city's contributing the stadium site. We had a good discussion on the value of that to the developer. The developer is required to fund the design and construction costs, less the public funding contributions. I want to quickly come back to an astute point that Councilman Beers had noted. The premise here is that the building will cost $200 million. And all the parties, the city and our development partner, the Cordish companies and Finley Sports and Entertainment, are working under that premise. If for some reason, and we don't believe this is likely to happen, but if for some reason the costs were to be substantially different, we could be back at the table to negotiate a lesser amount, but in all likelihood, these kinds of projects usually go up in cost, not down. So what we're trying to protect is our risk and our downside risk, and our risk is if it costs more than $200 million, will the city have to put more money up to get the stadium built? The answer to that is no. We will not put more money up. So if for some reason it did swing and there was substantially cheaper to build for some reason, the premise of the deal and the good faith bargain that is on the table today is that we're putting our portion in given a $200 million project. So we are going to itemize those costs. We have a construction report that Whiting Turner delivered indicating the construction cost. We have an estimate of the design costs. There are a number of costs that make this stadium more expensive than the average. It's not the most expensive. Kansas City was more expensive. A stadium that just got approved today in Washington, D.C., they're talking about a $300 million build-out, including infrastructure. So it's not the most expensive. But we believe that we're going to cover those finer points in the development agreement that we're going to bring back to you, and I'm going to explain the timing of that at the conclusion of my remarks.
Mayor, just real quick, Mr. Arndt, if you would just go back to the previous slide and then come back to this current slide. So in total, as far as the taxpayers' piece of the development, what would the total be roughly?
Total upfront, $56.5 million.
Okay.
Except for the land, which we noted. We're putting that in for the stadium.
To include the land, what is the land cost? Because that was a question that has been asked time and time again, and I'm not sure if my colleagues have received the answer to the question. So if you will, provide us with the cost of the land.
The land cost to the city, $6.5 million approximately. It's valued much higher, but that was the cost to the city.
Okay. Okay. So if you include the land value on top of the city's investment, give me the
that would take it up to
rough number.
$63 million.
Correct.
And then finally, to Councilman Beer's point, a question came up, the redevelopment agency funding, that is public funding, how much is it over the life of what we're putting in? Realizing that there's no risk to us, we're only rebating back what
Correct.
is actually paid in taxes.
Right.
But that value is estimated to not exceed $7 million.
Not exceed
So-
$7 million.
Right. So
So
even
we're
if you
looking at
threw that in,
approximately
now we're
$70
at
million
$70 million
over the life of the loan.
Over the life of the project,
The
which
project.
is still less than where we were
Correct.
3 months ago.
Now follow me on this, because I'm looking at it from a risk versus reward. Okay? So we're at approximately $70 million. Now let's move to the next slide. On this slide, it states that the developer is required to fund the design and construction costs less public funding contributions, right? The developer is 100% responsible for the stadium operating costs. The developers is 100% responsible for the team acquisition costs. And also, a key piece that was left out was the developer intends to build $250 million of new commercial development, not to include a live entertainment district. So when you combine the 240 odd million, 240, did I say that right?
Correct.
240 odd million for the development, and also an additional 250 in new development. That's a combined cost of $500+ million as far as economic impact to the downtown community.
That is correct. You're approaching $500 million of private investment,
So
including
for $70 million
including the
of
team
taxpayers funded dollars, we're receiving for the life of the development in upwards of $500+ million of economic impact to the downtown. Is that accurate?
That's correct. It does include both the real estate and the acquisition of the team, so I wanted to make that clear. But that is the
But
private.
I'm just using simple math here, right? And I know it's a much more complicated process, but I would, any day, and any business person would know this, give up 70 cents in order to receive $5. So just something to think about in regards to the overall bigger picture of what we're dealing with here today.
Madam Mayor, with Councilman Barlow's permission, sorry, I didn't get my simple math very good in school and all this kind of stuff. Could I just ask, on the $250 that's been committed for future development of that area, is that land being paid for? Or are we letting them have land, or is it on the land that's going to be there already? I mean, I looked at all the, I don't have my map here now because you have it, I think, but on that map, then, I've had people come to me and say, look, I'd be glad to put in $250 million if you're going to let me have the land. So I just need to know for sure, so I can reply. Is that land, are we giving the land to get that $250 million development, or is that land going to be paid for by Cornish, who will be doing the development?
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilman Barlow got ahead of me on the presentation. I had not covered that yet. I'll cover it now. So we are still getting a private development commitment from our partner, $250 million. This private development is occurring on a part of the stadium site. So, and I'll point out the parcels because they're probably difficult to see from the overhead. But the entire site is parcels D, E, F, O1, and O2.
The pink.
And the stadium is going to be built on parcels D, F, what was the street between D, F, and E, and a portion of parcel E. So I'll draw an oval where,
I marked this.
Councilwoman, I'll draw an oval where the stadium is going to sit.
Okay. The stadium itself is going to sit on those two
Stadium itself
parcels.
will sit there.
And that's
So
what's
then the
really-
remainder of the parcel E, think of the northern half, northern third, that'll be available for new development. And then parcels O1 and O2, which abut the rail line, those are also vacant land. We are donating those, we're contributing those to our development partner in consideration of the global deal, in consideration of the total investment that's being made that Councilman Barlow so well framed. We are contributing
Well,
those
he was
parcels.
off on pennies there. I just have to tell you that, Mr. Barlow.
It's still closer to $5.70.
So
Well, I don't know.
May I weigh in really quickly, because one thing Bill didn't put on the list of investments that will be made, and it was a part of the presentation this morning on the agreement regarding the pedestrian connectivity along the Ogden alignment. There will be a city investment in that pedestrian overpass. There will also be private investment in that pedestrian overpass as a result of our current agreement with Forest City for the development of PQ and related to our transaction for the City Hall. So it's, in the small millions, somewhere between 4 and 6 we anticipate, some of which will be privately funded. But when you're doing your math, Councilman Barlow, you may want to add in another $3 or $4 million to the 70, given the investment in the connectivity issue, which has been of critical importance to Fremont Street Experience and many of the entities in that east of the tracks area.
What you're really doing, Betsy, you're taking away my thunder for the conclusion of my debate here. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
And Mayor, thank you. And to add on Betsy's comments,
Yes, Councilman Beers.
If I may, we're not getting $5 for our 70 cents. We had the opportunity to get about a nickel a year in property tax off the $5, but we're forgiving the property tax for as long as the RDA exists. So we're giving that up, and the $5 is being kept by somebody else, to which they are adding our 70 cents, I believe is a more accurate analogy. Also lurking in the back of my mind is concern that we still carry debt related to the improvements that the city paid for on the Symphony Park parcel. And at one point, the plan was to sell those lots to pay that debt back. And that is absent in this proposal. And we're still going to have the debt, and we're still going to have to pay the debt service. You could presumably, as we have been able to calculate a present value of the future cash flows of the property tax that we're going to be rebating, probably calculate the future cash flows required to service the debt that now will not have a method of being paid back, and increase the public piece of this a bit more. You're getting pretty esoteric there, I would admit.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
I have to correct something in regards to the property tax that was mentioned by my colleague. Bill, in the RDA, and we covered this in briefings, and I want you to relay everyone, I'm not going to say everyone, let me back up, let me digress. A lot of people believe that because they exist, their business exists within the redevelopment area, all of their tax dollars are attributed to the city of Las Vegas. You and I both know that's not true, but if you will please provide the calculation as to how the redevelopment area receives the property taxes and how it's appropriately distributed, and then I'll move on to my next statement.
Sure, and I'll ask Mark Vincent, our Chief Financial Officer, if I steer off course here to get me on course. Whether
Did you hear the question, Mr. Vincent?
No, I didn't, because I was chatting with Mr.
The question that I'm asking Mr. Arndt is the distribution of the taxes captured within the RDA, the new taxes captured within the RDA. A lot of people believe that all of the taxes are captured and the city of Las Vegas receives all of the property taxes. That's not true. Those of us that know that's not true. And so the question I'm asking is, please share the distribution of those taxes and how those taxes are spread out as it pertains to the redevelopment area. You understand my question?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman, as it pertains to the redevelopment area, two important things here is, what portion of the tax do we get? The existing taxes that were already on the roll when we put the area into the redevelopment agency, which for the core downtown was 1986, that was just under $400 million. All of those taxes that have been paid from 1986 to present against the existing tax base, they go to all the regular tax jurisdictions as if redevelopment did not exist. We only get the new taxes called the tax increment. And of the new taxes that come in, because there's some voter-approved overrides for public safety, we get about 75 cents on the dollar of those new taxes. About 25% don't come to us.
Correct.
And then even of that 75%, 18% is set aside for those other uses, low-income housing and educational facilities. It is for city projects, but kind of a loose way of thinking about it is all the new value that's happened in downtown since 1986, we get about 75 cents on the dollar coming into the agency.
Okay. And as that 75% on average comes into the agency, we're able to utilize that funding for a variety of projects to improve the quality and the development and the economic development of depressed communities, correct?
Correct.
Is that not what the RDA was designed for?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes?
I would agree, more specifically and tightly defined. I think the purpose of the increment is to combat blight within the redevelopment area lines. Improving economic activity is the most popular method of doing that, but from a 60,000-foot view, the point of the exercise is to combat blight.
That's correct. So these new existing business terms, the last point here kind of rolls into some of the new terms. I wanted to make an important note here. There's been a lot of discussion with our private partners throughout downtown and our stakeholders that are watching this project closely, not just for the stadium, but for the future development. And one of their concerns is they want to make sure that future development complements what they are already doing and does not compete with what they're doing or unnecessarily compete. And to that end, the city and our development partner intend to define in greater detail what commercial development would be built in conjunction with the stadium in our disposition and development agreement, which we'll be coming back to at a later date. This commercial development may include some necessary food and beverage and retail supporting the stadium, but will be implemented in a way to complement neighboring retail districts in downtown. And it's kind of footnoted here on the slide. We have some really important partners in downtown to which we're extremely grateful. Fremont Street Experience and all our downtown hotel partners, Fremont East Entertainment District, which is just exploding, the 18B Arts District, the Office District. All of these districts, it's really a collage of districts in downtown, and neighborhoods are what makes a downtown great. And so it's not our intent with this project to unnecessarily compete with what's already working downtown. So we address it here in general language, but we're definitely going to be addressing it in much more detailed language in the final development agreement. And I wanted to make that point clear, not only for you, but for our constituents, as well as our stakeholders and our downtown partners.
And I would add, too, in reference to the connection between, and when you addressed it at one of our prior council meetings, Councilman Barlow, that to make the connection between the east side of the tracks and the west side one big, large community. So that is what that connectivity and pedestrian or whatever type of connectivity is going to happen. It's to make it more inclusive rather than separate.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a slide to address just that. So now into the new terms. These are new terms which are in the term sheet, which is an exhibit to our second amendment to the E&A. The Tourism Improvement District, as was previously proposed, we had been considering putting Tourism Improvement District dollars directly into the cost of the stadium, supporting the construction of the stadium. With today's action, that is not the case. We're looking to use TID funds to support a new city-owned public garage, which will provide some parking for patrons of the stadium, but will also park the rest of Symphony Park and other visitors to downtown and to Symphony Park. So in other words, the TID will not be directly supporting the cost of the stadium. That's a significant change. That means that money, which we believe will be in excess of $20 million, will not go to the stadium. Finley Cordish, our partner, will have use of the garage, this garage, for stadium events. As I outlined earlier, they're going to have use of the garage at 500 Main Street. The $250 million are private development. The councilwoman had asked, what are we doing to get that going and support it? We're really doing two things. One, we are offering the land at no cost in consideration, again, of the global investment that our partner's making. And second, we are offering a partial to full tax increment financing note on the taxes attributed to the future private development. And this is similar to what we've done with our other private projects. We've done a structure very similar to this with our partner Forest City on the land immediately south of this building. And the idea behind it was a performance-driven incentive. If you move forward quickly, we will give you an incentive to accomplish that. If you don't, the incentive's going to go down. And eventually the incentive may go away. That's what we've done here. So following completion of the stadium, if that $250 million of development does not commence, if it commences within 5 years, we are going to offer the portion of the taxes we get from that private development back to the developer in the form of a note and offer that full taxes back to our partner. That's 100% of the taxes we get, or 100% less the 18% set aside. For every year they don't perform after the 5 years, it goes down 10%. And then at year 10, if they start by the end of year 10, then it's half of what we get in, or 41%. If our partner does not start within 10 years, they get zero from the redevelopment agency. So this is similar. It has a few wrinkles, but it's very similar to what we did with Forest City, and the concept and the premise of it is similar to what we've done with our other private partners in downtown. Another way to think of this is the stadium really is becoming a private redevelopment, private urban development project in downtown, and is looking more like the projects that we've historically done, like World Market Center, like Mulaski Center. So we believe this is a performance incentive. It's kind of a pay-to-play type incentive. If you put your capital up and move forward, there's an incentive. If you don't, you don't. Again, it's a TIF note, so we're not offering any cash up front. We're not offering any debt, any financing. It's only taxes we get in. We're also giving our partner a contingent right to develop additional development in Symphony Park on parcels C, G, and N. Parcel G is currently under contract with Citicorp Development for the Charlie Palmer Hotel. Parcels C and N are currently under contract with Newland Communities for residential development. In consideration of the large private investment that our partner is making, we have offered a contingent right to negotiate, not a hard property right or development right, but a right to negotiate for those parcels. And most other urban developers that have done this kind of investment usually have a lot more acreage as part of their deal than what we have. We have a 13-acre site where the stadium is taking up half or more of the site. It's not a lot of land. In other words, there's not a lot of private development potential for our partner. So we wanted to mitigate that a little bit by offering some potential rights downstream. Then finally, our partner has agreed to offer in-kind donations for the benefit of youth soccer participants. This could take the form of many things, one of which could be tickets offered at no cost to youth soccer. And it's our hope and it's our belief that should we move forward with this project, that our partner and the team owner would be a great asset for the community in promoting youth soccer and participation in youth sports. They want to be that kind of partner. So not only are they going to commit to that verbally, but they're also committing tangible value to support youth soccer in the community. Pedestrian connections. Mayor, you asked about this. This is a visual slide. This is a site plan of Symphony Park. And to the councilwoman, and I thank you again for letting me borrow your picture. We have another one up here so I can return your picture. But this is a...
However, the pink helps.
I did not highlight in pink. But this shows the site map today, and it shows all the parcels. And the bright yellow arrows that you hear, the bright yellow arrows that you see here are showing an existing pedestrian connection. So the yellow arrow on the left side of the screen, there's already an existing pedestrian bridge. Maybe one of the best kept secrets in downtown, but there's a pedestrian bridge connecting 500 Main Street Garage to Symphony Park. Makes it an easy walk from the east side of downtown into Symphony Park. We are planning 2 additional connections, one in the center of the campus and then one on the northern end of the campus. As Betsy had mentioned, and as took place on earlier items on the council agenda, there were some right-of-way items to prepare for that future connection on the northern end, highlighted there and labeled as new planned connection for stadium connectivity. We are working very closely with our partners that would help make this happen, including Forest City, as well as Boyd Gaming. I'd like to personally thank them for their cooperation. We have funds available through another source, not through my department, but through infrastructure funds available through City Public Works for various infrastructure throughout downtown. As you know, we have the rail line not just adjacent to this site, but it runs throughout downtown. And there's constantly a need to resolve right-of-way issues getting from one side of the rail line to the other for pedestrians, for vehicles. So there is some funding available, and our Public Works Director has indicated that there is funding available to build this pedestrian connection. And so all that's needed now is the cooperation of our private partners, which we believe we had, and approval of the air rights from the railroad, and we believe that's coming. We've already done that for the pedestrian bridge on the southern end of the site. So this was an important point that came up, I think, in all of our public meetings. How are people going to get there? How does this benefit the rest of downtown? Are we creating an island? Is this just going to be benefiting only people that come to the stadium and then leave? We think it's going to be the exact opposite. We think it's going to enhance downtown and actually drive additional spending on the east side of the rail line.
Your Honor, can I go back to that? Bill, would you point in the lower right-hand corner to Fremont Street going east from Main?
Right, so immediately left of that arrow, and I don't know that
we don't have a pointer. This is
I don't have a pointer since it's queued up, but if you see the yellow arrow, there's kind of a darker teal blue that's crosshatched there, and then you see a gray line that goes over the rail line. That's actually that was the desired connection. If you perfectly align the Fremont Street Experience canopy and the center line through the rail line and through into Symphony Park, that's the line it would take. It also would travel a path through an existing building at the Plaza Hotel, so they would have a lot to say about that. So that was the master planner's kind of dream alignment, if you will, or the perfect scenario. But there is the ability to land just north of there, either on property owned by Tamarisk or property owned by Boyd Gaming, Boyd has been actively working with us, and again, I appreciate their effort. So we think there is definitely a way to make that physical connection.
I'd like to just add, too, that it's our intent to have that should we go forward with the project, that we would have that project, that pedestrian connection completed before or at the same time as the stadium. So those two projects would be happening simultaneously.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Arndt.
My final slide, and introducing this slide, I need to make some statements into the public record with our contract. And I also have 3 copies of this contract, if I could provide those for the clerk. And I think this addresses, Mayor, through you to the Councilman Beer's question about what's changed from what was on the public record to what were submitted today. There's some minimal changes to the document. I'm going to read those. I believe only one of them is significant, and it's really a drafting error regarding a date. But I'll read those to the record.
Please do so.
So the document that I'm submitting, again, this has already been submitted to the public record, and the public has had a chance to review the documents. There's an amendment to an addendum, which is a second amendment to the exclusive negotiation agreement and pre-development schedule, and that's part of the backup. In that document, on page 1, the last paragraph, there's a phrase which says in caps, insert here. Those 2 words should be replaced with March 28, 2014. On page 2, paragraph 2, there are competing language on capitalized terms defining the stadium. There's 2 statements. One shows in caps professional stadium, and another that shows stadium. So we'd like to strike in that paragraph where it says stadium and instead use the 2 words professional stadium to be consistent. Next, paragraph 3 on page 2 needs a colon instead of a semicolon prior to paragraph 3A. On page 2, paragraph 3A, the last sentence should read, quote, but in no event no later than July 1st, 2015. It currently reads, but in no event, comma, no later than July 1st, 2015. Page 3, paragraph 3, section B, numerat 1, insert the term, quote unquote, professional in front of the stadium. Page 3, second paragraph, same comment as above. Insert the word professional in front of stadium. Page 3, last paragraph, insert the phrase, quote, in caps, new development team, in place of the term, quote, unquote, developer. And then finally, the term sheet, which is an exhibit to the Second Amendment, page 9, the last paragraph, the date should be February 18 in place of the date that currently reads February 20. And this is a good point to now bring us back to the action today. We had hoped to have a final development agreement to present to you today. We're not doing that today for 2 reasons. One is we've taken a lot of time to refine our public-private partnership in a way that we think is not only in the best interest of our partner, but our best interests of the city and our community to move this project forward. So that, as you know, has taken several months. Second, we actually held a lot of public meetings. And then finally, Major League Soccer has yet to make a firm decision on the awards of any additional franchises to any of the communities that are looking to host a Major League Soccer team. We do not have a clear, definitive time frame, but there have been a lot of public comments, and I believe most of these have been reported, where they intend to make a decision by the first half of 2014. So given all of that, the action that we're presenting today, and we're asking for
2014 or 2015?
I'm sorry, 2015. Thank you, Councilman. So the action that we're asking you to take today and what we're presenting is to approve the Second Amendment to the exclusive negotiation agreement and pre-development schedule, and incorporated therein is a revised term sheet which outlines terms that I've summarized for you today. And this revised term sheet modifies the term sheet that was approved on October 1st, and we believe follows the spirit of the motion that was made on October 1st. Second, it sets a target date for a final disposition and development agreement of February 18th, 2015, but gives latitude administratively to our city manager to extend that date administratively up to July 1st, 2015, given the uncertainty of Major League Soccer and their decision timeframe. We believe that this agreement essentially sets the terms of the financial deal and now creates a lot of work to finalize all of the terms in a development agreement. And I would reiterate today, as I did at the last several hearings, that throughout the document, the city will not move forward if a Major League Soccer franchise is not awarded to our partner. That is a contingency that can't be waived. If the team is not acquired, we won't move forward with the stadium. In concluding my remarks, I just want to kind of frame up 3 questions that came up in the public hearing and might help facilitate the dialogue with our listening audience and folks that wish to speak on the record. I'd like you to think about 3 things. 1, the opportunity. Councilman Barlow, as you had mentioned, this is why we're here. We bring public-private partnerships forward, and we try to bring great projects forward. And so the question is this project the right project for Symphony Park, for downtown, but also for the greater Las Vegas community? This would have a tremendous impact throughout the community. Second, the cost. Can the city afford it? We believe that the structure, the way we present it, shows that the debt payment annually is minimal. The upfront capital in relation to the private capital is minimal. And then third, finally, the public-private partnership, which is really another way of asking, is this a fair deal? Is it a reasonable deal for the city, given other stadium projects that have been built throughout the country to host Major League Soccer? To that end, our advisor that's advised us throughout the process, David Abrams with Strategic Advisory Group, is here. If you have any questions about how this deal compares with other projects throughout the country, it's worth noting that, as just was reported today on the project in Washington, D.C., they're looking to do something very similar. They're putting money up in form of funding infrastructure. They're offering land. So these are the types of things that cities do. With that, that concludes my remarks. I would mention that representing Findlay Sports and Entertainment, we have with us today Justin Findlay and Dean Howes. And then representing the Cordish companies, we have Zed Smith and Portellus. With that, I could open it for questions, but I know we do have a lot of folks here that have asked to speak on the item. So with your permission, Mayor, I think it might be appropriate to take public comment before we deliberate the item further. But I'd also like to invite our private partner, I understand Justin Findlay and Zed Smith have just a few brief remarks they want to put on the record.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for all your work to get us to today. We really appreciate it, to say nothing of the airfare back and forth.
And the jet lag.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thanks for your time. It's not this morning anymore, this afternoon and this morning. For the record, I'm Justin Findlay, managing partner for Findlay Sports and Entertainment. First, I want to thank Betsy and Bill and the entire city staff for the tireless commitment they've shown towards this project on both sides. This has been very complex, and we're battling through it. And we're very excited to be here on the brink of taking this very major step towards making this multi-purpose downtown stadium a reality, along with a Major League Soccer team. At this time, Findlay Sports and Entertainment is in full agreement with the term sheet, and we are partner to partner with Cordish. We're excited about our partnership, and we're ready to move forward. I think it's important to note that the league is monitoring closely our meeting, and they're anxious to see the result. And really, at this point, I don't want to drag the meeting on, but we are just so excited to move into this next phase. And really, what excites us the most is that opportunity to secure a team for Las Vegas. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Findlay.
Zed Smith with the Cordish Companies, and I just wanted to make a few comments. One, it's been just an honor to be here and to work here with the great people of Las Vegas. It's been a very long process, one that I think has really worked out in a very meaningful way. It's the political democratic process at its best. If you look at where we started and where we are today, I think we have a very fair and balanced agreement. I think at the end of the day, what we're going to be very pleased with is the project that we develop in terms of a sports franchise, as well as further economic development in Symphony Park. Councilman Bartlow talked about risk and reward, and we talked about a $70 million investment, but I think what he missed out on was the potential to develop these other sites, which I believe are estimated another $500 million. So we're talking about an investment of $70 million versus a return of investment potential of almost $1 billion. And I think that's a very good investment. I think the last time I was here, I showed you a slide of our efforts in Kansas City, where they built a new sports arena, and the multiple of investments that occurred subsequent to that arena being developed is borne out. And I think the same will hold true here. So again, we're very pleased to be here at this point. We have a great relationship with our partner, Findlay Sports and Entertainment. We look forward to a positive vote today that would send a very clear message to the league that Las Vegas is serious about bringing a sports franchise of Major League Soccer here. I'm a native of Washington, D.C. I'm very excited about what our city's doing, and if you haven't been to D.C., they've done the exact same thing that we're proposing to do here in Las Vegas. They've made the commitment with the baseball stadium. They're now making a commitment with the soccer stadium. And what's happened in that area is major development all throughout the whole area. It's called the Old Navy Yard. Major, major development. You wouldn't recognize the area from when I was a young man growing up in the city there. So I've seen the results of what can happen when cities come together with private partnership, making an investment, looking into the future for the good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Arndt.
Mayor, thank you. For the record, Bill Arndt. One thing I wanted to make absolutely clear before you open up to public comment is that the part of the action today is to approve the Second Amendment and the term sheet. The term sheet outlines the financial terms for the project, how much public funding we're putting in, how much our partners putting in. So this is the financial model. So should you approve this today, the financing for the project will not change. This is the deal. And then we're working on taking these terms and putting in more detail, defining all the things that arise out of those terms as far as the financing, the development schedule, all the requirements of the funding on the public side. All of that will go into the development agreement. But I wanted to stress the significance of this item, that we are asking for approval of the Second Amendment with the attached term sheet, which do contain these financial terms as we presented to you today.
And for a legal point, if I might, with the alterations, changes that you have addressed, detailed though they might be, does that make it a different, a third amendment? What does it do to it?
No, because it's being amended at the meeting, it remains the Second Amendment.
Okay.
And I'd just like to put on the record, Mayor, that both partners have agreed to the Second Amendment and the term sheet. And consistent with our conversations over the last several days, I think it's very important that we have the partners put that on the record themselves so that I'm not speaking for them.
So if you would, gentlemen, both come up, please, for the record.
Okay. I believe, Justin, we spoke about the term sheet. We are certainly in agreement with the term sheet, and as well as the Second Amendment. Okay. Justin?
For the record, Findlay Sports and Entertainment is in agreement with the term sheet and the Second Amendment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, what I'd like to do now, because so many of you have been working through this with us, and we've had all the public meetings that we've had, I don't want to, I'm going to open up the public comment. I'm going to limit everybody strictly to 2 minutes because we have a huge agenda and people here that are interested in other items as well. But please do not come up and repeat things that you said at other council meetings that are a matter of record already. Anything new that you would like to speak to, and I do have cards, but we would go forward. I'm going to ask the clerk to put this at 2 minutes. And if there's something that warrants questions from council, certainly I might extend that. So I have here, just for additional cards to those I read before, we have Paul Moradkin, Jennifer Lazovich, Russell Rowe, Ivana Kinsella, and I don't believe Mona Lisa Samuelson spoke. So let's go and let's put the timer on. And if you did not submit a card, you still have your moments to speak. So please go ahead and turn on the microphone for yourself.
This one? I'll take
Fine.
this one.
And repeat your name.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I live here in Las Vegas. I just moved, so it's 89120. I am here for other reasons. I've come down to a lot of the city council meetings, county commission meetings, things like this. And I'm here to remind you that not all of your public or your community is interested in having a major league stadium of any kind. Major League Football, Major League Soccer, it doesn't matter to us. It's Las Vegas. We have our singular charms, and we feel that any kind of development that you have that pulls away from the nightlife and the shows and the things that we have here for tourist attractions is money not well spent. So I just want to put that in there, number one. Number two, when it comes down to deals and making deals and remaking deals, we put our beloved Bob Beers on council for a reason. He has the experience and the expertise to walk us through these things and to highlight those issues which may or may not come down to the paperwork. Because this gentleman, this fine gentleman, stood up here and told us at one point that the value of the land that you were going to donate or give to him or lend him was at one point 38 to 48 million. But when asked directly by Councilman Barlow, how much of that money do we add onto this budget then to say that this is what we're giving? He replied 6.5 million. So I want to thank you. Bob Beers makes a lot of you guys look like you're sleeping. So I want to say good morning, Bob. And also, number three, I understand that this money is to start redevelopment and wake things up in this city. But your community is very tired of being sold out to big business. I want you to keep that in mind because you have other options. This money can go other places to really help.
Thank you very
in your
much. We appreciate it. Your 2 minutes.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moradkin, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. For the record, Paul Moradkin, Vice President, Government Affairs for Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak, Mayor. This project, as we know, has continuously evolved over the course of the year. The Metro Chamber is appreciative of the efforts by City Manager Betsy Fratwell and Director Bill Arndt for their work to provide regular updates on the development of this project. I also would like to go on the record and thank Mr. Arndt for accepting our invitation to speak to the Metro Chamber's Government Affairs Committee last week on the latest financial terms. This project has not been an easy undertaking, as it's changed course many times over the year. We have seen the scope for the project change from an arena to a stadium that would host soccer, the financial terms changing, and lowering the risk mitigation for the city with the private developers taking on more of the financial investment as they should. This has been good steps, but the work is not done. The Metro Chamber supports its investment in downtown and attracting new business to our area. However, by doing so, we need to look at several principles of good public policy in regards to the proposal in front of you today. We need to ensure that there's been significant public engagement associated with these new financial terms and amendments, the level of transparency, utilization of public dollars, and the need for the project. The community meeting several months ago on the previous terms demonstrated that there is a strong community interest for engagement and discussion on this issue. I will note that over the course of the last several months, the city has taken feedback and provided regular updates at council meetings regarding this project, which is appreciated. However, the Metro Chamber remains committed to the belief that there needs to be a significant opportunity for the public to review these latest terms and amendments. We have previously suggested a 2-week review period, and there will be community meetings held on these terms throughout the different city wards as previously suggested. If these are the final terms, then the next step is broad public engagement before the council approves these terms. While these are non-binding, it is an opportunity to clarify questions and continue to engage stakeholders, downtown business and interest groups. There also needs to be additional dialogue and agreements about connectivity, which we appreciate the comments from staff. There also needs to be additional dialogue about parking, traffic management, the use of development paths, the potential creation of another general entertainment district and not a live district, and the impact that we could have on downtown businesses.
And could you get to
Of
your
course.
last?
But again, I would like to thank the council for its opportunity and taking feedback from the business community, and we do hope there will be additional dialogue. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratkin and Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Russell Rowe here on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation. Standing here somewhat regretfully, actually. We did not anticipate staying here today. As you know, we've been rather vocal on this project since almost a year ago, January, and although recently, the last few months, we've intentionally tried to remain quiet. We think you certainly understood our position, and we did want an opportunity for the city to work with its development partners on working through these terms, which we hoped would get to a development agreement that we could review the terms and know the details. And as Mr. Arndt said, that of course didn't happen. And we understand that, but we do think it's important to get our comments on the record and our concerns to make sure they remain known. First and foremost is the entertainment district concept a critical issue not only to Boyd Gaming but to Fremont Street, as has been, I think, articulated by the city manager and by Bill Arndt as well. As the language is drafted in the ENA, it does not prohibit an entertainment district, and as we discussed, I think it was in our October, perhaps November meeting, what an entertainment district is needs to be clearly defined. What uses are permitted, what uses ought to be prohibited, and what ultimately creates an entertainment district, which I don't think it's the intent of this council to publicly subsidize the development of another entertainment district that would compete with what's been privately developed on Fremont Street. So that needs to be better articulated. We're not comfortable with the language in the ENA because it doesn't clarify what we thought would be clarified. We are comfortable with the comments that have been put on the record, and we do appreciate that, and we'd like to continue working with the city on what that language would ultimately become. Secondly, the connectivity, which obviously has been very well articulated here today. We're happy with the progress and the conversations thus far. They're, in our opinion, apologize, Mayor, I'll try to wrap this up, they're not fully developed enough, which is concerning because we've been talking about connectivity well beyond just a year ago, and we really need to advance these conversations if it's going to be a part of this project and how that's going to move forward. The parking, with respect to the parking garage and the TID, the way our reading of the ENA, there is a concern that if the stadium could move forward, but if the TID doesn't get approved or the funding models don't work, that you end up with a stadium and no parking garage, which then exacerbates things.
Thank you very
Mayor,
much.
thank you for indulging me on the additional time.
Appreciate it. And Ivana Cancela, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm Ivana Cancela. I'm the Political Director for the Culinary Workers Union, Local 226. I've been very quiet on this deal while closely monitoring it, and initially we opposed the project because of its use of public funds, and I give a lot of credit to staff and the Council for pushing this deal a long way on that. We're here today because in the process of talking about what our return on investment is as a city, we should really be thinking about the kinds of jobs that this project will afford our city. And as a union, we represent food service workers across the country in jobs like the kind that will be brought forward by this project. And what we have been met with from Cordish is a deal that is completely unworkable, that shows that there is not a commitment to the Las Vegas standard that workers have fought for in this town for decades, and that makes Las Vegas a great place to work. And unless that's changed, it becomes very difficult to support this kind of project. Thanks.
Thank you. And Assad Marina, please.
Hello. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Councils. My name is Assad Marina. I've been a resident of Nevada for the last 10 years. First time I came here as an exchange student about 13 years ago. So going back and forth, I'm still here. Played professionally for many years. So for the last 4 years, I've been as a technical director for the Heat FC, which is a local competitive club, and also a technical director for the Southern Nevada Soccer Association, which is Heat FC has currently about over 800 members, families that play competitively soccer, and also the SNSA holds over 4,500 members, participants every year. So as a technical director of those two organizations, on their behalf and on my behalf, I fully support such a project. I think it's great for this town, it's great for this community, it's great for downtown, and it's great for the players to be exposed to the highest level possible, to have something to look up for, to have players that they can look up for to reach the next level, the pro level or national level, whatever it is. As part of this project, I also know that there's going to be an academy which is going to allow players to play for free that want to get to the next level. As part of the academy, I know it's going to be more soccer complex because to run the academy, there's going to be more fields, and I know that they're going to build more fields and more complexes, which is going to benefit all the youth soccer all around. So on their behalf of my organization, all my members, I fully support this, and I support any tax they use for this, and thank you for your time and everything. Thank you.
Thank you for
Your
coming
Honor?
down.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Brief question. What percentage of your organization's games are played on City of Las Vegas fields?
A lot. Pretty much their highest membership of Nevada South Soccer Association come from us. So I know the last meeting they mentioned that they were speaking on behalf of everybody, but I do know that never been sent an email to us of what we think about it. So on behalf of my organization, we fully support such a thing, and I think it's a great project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow?
Councilman Beers asked a thought-provoking question that I want to elaborate on. How many youth play in your league, and how many coaches do you have?
On the recreational side, we have over 4,500 participants every year, so we do 2 seasons, all volunteer. So we do 10 weeks over spring, 10 weeks over fall, with a tournament in between. So over 4,500 kids, we're talking over 150 teams. That's all volunteer, and it's from Southern Highland, covers most of Henderson, and there's other part of town that come to our organization because it's run so nicely, and we do a lot for the kids. We offer even free clinics 4 times a year in the spring, 4 times in the fall, so we try to do as much as we can to help them in every way we can. And I still think that with this project, they're going to be offering even more, and I think it's going to help even more the youth soccer.
And no one corresponded with you or those teams in regards to what the temperature was for a development such as what we're discussing today?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
You mentioned that you never received an email.
Yeah, we never received an email from the Nevada Youth Soccer Association in regards to what our thoughts is. But I know last time they spoke in behalf of other members, and I do know that we never got anything from them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Okay, next. Yes,
I'm sorry.
sir?
I have one more question. Do you know where the boundary for the city of Las Vegas is? Because you mentioned geographic locations that are about 12 miles outside city
I
limits.
do know that our club has members from every district.
My question was what percentage of your games are played on City of Las Vegas fields? You said a lot.
Absolutely. We have about 70 competitive teams. So out of those 70, which means about 800 members, about 95% of their games get played in city of Las Vegas.
City of Henderson or
no,
City
of Las Vegas? At the Kellogg-Zaher, Betty Wilson, and other fields around.
For tournaments?
League, tournaments, everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Next, please, anyone else?
My name is William McCurdy. I am a member of the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission for the City of Las Vegas, former member of the Las Vegas 2020 Board. I like to go in support of this effort of the private and public partnership that is attempting to be done today because of the simple fact as also being a member of the Church of God in Christ Nevada Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction, which represent 38 pastors in Ward 5 and throughout the city. We believe that it will be an economic survival for the community, and we believe that it will be enhancing the quality of life of the citizens throughout the city of Las Vegas and Clark County. Many council members that in Ward 1, Ward 3, and Ward 5, we face economic downturns in our community is not as severe as in the affluent communities. But I am here to please insist and asking Councilman Beers and Councilman Anthony Scarlett to really reconsider, and Tartania really consider giving the Finley Group the opportunity of potentially moving forward to partner with the City of Las Vegas, because this is the best effort for the citizens of the City of Las Vegas. A lot of people say they want people to become gainfully employed, but if they do not give the city the opportunity to reach out to the private sector, we would never maybe get the economic train to help drive to full employment in the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you. And Ms. Lasovich, I didn't get, no, but if you'll just go ahead, please, and then Ms. Lasovich.
Stanley, Washington. Your Honor, there's no secret at all. This is a no-brainer when it comes to where soccer is today in the world and where Las Vegas should be positioning itself in the acceptance of soccer. The momentum of soccer worldwide, as explained, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in Brazil, whether it's in Africa, wherever it is, that's what time it is moving forward. So there's no question that this opportunity should not be missed to go ahead and bring this forward with the quality of applicants you basically have. Questions that need to be raised, and once again, who is going to benefit? Okay? Traditionally, in Ward 5, through the agency, before Bill Arndt's days, there has not been the level of engagement from the Ward 5 residents on the north side of the freeway, Your Honor. It just has not been. So once again, while this is a project for Las Vegas, this is a project for everyone in Las Vegas. And I now implore Councilman Barlow in the questioning to go ahead and let's put some teeth down now and make sure that this has not become the record that we know of all the other projects in the district. Didn't talk about much. I know I'm one of the only ones who bring that history up. Nobody wants to go there, but it's fact, okay? So as we bring this world-class facility to Las Vegas, it's incumbent upon you, Councilman Barlow, to make sure that we're participating. I'm talking about the African-American, I'm talking about the Hispanic community at the highest levels as this moves forward. Now, at the Ward 5 community meeting, Mr. Finley was very eloquent in indicating that he was not going to be like the rest. There was going to be way more participation, way more engagement. Finley is a homegrown product, unlike Forest City and unlike all the rest, even Whiting Turner and all the rest of them. They're homegrown. So he did come across. He does have a special feeling for us. But now that translates into action. Number one, I understand that it's going to be a union project. Well, on the school, the West Side School, it's both union and non-union. We still have a challenge with African Americans being in unions. How's that going to play out for the engagement part, Councilman Barlow, in terms of that? Secondly, on the booking, who's going to be able to book the stadium? Okay, is it the city gets the book, the developer gets the book? It's been stated that I will be an opportunity. You know, we're working with the international community on some things. There's only 20 days. There's 345 days that have to be accounted for, Your Honor. So on the international discussion, I would expect that to come into play.
Final
there you
statement.
Go.
Thank
Ready?
you. Thank you. Ms. Lasovich.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today representing the Las Vegas Premium Outlets. We appreciate the earlier dialogue between Councilwoman Tarkanian and Betsy Fretwell about our parking concerns. We remain concerned. It's two issues. It's parking and traffic during stadium event days. And recently we had an opportunity to have conversations with Betsy Fretwell about some possible ideas that the city could take to mitigate our parking and traffic concerns. And she gave some ideas that we're still thinking about, and we very much appreciate the creativity behind those ideas. But the best way for us to memorialize and address our concerns is through a parking and traffic agreement. which we know we didn't have time to get to prior to this hearing today. So we would ask that the city use your best efforts, should the stadium go forward, to enter into those private agreements with the Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall so that we can address those concerns. And unfortunately, because we don't have that agreement in place today, on behalf of the outlet center, we are not in support of the project. I have a letter that I'd just like to submit for the record that summarizes our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make comment, please come forward. Yes, sir, and please state your name. We don't need the address.
My name is Ray Garza. I'm the president owner of the I Love Valvey brand, and we're also the organization New Ad Marketing that has been involved with international soccer for many, many years. We spent several years with the United States Soccer Federation producing international games in the U.S., averaging about 40,000 people per game. We also produced the World Cup qualifying game that qualified the U.S. to go to Italy in 1990, but brought the World Cup here in 1994. I'm in support of this because we need an event, a stadium like this downtown, not only for soccer, but for all the international nationalities that can come from these events. We produced 3 events in Houston, Texas, and in California that drew 1 million people, in 3 events. And every one of these events was done in a downtown area. This right here is so important. I actually know Justin Finley, and I'm really proud of him because he's not someone that just brought this to people's attention. Their family's been involved with sports for many, many years, obviously. Thomas and Max, Boy Cashman, and so forth. But the thing that I want to bring to the attention of the City Council and Mayor is that they've invested in the Hispanic community with almost 1,000 teams, with the trophies, uniforms, plaques, and this has been, again, before this stadium happened. So these people are committed to the marketplace, and I think that this venue will bring more than just the soccer and the international attention. We televised our events, and they were televised to over 200 million people worldwide, so it brings international attention. It brings other nationalities to come in and do events, cultural events, city events, concerts, festivals, and so forth. So
Thank you.
I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record.
Hannah Brown, 4160 Squaw Creek Court. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here to speak in support of the soccer efforts. I'm here as a member of this community for 69 years. And I remember when downtown was healthy, and I remember when downtown died. And I remember also when we were discussing this building, the Smith Center, and especially the premium outlets. It was never going to be successful. It was a bad investment, and so on and so on. Obviously, we know that it's been proven that that was not true. I'm definitely, and obviously this building is an asset to downtown. I just don't understand why we are so opposed to growth. I'm very much supportive of Ward 5. I was able, through the Centennial Committee, as you know, to get a $4 million grant to redo my little grade school, and that's in the process. So I'm in support of anything that is going to uplift our city. And I think, having been here practically all of my life, I would like to see it change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please, and state your name, address. We don't need.
Good afternoon, Your Honor and members of the council. Jim Sala with the Carpenters Union here in Nevada, representing 7,000 members and their families. We've been watching this development pretty closely since the beginning, and initially we had some concerns about it, and I think most of those have been addressed and alleviated. As a matter of fact, I want to commend the staff and the council, those who were supporting the project and those who aren't. I think the kind of debate that's been going on about this project is the way government should work, and I think the deal that's on the table now is probably much better than we ever thought it was going to be. And yes, we're big fans of building stuff in the projects, but I have to tell you, we've always taken a big view. We're not down here all the time hawking every single project, but I think this is good for the community. I think it's good for the city. I think it fosters tourism. I think it enhances our international image, and we're one of the most famous international cities around. And it encourages future development and growth, which we obviously are fans of, and it puts some carpenters to work, which we like. Some of you know that I've spent some time in Utah recently, and they have a stadium up there that they built and opened up in 2008, right when the recession started. And the attendance there and what that's done for that community has actually been phenomenal. They use similar tax breaks and tax deferments in that process. And right now they're using it for MSL soccer, club soccer, playoffs, all-star games, USA soccer, international games. Now they're doing high school playoff and collegiate playoffs. And they're also using it for concert venues, except in the winter, because Salt Lake doesn't have the weather we have here in Vegas. And so we're in very strong support of this project. We think it creates construction jobs as well as permanent jobs in the future. It invests in our future growth. It invests in our kids and our community and our international profile. These kind of investments are not made without risk. Las Vegas was not built without risk. Most of the projects that are being done here in the last 30 years, people said, we're never going to work. They were improbable. How can you build a city like this? But it's time for us to diversify a little bit. And so taking no risk or thinking too small is not going to get us there. And saying no to every risk may be the biggest risk of all. So we support the project, and I urge you and the council to give us a chance to have a soccer team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Thank you.
How you guys doing? My name's Mike Sink. I'm a city of Las Vegas for the last 6 years. You know, moving here, I know that it's a city of lights, casinos, bars, and gambling. I do have a 14-month-old son. So on behalf of myself, my 14-month-old son, we support the stadium. We support a professional sports team. And not only do we rally behind the council, the city of Las Vegas, but Findlay Sports and Entertainment and the Cordish Group. On March 3rd, Councilman Barlow read a powerful message over the phone. And I want to put part of it on record because it has stuck with me since March 3rd. And it was on the city of Las Vegas's website. And it was the city's mission statement and the values and what action stands for. And I just want to read what action stands for because it's stuck with me since March 3rd, and I know you read it over the phone. So it's my first time to come in and hear him speak, but it stuck with me, and I want to put it on record. So action is achievement to act with excellence, continuously improve and accomplish goals. Creativity, to act with confidence and courage as we try new things and take risks and have fun. Professional sports team, as Ross said, we can't sit on our hands. We got to make a move. Now's the time. Teamwork, to act collaboratively, combining individual strengths and uniting around common goals. Integrity, to act with truthfulness and transparency. Ownership, to act with personal pride and accountability. And N is now. So the time is now. You build it, we'll come. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Vicki Higgins. I support a soccer stadium. I don't believe that the public should be supplying funds for it, though. With the parking and the traffic issues in that area, I question the traffic when we have special events in that area is already a major problem. So I foresee not full-time, but regular problems. The councilman member that mentioned that we have money in the city coffers to help decayed areas and improving our city. I think we have 23 schools that we could fill if we built them today. We have homeless members, many homeless in town. And we have pedestrian issues. We need crosswalks, we need markings. There are many other places that this public funding can go to, and I understand a portion of public funding going toward this project, but I just don't see the high amounts are feasible. Maybe we should look to our casinos or some of the buildings, some of the people that are going to really profit from the influx of people coming into town. And should this stadium go forward, I would like to see them make a commitment to donate back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please state your name, and if you've been up already, please only one shot. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Amanda Connor. Normally I stand in front of Council and commissions as an attorney, but today I approach you as a mother and a member of our community. I stand up here in support of the soccer stadium. I think that the important thing for the Council to remember is that it is your job to propel the city forward to be a great city for the future. And to have that vision, you need to think about what benefits such a development might have. And I think it's been pointed out that there could be economic benefits, but there are also benefits of uniting our city. You look at places like Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles that have MLS teams that the cities are now very proudly standing behind them. And I think even more important than that is this will benefit our youth. I am a proud mother of an 8-year-old son who, for the last 5 years, I have been on a soccer field every single weekend. Soccer is his sport, but even for kids whose soccer is not their sport, this shows them and gives them something to dream about that is tangible, that they can see here in their own community. And as has been pointed out in the presentation, these developers have committed to give back to our youth, $500,000 each year, and also the academy. What a great way to benefit our future leaders and members of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward. State your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Solorio.
Didn't you speak already?
I spoke 1 minute. Can I have 1 minute now?
No, not now, if you wouldn't.
I've listened to the debate. I can't speak for 1 minute. Everybody else got 2 minutes?
Oh, yes. Okay, a minute. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make it very quick, maybe half a minute.
Okay. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
1 minute. All right. So after listening to all the debate, I just want to make one point here, and that is what we have before us is an opportunity that we cannot let go. We need to redevelop our downtown. We need to bring culture to our community. This soccer stadium will do that. The investment is very low compared to what we get back in return. Our community needs this. We speak for it. We implore you to pass this and to also support this so that we can actually get the team to make this a reality. We want you to be cheerleaders in addition to your vote today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. On behalf of, I'm Thomas White, Laborers Local 872 Business Manager. On behalf of Laborers Local 872, their membership, which is over 3,000, family members, which is over 8,000, we support this stadium. Maybe selfish, I support it myself because my daughter has received a scholarship through learning soccer in Las Vegas and goes to college because of soccer here in Las Vegas. So on overall note, we support the building of this stadium. We want to commend the Finley and the Cornish Group for coming forward and doing this for us. On a bigger note, not only on behalf of Laborers Local 872, but on behalf of the Teamsters, the Carpenters, the operating engineers, iron workers, and the cement masons, we collectively have came together and we support this group as a whole. You're talking over 60,000 families, participants in all. I understand our brothers and sisters from the culinary at this time could not support this project. I understand why. Our position is we need to build it, and we will be more than happy to support the culinary in their endeavors to fix their issues. So on behalf of all those that are involved with the laborers and the new coalition that has been formed in the construction industry, we are more than happy to endorse this project and push it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. For the record, my name is Modesto Gaxiola, and I represent the hardworking men and women of the United Union of Roofers, Waterproofers, and Allied Workers, Local Union 162. We're also one of the 16 affiliates of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council. I spoke before you back on October 1st at the meeting, and we've followed very closely the progress of the arena. Obviously because it affects our membership. Also, it affects other construction unions. Before I start, I want to commend you for doing your due diligence. There was some spirited conversations, and I believe that that's needed in order to go forward. So thank you for that. Mayor Goodman, your husband, ex-Mayor Oscar Goodman, left the City Council some big shoes to fill. Ex-member Mr. Goodman had a vision to revitalize the downtown corridor. His vision was realized through support of other council members, speaking with the business community, and obviously being innovative. You have that in front of you today. When I spoke before you back on October 1st, we were on the fence because we weren't sure whether we would get an agreement with the Finley Group in getting a collective bargaining, not a collective bargaining, but a PLA signed or a community workforce agreement signed. We're confident that that may come to a flourishing. So that being said, I, on behalf of our membership, support this and ask that you go forward, and we request a yes vote on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hello, my name's Adam Hirschman. Been a resident of Las Vegas for 7 years. I just kind of wanted to throw in my 2 cents. You've got a partner.
Yes, could you remove your hat, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
You've got a partner in Mr. Finley that's fantastic. I don't think anybody could ask for a better partner to support the community. The opportunity that you guys have been given is fantastic for everyone in Las Vegas that has a family or has any passion for a professional sport or even a college or amateur sport. Honestly, I think it would be an indictment on the council and on the people who voted for you if you let that slip through your fingers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morning. Or afternoon.
Good morning, City Council. I'd like to thank Councilman Beers for his accounting skills and looking after, the public's interests. My name is Gary Cashone. I was here on October 1st where I guess the statement was that the order was to promise, their goal was to promise not to use any public money, and that wasn't achieved.
No, it was to the quote, the direct out of, and I'm going to take this off your time, the direct quote was to move towards.
Oh, move towards.
Yes.
I see.
However, Mayor, I just want to state there are other of us on this council that heard it differently, and I haven't had time to check it, but it was somebody who said it, and then I said, no, it has to be, and then it was repeated, no public funding. I just think that has to be the record for some of those who are council members who had heard it that way.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilman Tarkanian. So I just wanted to state that that goal was not achieved. When I was here on September 3rd, I heard the people from Cordish and Finley, they'd say, that's how it's always been done. In other words, the public-private partnership. But just because it's been done so many times throughout the country does not mean it's right. And so many times all over the country, it's been a negative for the taxpayers, for the citizens of the cities. I mean, Miami is probably the worst. But all over the country, it's been a negative, it's been a drain where they've taken resources from needs of the people, for health care and other needs of the people, has been diverted away. All of us in this room, none of us are going to live long enough to make all the mistakes there are to make in life. So if we could learn from other people's mistakes, we're going to be that much farther down the road. And so we've seen time after time all over the country, this has been a negative. I mean, maybe there's a few cases it's been a positive, but I would say over 90% of the time it's drained money from other necessary resources. So if we could, the city of Las Vegas can learn from all these other cities that have made these mistakes of funding multimillionaires for, you know what I mean? Funding multimillionaires for we have to borrow from bankers to subsidize and enrich multimillionaires. That's a mistake, and that's pretty obvious. And most people can we could all forgive the council members or anybody for honest mistakes. We could forgive you for that. But this is not an honest mistake. This is clear that this is a mistake. What else? So essentially, we should not be borrowing from bankers to enrich multimillionaires. How when the city, I guess Councilman Beers has already told me that the city of Las Vegas has a debt payment of $200,000 a month on the existing land, and it's his opinion that this is not the best way to get out of that huge monthly payment. Maybe that's the reason the city of Las Vegas just gouges the citizens with these outrageous tickets. I mean, I met someone the other day, got a ticket for $724 on Lake Mead by 215 in this speed trap going, it's 45 and then it goes to 35 for no reason, going 7 miles an hour, $725. So what's it going to be? I mean, are we going to have
Okay.
$3,000 tickets for going 7 miles
I did give you
over?
some extra time that I took from you, and 2:15 out there is out in the county.
That's what I'm
so-
afraid of. I don't want, $5,000 tickets for not putting your turn signal on?
Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
coming down. Anyone else wishing to speak? What we'll do at this point, I want to hear from council. I'm going to close the public hearing at this, all right, yes, just before I got the last word out.
Lou DeSalvio for the record, Mayor, Council. I don't want to reiterate what my colleagues had said before, but I spent some time last week in Sacramento for my 20th wedding anniversary. And the talk of that town, every single day on the news, was today, right here. They are waiting for your decision to know what they're going to do. And I couldn't believe that here I go 800 miles away, and I got listening to stuff going on in Vegas. So with that said, I would hope that this city council do what the people did before us. They made sure they lived up to a motto of, we are the entertainment capital of the world. And I hope after today's decision, we continue that legacy. Because if we do not vote the right way today, we're going to run into the issues where other states are going to pick up what we should have already had handed to us. So with that said, I hope that you guys support this. As Tommy White said, Local 872 supports it, and all the basic crafts support it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we'll hear from council. If there are comments, Mayor Pro Tem, you'll start.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a pretty complicated term sheet. Lots of plates are spinning, and as already been mentioned, Councilman Beers is pretty good about asking questions about those plates. The one thing I've been focused on from the beginning is the public funding aspect of it. I've been against public funding for this project, and I'm still against public funding for this project. And if you were to put it to the vote of the people in the city of Las Vegas, I guarantee you it would be overwhelmingly voted down to support public funding for this project. I guarantee you that would be the case. But I do have a couple of questions from Cordish or Finley, whoever would like to answer these questions. When we started this process around September, the initial term sheet was and I have to interject here, the Cordish company, they're very smart businessmen. And one of their jobs, and I respect them for this, is for a project like this, they want to get as much tax dollars as possible to fund the project. I respect them for doing that. That's what their business model is. And that's what they're trying to do here. And in September, the initial proposal was $130 million taxpayer dollars, and for the city to own the stadium. And I'm very happy we didn't approve that. In October, it was reduced to $60 million, and the developers were going to own the arena. And the motion was made, and I know there's a little debate on the motion, whether it was to eliminate public funding. It says in the executive summary, it says work towards the elimination of public funding. But in the last 2.5 months, the only thing that's happened is we've reduced this by $3.5 million. So that's not even close to working towards elimination of public funding. So I'd like to ask one of you gentlemen to answer the question is why didn't you follow the motion to eliminate public funding, or at least work towards elimination of public funding, since that's the direction that you heard from the council? Anybody want to answer that question?
And while he's walking up, I'm going to read exactly the quote. Approve the term sheet with instruction to work towards the elimination of public funds prior to the final DDA being brought back in December. Negotiate the DDA with that in mind, and to include the commitment of Cordish to invest an additional $250 million into the DDA. That's a direct quote, no other change to it, no addition was concluded.
So my question is
Sometimes mistakes are made, Mayor.
So my question is reducing this by $3.5 million, working towards the elimination of public funding.
Well, I want to go to your first comment, sir, Zed Smith with the Cordish Company, and you talked about
our business model. And our business model really goes back to our expertise and the types of projects that we take on. As I had mentioned earlier in my testimony, the last time that we were here, I gave you multiple examples of situations where we were asked to come in and develop, and essentially very similar to situations to what we have here, where the city had basically given up on parcels of land. We came in, took the risk, and developed those projects, and at the end of the day, the city had a great return. And this project holds some of those same elements. We're coming in, the city is trying to move a development forward. There are risks here. An additional risk here is owning a team, paying for a team. So there's a lot more risk involved here. So when you talk about our business model is in part assessing risk for developing tough projects. And I think when you look at our track record across the country, cities call us because they are in a process of reinventing themselves, reinvigorating their downtowns. There are not a lot of companies out there that do what we do. So it's all about risk. You're taking risk, and we're taking risk. With respect to when you look at, and I think Bill Ernst had a slide up there that shows how this deal has moved. And there has been a shift of risk. As you stated, we were looking at $100 million on the city's balance sheet, but the city was getting revenue back against that $100 million. So there has been a movement. And when you look at what the city is committed to doing right now in terms of dollars and cents, in terms of cutting a check, those numbers have been reduced drastically. That risk has shifted to us. But we believe in this deal. We're always measuring risk. We see the outcome being very bright here, and we're prepared to take that additional risk on.
Okay, but it was the last meeting, the motion was to work towards eliminating public funding, so I guess that couldn't happen?
No, sir.
You couldn't do that?
Yeah, couldn't do it.
Okay, you could not eliminate all. So what about the $250 million that you committed? You can't take $50 million of that and put it into the stadium and make everybody happy?
Sir,
you can't do that?
There's got to be returns on every dollar that we spend. I think, and I want to go back to my point earlier when you talk about risk here. Councilman Barlow talked about $70 million of risk here. I think as we see this development, there's an opportunity to activate development that has been stalled for years. And I think that's where you have to look beyond where we are right now. With this stadium, I think what you'll see is those developments move forward. You'll see us move forward. So I think the prospect of what we're investing now versus the return for the future is much greater.
It just seems like we wasted 2.5 months when we could have resolved this in September by just saying you can't eliminate public funding. We could have voted on it then. So I
think what we see, sir, is that along the way, it's gotten better for the city.
Okay.
Without fail.
Thank you. And just one other comment, and this is for, I don't know if you would want to comment. Thank you. You can go sit down. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. What we're talking about doing here is, Betsy, and I'll tell you, you and your folks have done a great job. You were told, I don't know when, a year or two ago to negotiate a term sheet, and this is the best you could do with the developer. So I appreciate all the work you and your folks have put into this. But what we're talking about doing is taking out a $50 million bond, and $25 million of that would go towards the stadium, and the other $25 million would go towards park projects. But the flip side of that is we're not going to spend an additional $25 million on parks. Instead of $50 million, we're going to spend $25 million. And since I've been on the city council, I hear it all the time. We don't have enough parks. Our parks are falling apart because we don't have money. There aren't enough parks for kids to play on, to walk their dogs, to play soccer. So we are. I'm glad we're going to spend $25 million, but we're going to give $25 million to a private developer to build something for the developer, instead of spending $25 million for the public good. And I know it's not as flashy as the lights on the stadium, but I want our kids to have the best parks in the country. And right now, in some areas, that's not the case. So that's why I'm going to still vote against this. I want that $50 million to go completely to the parks and other park field type projects in the city of Las Vegas, and somebody else can build a stadium. So you don't need to respond to that if you don't want to, but correct me if I'm wrong on any of that.
I would just say that one of the things that we did weave into this agreement, and if you go forward with approval today and we go into development agreement, the investment that the city would be making in the stadium would result in our beneficial use of that facility for things that might address some of the things that one of the speakers spoke about that other community facilities like this are used for. Could be state championship playoffs, could be a variety of different things. So the city would have access for field-related activities, but also other community-related activities for the investment of that $25 million bond. We would actually have a property right associated with that investment of the $25 million bond that would ensure that we have that access for nothing more than the cost of turning the lights on, and we would be able to retain that benefit. I won't go into the prioritization discussion. I mean, this is something that is on you as council people to decide the use of these funds for the highest and greatest priority and benefit to the community. But I will tell you that we did try and address the issue of the public benefit through these negotiations for that investment in this facility to ensure we had use.
And I appreciate that you brought that up. That's accurate. I just think this $50 million should be used for the general good. And you're right, it is a policy statement. So I'll be voting against this again. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think that our city manager nailed it. It's a prioritization decision for the council. It's that simple and that complicated. I would have a question for Mr. Jerbick. Mr. Jerbick, from 2009 until my election to the city council, I served on the board of directors of the Las Vegas Monorail Company. The governor at the time appointed me to that board, knowing that insolvency was right around the corner, and had asked that I do my best to ensure that taxpayers not take it in the shorts, which I believe I succeeded in doing. Investors were harmed in that bankruptcy, but no taxpayers. So my question is, sometimes in complicated business deals, when a business goes bankrupt, partners can get pulled in and held financially responsible. What protection does the city have against that happening here, should the worst case happen?
I think our exposure in this case, it'd be for any bond issue. I think if your question is what happens if there's catastrophic failure, the team leaves, team goes bankrupt, the stadium is insolvent, what's the city's liability for it? I've got Nick in the audience, I believe, on behalf of the city. Nick, are you here? Can you and Terry come up for a moment? I don't know if either of you could answer it better than I can, but I know if the question is, were there to be a catastrophic failure of this economic model and there weren't a team to fill the stadium, ticket sales were below projections, all the various things that I think the councilman is suggesting, what would be our maximum exposure under this contract?
Nick Niarchos for the record. Good to be here. Well, obviously you have the bond issuance, but I don't think you're looking at any revenues now from the stadium operations to service those, because you have no interest in the revenues generated from the stadium. If you ground lease the land to the developer in lieu of conveying it to them, and then at some point in time, the worst case happens, then you would effectively, one way or the other, have some kind of interest in that stadium if it were to close. If you convey them the land, either way, I think it is for no consideration under these models. Then if for some reason the stadium would close, you wouldn't really have that kind of, you may not have a legal liability, but since you own the land under it, in a ground lease situation, then you may have some kind of either moral liability or just a practical liability to secure it. Other than that, I don't think there's any connection with the city to the ownership of the team or the financial risk related to the team. You'll have, contractual obligations in connection with the development of it, but once it's developed, if you do the ground lease, you'll be their ground landlord, they'll be your ground tenant. If you convey it to them, then you really will have no ongoing interest in the project, or I hope, and I think no ongoing exposure, either legally or morally or financially, unless at that point you'd want to do something.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Betsy, I would like to request that we place on the agenda on the January 7th meeting an item for the council to place an advisory question on the ballot at the next general election in 2015, the next general city election, to adopt a resolution calling for an advisory question on whether or not the citizens think this is a good idea. That is in accordance with NRS 295.230 sub 2 and a couple of other sections around it. I'd like to work with you and the city attorney on the language for such a resolution over the next couple of weeks. And from my perspective, I'm kind of on board with Mayor Pro Tem Anthony. I think my recollection on the videotape, it's actually not my recollection, I went back and watched the videotape, and the way the motion went down was Councilman Barlow made a motion to work toward the reduction, and Councilwoman Tarkanian choked, or made a choking sound, and said, elimination. And Councilman Barlow said, okay. And then the rest of the motion came out of Councilman Barlow's mouth. So it was a little, it could, when you put the words together, it says work toward the elimination, but when you watch the videotape, it's pretty clear how a member sitting up here could have understood that to be eliminate public funding. And I think that's where that confusion came from, and it's where it won its 6-to-1 favor amongst the council. I think this term sheet, if you pull all the ancillary new parts in, the forgiveness of future property taxes and present value of that, the land and the rest, I'm not entirely convinced that this proposal doesn't actually slightly increase the public funding from what we were contemplating on October 1st. And so I will join Councilman Anthony in a no vote for passage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate everyone's comments. I appreciate everybody that's come down here today, specifically the trade organizations that spoke on record in favor of this. And I'd like to point out, Mayor, that Mr. White also sits on our Parks Commission for the City of Las Vegas and serves at Ward 6. That being said, I'm going to read some numbers off to you, and then I'm going to probably, through you, Mayor, ask these guys a couple of questions about some comments that were brought up. Initially, when we did our first public comment section, someone got up about jobs, and I'm having reviewed and had Ms. Fretwell provide me with the document that, it's in our book, by the way, our document that Mr. Findley had produced. This is a third-party AECOM analysis of the stadium, and I'm just going to throw some numbers out here. Jobs for operations, actual employees at the facility, just under 1,100. So, and room nights, Mayor and council members. And Mayor, you and I know how important this is, as we both sit on the LVCVA. 249,000 room nights, based on AECOM's study. State and local taxes that we currently don't generate or receive today, $9.2 million annually. Construction jobs, just under 1,200, and I think that's a low number. Mr. Schmidt from Whiting Turner is not here today, but I think I gave him that challenge to get us a better number. Those are pretty dang significant to me as a city councilman representing this city. And the economic growth and development of the things that we hold so dear as a redevelopment agency as well. I would like, Mr. Smith, would you, with the mayor's permission, would you come back to the microphone, please? A couple of things I want to address that were brought up that should probably be enhanced a little bit.
Yes, sir.
The Live District. last meeting, you put on the record there will be no live district. Am I correct?
That is absolutely correct, sir.
And I'll hold you to that. How are you going to address the culinary union's issue? And I don't see Ms. Consuela here any longer, but I'd like to know, how are you going to address that issue?
Sure. Well, I'd certainly appreciate the time that I spent with you and the mayor and Betsy and Councilman Coffin regarding the culinary union. I will have to go back to our history as a company and how we value, that process of creating good-paying jobs. With respect to the culinary union, I expressed yesterday that there were some documents that went out unbeknownst to me, and I did my best to rectify that. We worked until 2 a.m. this morning, hammering out an agreement that we thought was fair. We sent that to the culinary unions this morning, and I understand that they have some comments, but I'm here to say that we will continue to work very hard to get there. And again, I have to go back to our track record here. We were very successful in other jurisdictions, negotiating agreements with Unite here, and we're committed to doing it here as well.
That is significant to me, and you know that.
Yes, sir, I do.
As we had our discussion yesterday. So I would highly recommend you continue that down that pathway in discussing the operation with them. And now, since Mr. Schmidt from Whiting Turner is not here, he also put some things on the record last time as well about being union built. Can you address that, please?
Certainly. As you know, we had a number of meetings with them prior to our October meeting. I think we have in spirit and an agreement that we're going to continue along those lines, execute a labor agreement, and we're very much committed to that.
You got all these union construction workers.
I know, and I appreciate all their support today.
They're going to hold me to holding you to that, you know that.
Exactly. I know, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking forward to voting on this item.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I hesitate to speak before Councilman Barlow because he's going to speak so emotionally and hard on what he believes in. But I have to state that when I first was elected, I said I would represent the people. I told them that as I ran for re-election. I feel I've done it all these years, and I am not against soccer. I can see the excitement of soccer. But I have, in all these months, every time I have gone out and spoken to neighborhood groups, spoken at holiday meals that we've provided, spoken at any place, I have asked, do you want a soccer team in Las Vegas? And the answer I get continuously is not if it uses public funds. And I have to stick with the group which I represent and say that I will also be voting no. But if this passes, which I expect it will, I hope it succeeds, and I hope it offers every single thing everybody here wants, every single thing every council member who's for it wants, and that we do have excitement. But I will tell you that Ward 1, almost without exception, if I have a group of 45 people, I'll have one person who will be for it using public funds. Everybody else has been against it, and I've done this continuously with staff members throughout the months, and so I have to hold with their desires, and that's what it will be. And now we're going to have Ricky give you a nice, passionate speech on the belief in soccer.
Okay, thank you, Council. And what I'm going to do, because this is in Ward 5, I'm going to let Councilman Barlow speak last. I'm going to ask Councilman Coffin. Then I would like to make some brief comments, and then it is Councilman Barlow in your ward.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask one thing on this disagreement with no public monies or working towards? Mr. Beers, did you say you listened to the tape, you watched the tape of the motion? And I did say at an earlier meeting that I thought probably it got garbled. I remember Betsy standing there, and I remember the first thing that was said by Ricky, and so I could see the misunderstanding there. So I understand what's happened, and I just wanted to tell you, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Gosh, luck.
Thank you. I've sat silently today. Trying to absorb all this. I feel that I have an answer, but I want to ask a couple of questions of staff. Betsy, you're closest. Betsy, does this contain any tax increase on our residents?
No, it does not.
That would be no sales tax increase or property tax increase?
No, it does not. It does contemplate a bond, which would require repayment regardless of situation. But we are not recommending at this time a GEO-backed revenue bond. We're recommending a pure revenue bond, which would be backed with sales tax that is distributed to us through a formula from the state. And so it does not require property tax backing.
So if a revenue bond failed, not a GEO revenue, but a revenue bond fails because someone can't pay, because there's a slightly higher interest payment from the market usually awarded to a bond like that, where does the risk fall then when something goes wrong?
Well, obviously, it will fall on the city. If, you know, in a worst case kind of scenario, and Mr. Vincent may want to weigh in on this, but, you know, we have experienced times where the sales tax has dropped precipitously. We felt that 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. It was a pretty dramatic drop. Depending on the size of the bond that the city council decided to sell, whether it be 25, 50, whatever that amount is, obviously sizes that risk. If we lost all of our sales tax revenue, then we would obviously be using different sources to pay those bonds. So that could be any of your other general fund sources of revenue.
Would that be on a pure revenue bond?
On a pure revenue bond, and Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of the sequence it would go. You'd use what we're anticipating is we would use the room tax revenue that we receive through the interlocal distribution from the LVCVA, first priority. If that failed to perform, then we would resort to sales tax. If there were no sales tax, then we would resort to other tax sources that we have. But we would not have a bonded obligation to raise property tax, which is what a GEO bond does.
Yeah, just this is for the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer. Betsy's correct, but the big distinction between a GEO revenue and a pure revenue bond is just a legal issue, and that is we can't be forced to use any other revenue source, thus the higher interest we'll pay. But there is certainly a moral obligation on our part, and I think, you know, before we would ever default on anything, we'd have a serious discussion. Just to point out, though, as Betsy indicated, you know, the payment on this bond is anticipated to be in the $1.5 to $1.7 million annually. It's a very small fraction of our general fund budget. It's certainly less than 1%, way less than 1%, and the risk of us having to dip into other resources is highly unlikely, although obviously possible.
Okay, thank you. So in the discussion of public funds, which I think is a paramount thing, it becomes important as to who's paying the bill, what kind of public funds there would be. Now, I've been a little worried the last couple of years since Councilman Beers joined the council, because he and I have been voting a lot alike, and it's really worried me over the years because our history was not that. But now he's become beloved by at least one witness today. So, you know, I have to say it to Beers, he has truly earned his spurs here. If he got me supporting him, and now I'm so glad there's something we can split on, because I was worried about that man crush that might be developing. It's gone. When we talk about public involvement in ventures, I want to remind people, not only the people who read the newspaper and who somehow get through the social media quandary out there, because there's so much misinformation with the good stuff in there like gold nuggets. What probably the general public doesn't remember, but it probably subconsciously would understand, and that is that for at least 32 years, 31 years to be exact, the official policy of the state of Nevada has been to encourage the use of public funds, the use of public assets to promote economic growth. That started with Governor Bryan and has been seconded and thirded by legislature after legislature and all governors since. That It was Governor Bryan who started economic development in a formal fashion at the state level and really compelling the local governments to be involved because we needed to diversify our economy. We recognized in a recession that was going on in 81 and 82 that we were too dependent upon the gambling industry. And even now today, you hear people say, if this is so good for all of us, why don't the casinos pay for it? If this is such a good deal, why don't the casinos invest in it? And I'm really tired of depending upon the casinos for my entertainment here in Las Vegas. You know, I love and I will not refuse any investment by a casino into a business here. Why, who would? Because in their current business model or their current business plan, that would be what they see fits their corporate interests best. So if they want to create a Wet and Wild for me and my children, if they want to create a park out at MGM, if they want to have a golf course at the old Dunes, if they want to have a golf course at the old Tropicana, if they want to have dozens and dozens of public welcome, great entertainment features here in Las Vegas. Caesar's Palace had a wonderful series of Grand Prix races. Every one of these features has been taken down. Sometimes things come back and sometimes they don't. But you know, you and I speak of you and I as council members and the public that cares about this, we don't really have a say in whether or not we get to keep this for us or our children or our grandchildren. It just comes and goes based upon the business plan in the 21st century terminology business model of a corporation with distant ownership, sometimes local management, but frankly, we have seen an enormous change, a sea change in who owns casinos. When I grew up, and even into the early 80s, you had maybe 20 casino operators. Now you have 4 or 5. One decision made around a bridge table can affect the economy, can affect the well-being of the entire city. Generally speaking, they make good decisions, but some have failed. Some have borrowed too much. Some have leveraged themselves almost beyond the point of no return. And it is not in their business model to continue to do that. So they will change their business plan. In the meantime, here we are with an official policy to use our opinions, our resources, and our intelligence at least, to try to find a way to create growth, not dependent upon casino development. When discussion of an arena came up downtown, I thought that didn't make sense because we had an arena at Thomas & Mack. We have one at the MGM. There's going to be one out there now on the other side of the street, but at present, you know, it's not completed. But the use of these things can change. At the Orleans Arena, they've had all kinds of uses. For years, the great little hockey team played out there, developed a huge following. But then the Boyd Corporation decided to change their business plan, and the hockey team was left with no place to go. So that is the risk you run when you depend upon the wealthy in your community and the influential entities, whether they be individuals or businesses, to really control your destiny. So I say that really we have to take control of these kinds of things, and the public will forgive people who invest their dollars in the kind of ventures that benefit lots of people when they understand that that is the policy of the city. That is, they have a stake in that policy. They're paying taxes. They put us in office, and they can remove us. But they know at least that it'll be a gigantic public decision if a public arena or a public stadium is contemplated to be removed or destroyed. When this switched over to a stadium concept with the introduction of the Fendleys, I was intrigued, and it wasn't arena. Now, I don't think the Cordish people did a very good job over the 3 or 4 years they controlled the debate on this. Such a debate as there was, it really wasn't. It was very quiet. In fact, in the first 2 years I served on this council, I didn't meet anybody from the Cordish group. So When Finley's came along, and I know them personally, I went to school with Cliff, I know that there is a group that has accumulated some wealth the old-fashioned way. They didn't inherit it. They got it one car at a time. So, you know, that was a wonderful counterbalance to a group I did not know, a group with a reputation for building things and also a family-run company, but a mystery to me and a mystery to the entire community. So that's the Cordish side of things. Well, let's fast forward a little bit. Now, we have an opportunity to invest public funds, and I look upon it as an investment. I don't look upon it as a risk, but in everything you do in life, there's a risk. But I consider the risk to be minimal, considering the reward potential. We have a chance here to leverage our public funds without a tax increase in either sales tax or property tax. The taxes that are contemplated will, in large part, have to be coming from tourists because that is the reason for a stringent justification for these kind of taxes. So we're going to have a revenue sharing here. We're going to have an expense sharing, if you will. We're going to get tourists to help provide us with an entertainment district. And they can't tear it down, but we will retain the rights to moving this thing along. Thomas and Mack is a good example of public dollars being used, but casino dollars. How many people know that that's been paid for by a slot tax for many, many years? I do. And Mrs. Tarkanian, who is responsible in large part for the construction of Thomas and Mack, knows that public dollars are involved. A lot more public dollars, really, now than are contemplated in this soccer stadium. Also, I think it's another thing to ground ourselves, besides where the money's coming from and how much money there is. We also should think about, where we're going with it. What is it? It's a big soccer field. Well, what is a soccer field? Its dimensions are larger than a football field, which means that you could play football quite easily within the confines of a soccer field. And I hit on this months ago when I realized this is a multi-purpose stadium. I had heard that MLS wants it to be like a dedicated stadium strictly to MLS or their standards, but you know, I think they're realists too. They look at this and they say, well, there's a political difficulty involved here. Why not say it's a public multi-purpose arena? Because we couldn't afford it if it wasn't. So we'll have anything from football and soccer and lacrosse and rugby and tiddlywinks and tractor pulls. You can do anything you want in a concert with good and bad musicians. So you can do all that, and it's going to create a lot of money for revenue that hasn't even been counted in these calculations. They're not even part of the numbers. They're out there. That's what we do here in Las Vegas. We market ourselves. We market our assets, and we get money. So I'll only be another 30 or 40 minutes, Mayor, but I want to just continue for a short moment here.
I don't think so, Mayor.
So I'm not giving up my time, but it's almost over. I'm very disappointed at some of the opposition that's come up. I mean, I always believe in, not from my members on the council, not my colleagues, but I've always believed that we generally supported growth here, that we generally supported smart growth, and that we also supported good investments in our community. This thing became easier for me to support when the city manager's office came up with the concept of one way to pay for some of these things and to catch up with the park problem we have, especially on the east side of town, is to put out another bond. We're just about retired our bonds, the current park bond, and so that was a big dilemma. I could not support this if we were going to take money out of park rehab and construction. There was no way. There was $3 million a year from our slice of the hotel room tax that we get. Well, by cutting that down to $1.5 million and taking the other $1.5 million and using it essentially, I'm oversimplifying, but using those that cash flow to float a bond that will put parks, including, I believe, a park in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony's ward, a couple of parks in Ward 3, something in Ward 1 for Councilwoman Tarkanian. These things are not bones to be thrown at us. They are a long overdue recognition that the central parts of town particularly need some rehab. Now, I grew up in this town, Mayor. I've lived here since 1951. I was 9 years old. I lived and played around all the parks in Las Vegas. Nearly all, with the exception of one, City Park, was right here, just behind the old post office, right behind the old post office, which is now the Mob Museum. There's never any question about where you went to play. It was at a city park of some kind. They were all on the east side. No, very few parks have been built since then on the east side of town. Very few, because there's not much real estate. We don't have real estate that we can build parks on except for a couple of odd-shaped parcels, triangularly shaped and more, with edges right along the wash out on the east side of town. And those have been suggested as places to put parks and soccer fields. So I've represented this side of town for all my public life in the Assembly and the Senate and now in the Council. And I have watched these parks fall into disrepair. I've watched them become unsatisfactory for tournament play. Now, when I was a kid, we didn't play soccer. Now the kids do. And it's a hell of a lot better sport than many out there. It's just much better for the kids and their development. Look at the girls we celebrated this morning. Look at them. Strong, tall, athletic, because they have a sport they can play. My daughter played soccer. My oldest son was a goalkeeper in a high school here. I became initiated to soccer then, quite a long time ago. I had no idea how great it was. So if that is the principal sport at this stadium, I am very much in support of it. I really believe in it. I believe in the sport. If this is the place to play it, this is the place. A stadium, not an arena. And, they'll be griping about whether or not it'll be hot or too hot. We know that the league plays at night, that league. We also know there's a cooling system built into this proposal. We also know they're probably going to use white crumb rubber instead of black crumb rubber, which will make it, not so dark and heat absorbent, but rather something that reflective and will reduce the temperature. So it's going to be playable. And that's just 3 months out of the 9 months. The rest of the 9 months, you can use it for anything. So, I think that my greatest disappointment has been in the opposition from some members of the soccer community who I would have thought, who, while they were opposed in the beginning because they saw the depletion of monies being used for parks, that they would have come around when that was cut in half and even been further sold on the idea when new fields could be built. But in fact, and as I pointed this out to them in private meetings, it seemed like they doubled and redoubled their opposition. Why? Well, I don't know why exactly, but it's strange to me. It bears looking into, because we know now from some testimony given to us today that there was no communication with the players, the coaches, the parents, from the top-down management of the Nevada Youth Soccer Organization. We know that they didn't consult. Why were they so opposed, even when it got better? I really want to look into that, because we have a partnership with NYSO in the management and the placement, the booking of our soccer fields. And yet they were resistant to the creation of new fields, resistant to rehabbing fields on the east side of town. Let's say the freeway to Nellis. That's my district. That's the lower income part of town, with the exception of what Councilman Tarkanian and Barlow have in wards 1 and 5. The lower income is on my side of town. And I live there, and I always have in these 64 years of residence in this town. So I believe in it, and I'm not leaving until I die. And I'm not going to leave behind a legacy of abandoning the east side of town. So much attention has been paid to the west side of town, to the Summerlands and the Bacolli Ranches and the Northwest and the Southwest, and you name it. All this time, the citizens of downtown and the citizens of the east side of town paid their taxes, absorbed some additional tax because the city and the county were supporting the growth. There was a flight from downtown. We practically depopulated downtown because people wanted to move their businesses and their residences out. So we're left with what can only be described as an area that needs work. And this proposal will do something for that. And maybe there's even a fallback should I fail today in what I'm going to say is support of this bill. I hope that what we've done is draw attention to the fact that we need more attention paid to the east side of this city, and obviously the center core. So I think without reservation now, after having listened for 6 months and seeing these proposals really change to the point of where no tax increase is required, no removal of money from our general fund is required unless a disaster happens, which will affect all of us, then I think I can say safely, without reservation, I'll support it. And I'm going to listen to what Councilman Barlow has to say. With all respect to my colleagues, remember, public funding is encouraged by our state, not discouraged. Think about Tesla for just a minute. $1.3 billion of public support. Public support, $1.3 billion. How many times is that? 40, 50 times what is being contemplated here? A lot. It's for incentive-based, just as this is, incentive-based investment by private industry. So let's follow that path. Let's pursue it. That's the way to grow this town. And for God's sakes, you got to grow it because it'll die if you don't grow. Thank you, Your Honor, for all that extra time you gave me. I am in support.
Thank you very much. Well, as I mentioned, I want to turn this over to Councilman Barlow because this area is in his ward. But I really feel it's a critical time for us in this city and in this community to appreciate, first of all the input we've gotten, both from the negative side and the positive, because we've come to a better place. The charge of each council person is to represent their own ward, and I think you have heard from each council person believing in what they believe their ward residents would wish from them, and I respect that. I believe as mayor and not a politician, came out of the home, did other things in this community, only took on the mayorship to continue the vision that was started back when our city core was an absolute failure. We've weathered a recession with a wonderful team that we have here, but we cannot go forward and build a world-class city unless some of you want the status quo, and the status quo would have been the brownfield. No economic development anywhere in here. And for those of our families who live and work in the downtown area and in the casinos, forget it. Gaming's everywhere. This was a town that was created on gaming. These were private individuals who owned the hotels, and the money stayed in our town. They are now huge corporate structures, responsive and responsible to their tax, to their stockholders. I believe, as mayor, my job is to be at the top of the mountain, to look at all the wards and to make sure that we are doing the best for the good health of this community. We have relied forever on gaming dollars. We still rely on room tax. But where we are looking, if we don't build and develop economically, we have nothing to offer. Gaming's everywhere. We have tried to be, over these many years, a place of change, excitement, inventive, to bring our tourist base, which I just read this morning, and believe me, I never believe what I read. We surpassed 40 million tourists this year. And we have a lot of issues with which we deal because our federal emergency funding is down. We have so many things on our plate. But our charge is to help the downtown sustain a viability that's a place to come to. As the LVCVA talks about, it's heads in beds. And we think of the Boyd Group. And I would tell you, had there not been a charge to revitalize the core, there would be no world market. There would be no premium outlets. There would be no D. There would be no refurbished and revitalized and new named Grand, and all the other pieces that have come to us. It's because we are forward thinking, and none of us, or maybe some, like the status quo and like downtown to have remained as it was in a physical structure. You can't go backwards and to go ahead and be satisfied with a rotted core full of crime, a brownfield with nothing. I believe my responsibility, their responsibilities are to the greater good, I would hope, but more specifically to their wards. Mine is to only look at what is the greater good for all. And to me, that's about economic development, it's about jobs, it's about a healthy lifestyle, it's about safety, it's about not medical care, it's about quality medical care. And we're hands-off on education, but we're doing something. And it takes energy and commitment and the half-full glass attitude. We have a newspaper that continuously speaks to anything in this area is wrong. We have taken a bath in everything related to this particular project, and they aren't 100% wrong. They are 1,000,000% wrong. They haven't been in the meetings. They don't know what they're talking about. They have the wrong information, and they love to misquote. And having sat here over these months and these 3.5 years, so often I hear people come up and talk about what they just read in the newspaper or what they just heard in some type of media on television or on the radio, and the facts are wrong. Our job here as representatives of this city and these residents is to have the facts. And the facts continue to bear up. We have an opportunity here and we may fail. We may not get this franchise. I don't know where we stand with it, but let me tell you, to have the next to last franchise or the last franchise go to Minneapolis, I've been there many times. What a great city. Sacramento, great city, great officials. There is no brand in this world like the brand of Las Vegas, Nevada. It has the zing, it has the creativeness, and we who enjoy the lifestyles, whatever they are, is supported by the tourist. And that we have come to an agreement with a partnership to reduce whatever it was that we were trying to put in from any type of funding that may inure to something that might be called public. All I hear is that we're taking tourist room tax dollars. That's not your dollars or my dollars. Those are people who are coming into our community to enjoy what we offer. We're talking about tax credits. That's not our dollar. We're talking about market tax dollars, tax increment financing. We don't have personal income tax, so when people say, don't take my taxes, I have lived for 38 years in Ward 1. I used one of the parks that somebody complained about. It's within a mile of my home. It's in great condition. I'm sure that Councilman Coffin would love to have my park in Ward 3. But this is a bigger issue. This is about generations and building a community that is healthy, that attracts other businesses and investors to come here. We need to be building a world-class city that are those that we can each pick out for ourselves, where, as I say, first and foremost, safety, quality medicine, jobs, culture. And we are at a point that we have an opportunity to do this. And that is the bigger picture. We're very fortunate to have one of our own families here who started off. They aren't the rich, wealthy billionaires, millionaires, and if they are, it's been by the hard work of sweat of generations that continue to work. It's up to each one of us to take the responsibility to help build this world-class city and be inventive and be creative and think out of the box. And we have an opportunity here, and we may not be lucky. We may not get that last franchise. I hope we do. I think the work by the Cordish Company, and I understand the recession, and I know while I was absolutely the biggest grouch on why wasn't something happening over these 4 years, I understand why. And the blessing was, as it probably wasn't going to move anywhere because of the fact of the cost of buying an NBA franchise or anything else, here came the Findley family, which we all know the Findleys, and what a good group of family members who continue to give back to our charities, our foundations, infrastructure, just a great, great family. And fortunately, here we came with the Cordish Company, who found a partnership and is going to put their expertise to something wonderful. We have been sitting for at least the last 6 years with a partially developed Symphony Park. Nothing happening is worth nothing. So the value of the trade for the brownfield, if it lay fallow and nobody wants to work there or build there, is nothing. As I asked Mr. Arndt, I said what it was $6 million, isn't the value of $38 million that is supposedly accorded that particular property due because of the economic development around it. So this will do nothing but help us create the world-class city that we need to be. And I'm excited about it. I know it's been a difficult dialogue for the entire community, all those meetings, all the passion that's come out. And I do agree with Councilman Coffin's assessment. I was shocked to learn that different parts of our soccer league, youth leagues, were not ever contacted. And as I went to the different 6 ward meetings, I kept seeing the same naysayers over and over and over, and with the exact same comments. And I believe the greater part of our population wants to build a world-class community where we will have fixed the inner city, where we'll have great schools for every single student that comes through our entire southern Nevada area, that we will have a healthy economy, where children can grow up safe and well-treated, and that this is our community, not for somebody. It's not about somebody else doing it. It's about us. And we're a diverse community of races and nationalities and religions, and we pride ourselves in that. And we pride ourselves in the volunteer effort. But this is an economic opportunity that we are not going to see downtown for a long time. We have people who have their little lick on the different parcels who've been sitting and waiting for some catalyst to now come to the plate. And so as we pursue a garage, we are already hearing. And when we started to see in May a partnership develop, these are people waiting to move their next stage into continuing to develop a city for us that we can all be supportive of. I am a nonpartisan registered individual. I am not a politician. I have no aspirations, not that anybody else does here. That's not the inference. I have no aspirations for anything but to make this city the best it can be for my grandchildren and their grandchildren to come. And so I am very proud of how hard our entire staff has worked on this. And I am proud of all of you who've come in on either side of the coin, but I'm so proud of the fact that our private partners have hung in with this. And the only thing I can ask of you is, for heaven's sakes, call the commissioner and say, give this to Las Vegas. We are the brand. There is no excitement to explode this around the world greater than having this expansion team in our great city of Las Vegas. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Barlow. Thank you.
Mayor, all I have to say is between you and Councilman Coffin, the only thing that we're missing is passing the hat and saying amen. I have to reflect back to the early 2000s of what this downtown community looked like. And for a lot of you in the room, you've been here since 2000, so I will just like for you to walk with me back in history just 14 years ago. Premium Outlet was not here. World Market was not here. Zappos, East Fremont, Smith Performing Arts Center, World Market Center, Mulaski. The Arts District isn't what it is today. First Friday, the hotels were not renovating nor expanding. Moving fast forward, all of those developments are in place today. In a 14-year window, this council was very nervous, and Councilwoman Tarkanian knows this to be true, that when we had the discussion of bringing the Las Vegas Premium Outlet to downtown, there were so many naysayers. So many people thought this council was absolutely crazy for doing such an ignorant thing to approve the Las Vegas Premium Outlet. People thought that we were crazy to move City Hall from Stewart and Las Vegas Boulevard to a very decayed Bonneville and Main Street. People thought we were crazy for moving the Regional Transportation Commission from Stewart and Casino Center to Bonneville and Main. People think that we're crazy for having this discussion today, talking about an opportunity to bring another catalyst to not only improve, but really maximize our opportunity to be the world-class city that the mayor speaks of each and every day, and in fact, that this council supports. When we talk about taxpayers' dollars, so many people talk about it as though the mayor and council are not taxpayers also. We care about our property values just as well as you care about your property values. We care about what comes in our neighborhood just as well as you care about what comes into your neighborhood. So those things, those topics, those discussions are on our minds as well. As a body that's responsible for the economic and developmental growth of a city, we represent well over 600,000 people. Each one of our wards are split, the 6 wards are split by approximately 100,000 people in each district, from wards 1 through 6. And the mayor has the pleasure of representing them all collectively. So we hear the voices, we hear the comments, good, bad, and indifferent. And we're tasked with the pleasure, the opportunity to take all of that information, good, bad, and indifferent, and try to process it in a way that makes sense for the taxpayer, to include us, because we too are taxpayers, believe it or not. So as we move this conversation forward, the true question is, what type of city do you want? What type of city should we build? No matter where you go on the continent, everyone knows where Las Vegas is, or at least have heard of Las Vegas. And I consider it a privilege and an honor to serve on this Las Vegas City Council, to be one of the legislators to help move that city, this city, in the most positive and most upward mobility and put it in the best position possible from an economic and redevelopment sense as possible. We talk about connecting communities, connecting cities and roadways. Well, in every city, the common denominator, public safety, transportation, health, infrastructure, entertainment, tourism, healthcare, those are all the bottom layers of every city, no matter where you go in the land. I just returned from Washington, D.C. And on the flight here this morning, I couldn't help but think about when I moved to D.C. in 1995, how dilapidated the area in which I lived at that time was. Very grimy. 2014, unbelievable. The stadium downtown, where the old convention center used to reside, unbelievable. High rises, condominiums, thriving businesses in a complete, very grimy area is no longer that today. No one wants to live in that type of element. So in order for us to do what we can, we have to basically take bold steps and sometimes make decisions that make people uncomfortable. But one thing that is ever changing, change. And today is no different, ladies and gentlemen. We are constantly pushing the envelope to make this city a better community. So you have those that support the stadium, you have those that don't support it, you have those that are in the middle trying to figure out what side of the aisle they're going to stand on. And this council has to take all of that information, dissect it, and figure out what direction we're going to move in. The benefits, in my opinion, outweigh the non-benefits. The risk is much less than the reward. We talked earlier about the return on investment. And I narrowed it down, and the councilwoman says I were a few pennies off, and that's okay, because I'm traditionally a few minutes off from showing up to work as well. So when I look at what the city is putting forward in relation to what the city is going to receive through the span of the development, the city is the winner. Each and every day, every city council meeting, we have an opportunity to match the private sector's development. It's called the Visual Improvement Program, the Smart Start Program, where the city's tax dollars are used to benefit the private sector. Every council meeting, there's an item where the city and the private come together for that public-private partnership to do some type of economic development in order to make our lives as a community better. We do that every day. This item just happens to be an item that has a few more zeros attached to it. So it's not foreign to us that we share in these public-private partnerships the true essence of the nervousness for a lot of you and for those of us sitting here on the dais is the amount of numbers that's attached to the end of it. But we do it each and every day. But hopefully we do it in such a smart way that it does not impact the community in a negative respect, but more positive, where we receive more on return than what we're giving out. So we're trying to be very good and cautious business people here, representing all of your interests, to include our own. Mayor, I was very nervous to get married, but I did it.
I was told not to get married, and look what I got, 52 years of Oscar.
And 52 years later and 10 years later for me, I'm still married. I was very nervous to cast the vote when your husband knew that I was a swing vote back in 2008, 2009. Oscar leaned over on me. He says, look, don't allow fear to stand in the way of the dream of this city, Councilman Barlow. We need your support to move from Stewart and Las Vegas Boulevard to this new location. And how many of you all enjoy your city hall today? And today is no different. I'm nervous, cautious, and each and every day we live, there's something in our life that makes us nervous, that causes pause, to make us think, how should we handle this situation? Because traditionally, we go through the day and we can make quick decisions and keep it moving, but there's something, and you all think about this. What is it in your life that has caused you pause, to make you say, let's slow down a little bit, pump the brakes a little bit? Well, this is one of those items for this council today. But we have to make a decision, just as you had to make that decision, whatever that was in your life that caused pause. And so for that, I'm going to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions, with the amendments from Bill Arndt, who gave a wonderful presentation today.
Thank you very much.
But also, let me just finish, please, but also state that the city has a wonderful track record in all of the developments that we've seen come into our downtown over the years, and not one mayor has failed. So based on that track record alone, I know that the staff here at the City of Las Vegas, to include the city manager and her entire team, and the attorney's office, have put the city in the best position possible to move forward, so that we don't end up on the short end of the stick as it relates to the return on our investment moving forward. So that will be my motion at this time. Thank you.
And is that, just so that we have the correction, it's not to move forward to with the DDA, is that part of it, or just to move on this particular agenda item as stated by Councilman Barlow?
I'm going to ask that legal chimes in. Do we have any legal down
Yes, he's right here. That's what I was looking for, because I want to make sure we got all the corrections, that we have the change. It's not February 20th at the DDA. It's the 18th of February. So if you would, Mr. Jerbick, would you advise Councilman Barlow on the proper way? Microphone, no. You need your microphone.
I do. I just wanted to think to myself before I turned it on.
I love that.
The motion would... The motion would be to approve the Second Amendment as amended today during the council meeting.
Okay. So the motion would be to approve the Second Amendment as amended today.
That's correct.
Okay. So that will be my motion. And also, let me just, as a one additional follow-up, I do want the developer Finley Quarters to work with the city, my office, very closely as it relates to the employment plan and minority participation, because that conversation has continued to come up time and time again, and I want to make sure that there's true inclusion as it relates to this major development taking place right in the heart of a decayed community that can really utilize all the assistance it can receive. Okay? And as a follow-up, I wanted to Bill Arndt, if you'll run point on that, I will be graciously appreciative as well.
So
Okay?
there is a motion.
Thank you.
If you will put up the little, there we are. There's a motion. Please vote. And while this, before it's being posted, I think there were suggestions too, and I'm confident that our city manager and team will continue to work with the premium outlets and direct all the necessary meetings and input for the Las Vegas Metro Chamber and anyone else as we move forward in preparing the DDA.
Happy to. We have been and will continue to.
And so let's post. You did it? I missed it. So it has passed. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if we might, you brought up a really good point. It would be helpful if there could be a second motion to direct staff to negotiate the master development agreement.
Thank you. Please continue,
Okay.
Councilman.
Then I will ask that the next motion, we approve the master development agreement.
Wait, just direct staff
Or I should say
to
direct staff
negotiate.
to negotiate the master development agreement. That would be my motion at this time.
Thank you. There's another motion now to direct staff to develop the
Master development
DD
agreement.
Master Development Agreement. So please vote, and please post. And that carries as well. So thank you very, very much. And at this point, I know that our council has been sitting here now for, 6 hours, 5 hours. So all I ask is that we always look to our left and our right as you get up to stretch or whatever, leaving us 4 people so we can continue with the agenda, which is agenda item number 42. Discussion for possible action regarding the lease agreement between the City of Las Vegas City and the Urban Chamber of Commerce, UCC, for the lease of property located at 1951 Stella Lake Street to a tax-exempt organization where the term of this agreement shall be for not less than 10 years and shall have a 10-year extension which will support the growth and retention of new and existing businesses. Okay, Mr. Arndt, if everybody who's moving about, please keep your voices down to a low roar so we can move on with our business at hand. Councilman Barlow. Where'd he go? Oh, Councilman Barlow, this is your item. Thank you, Mr. McCurdy. So
Mayor,
here, yes,
good afternoon,
please.
Mayor. For the record, members of council, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With us today is Ken Evans, President of the Urban Chamber of Commerce. Also, several board members are here with us as well. I'd like to thank them for coming and thank them also for their patience in waiting for the item to be heard. This item is really the culmination of a wonderful partnership we've had with the Urban Chamber. The Urban Chamber of Commerce has been leasing the property known as the Business Development Center, formerly known as the Las Vegas Business Center, for the last 5 years. And this item is to continue the operation and actually have the Urban Chamber of Commerce take on more responsibility with the lease of the property. The current lease agreement was approved in March of 2010, and the term of the sublease is due to expire at the end of this month. We are asking you to approve a new 10-year lease, and the recommended motion is approval. I'd like to ask, with Councilman Barlow's indulgence, that the motion be amended to read approval and to authorize the City of Las Vegas to enter into the lease agreement with either the Urban Chamber of Commerce or with the Urban Chamber of Commerce Community Development Center. The Urban Chamber, as you know, is a business league, and they do a wonderful job with their members. They also have formed a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and so we'd like to have the latitude in working with our partner to select the entity that is best suited to be in contract with us for the lease. This is a 10-year lease agreement where the chamber would be effectively responsible for all of the operating costs of the facility, utilities, landscape, maintenance, and in turn would lease the building to business tenants with the goal of incubating them, having them grow and essentially get on their own 2 feet and expand into the community. And to that end, I'd like to turn it over to Ken Evans, the President of the Urban Chamber of Commerce. Again, I'd like to thank him and the Chamber for their continued work, and I believe that Mr. Evans wants to touch on just a few quick highlights on some of the success stories that they've had at the Business Development Center.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and please state your name for the record, even though Mr. Arndt did.
Okay, for the record, Ken Evans, President, Urban Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. First thing that I want to do is I'm part of a great team at the Urban Chamber of Commerce, so I want to make sure I recognize our board chair, Ms. Jerry Merritt, our board vice chair, Mr. Shondell Newsom, our board secretary, Mr. Tony Gladney, and then one of our board members, Mr. Keith Rogers, who is also the board chair for the 501c3 that you mentioned, the Urban Chamber of Commerce Business Development Center. So a great team here that has got us to this point. As you mentioned, it's been about a 5-year journey now. We're ready to graduate, if you will, into going to the next step. Over the course of the past year, for example, we've managed to reach out and work with at least 100 long-term business clients, meaning we saw them not once but multiple times to work with those businesses through our Business Success Center. In addition to that, we've been successful in marshaling and bringing about capital in the amount of approximately $2.4 million and growing. For example, I'll highlight Oxion, which is one of our newer partners located at the Business Development Center that has been a micro lender, hit the ground running not more than 6 months ago, and has already been successful in putting out approximately $400,000 in capital to smaller businesses. One key point about that is the fact that they work with business owners that have less than 2 years tenure. And I don't have to tell anyone up there that's been a business owner, typically it's hard to get financing if you've been in business for 2 years or less. So that's just an example of one of the things that we do at the Urban Chamber of Commerce Business Development Center. And we anticipate continuing to do those types of things as we incubate businesses and do our part to build businesses to build our community. Finally, want to make sure that we give a public acknowledgement to Councilman Ricky Barlow. You took the point to make sure that this opportunity was created. We greatly appreciate your stewardship, your leadership, and helping us get to this point. And with that, thank you again to Mr. Arndt, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Pinot for everything that you've done to help get us here today. Thank you.
Beautifully stated. Thank you. So, Mr. Congressman, good. You could tell I've not eaten anything. My brain's a mush. Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And to the Urban Chamber, thank you also very much for taking on the challenge. I know it was very difficult at the onset, and there was a lot of questions as to whether or not it could be done. And as you can very well see, through the efforts of your executive board and the members of the Urban Chamber, we're here today to really celebrate this day that seemed like it would never come. And I'm very proud and honored to have been a part of those conversations to really give the Urban Chamber a foundation to stand on to represent the small businesses, because it's truly the small businesses in America that is the backbone of the economic engine that keeps us going each and every day. And so, as your motto, commerce first, is at the Urban Chamber of Commerce, I truly believe that it's commerce first, that we continue to build and be able to expand upon those small businesses throughout our community. And no different than the conversation that we just previously had as it relates to the arena. So many small businesses will have an opportunity to share in the venture and the new ventures that the opportunities through procurement will provide through such a venue in the downtown community. Your businesses that are part of the urban chambers and the Las Vegas chambers will have an opportunity to truly be impacted in such a positive way from such big developments such as that. So let's continue to move forward. Let me know what I can do, what this council can do to continue to support you in your efforts. And I'm just really proud today. It's a very proud moment. So with that, I will move to follow staff's recommendation for approval and direct staff to either negotiate with the Urban Chamber of Commerce or the Urban Chamber of Commerce Business Development Center in order to structure the term sheet moving forward. That is my motion at this time.
Thank you. And if, with your permission, Councilman Ross would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman, for indulging me. As the Urban Chamber, I would highly recommend, thank you for sharing some of those numbers with us and the successes, but I asked Mr. Arndt in briefing the other day about, how many successes have you guys had? So every chance you get, and maybe once a year, I would say from time to time, come back to us and report on those successes with those as an incubator and starting those businesses, because that's jobs to me, to all of us. And I think you guys want to talk about that and hold the flag up and say, hey, look what we're doing. It's good for our community. We're helping new companies and helping with job creation. So I would highly recommend that to you guys. Thank you, Mayor.
And
Thank
if you
Councilman.
would, Councilman Coffin, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Beers, if you would vote if you're here. Did you vote and please post? Went away, huh? Okay, thank you, and please post. Unanimously carried.
Thank you very much, Mayor and
Thank
Councilman
you.
Barlow.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, if you will take over just for a few minutes so I can stretch and walk around, please.
Item number 43 is a discussion for possible action regarding the complaint seeking disciplinary action against C&C Vegas Groups doing business as Paradise Spa, 2120 Paradise Road, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, and Lucy Liu individually, and as an officer of C&C Vegas Groups, Inc. for violation of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Councilman Coffin's office. Mr. Jerbick.
I'm here. John Curtis, appearing for the Deputy City Attorney
Okay,
for the
very
City
good.
Attorney's Office.
Go right ahead.
And Department of Planning, yes. Yes, Councilman Anthony, this is a complaint for disciplinary action against the Paradise Spa. We are seeking revocation of their business license, among other sanctions, due to repeated violations of both city ordinances and state law, and a 10-year refusal to comply with various licensing requirements. So we seek the council's approval for the filing of this complaint, which would then be filed and served upon the corporation C&C Vegas Groups, Inc., and the individual who is the owner and managing member of that corporation, so that we may proceed to a hearing before the City Council on February the 4th.
Ms. Duddleson, you want to add anything?
For the record, Karen Duddleston, representing business licensing, and we would ask the council to set that hearing for the 4th.
Okay, so you just want our permission to move forward with it and actually hold a hearing on the 4th, okay? Yeah. All right, Councilman Coffin?
Is that February 4th? Could you please repeat?
February 4th, yes. But by law, we have to set the hearing date within 60 days of the date of the approval of the complaint, which would be within 60 days of this date.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I had a letter from the person who owns the business that is alleged to have violated our ordinances for some time. She could not be here today. She asked for an abeyance or continuance, but she did not realize this is not a trial today. This is simply a date to set for what could be a trial or could be a hearing, let's say that. So therefore, I will now move to set this date for this hearing on a revocation, possible revocation for February 4th, 2015.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote.
Where is it? There it is.
And post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 44, discussion for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the CAFR, for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2014. Ms. Appleyard. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance for the City of Las Vegas. As you all know, we distributed your financial statements last week. I have one here in case you don't have yours. And we are required by NRS to get an annual accounting done by an independent accounting firm, which we did. We had Piercy Bowler and Taylor do that review. And with that, I did that last year too, didn't I? Piercy Bowler, Taylor, and Kern, my apologies. And with that, they conducted their audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, and they issued us an unmodified opinion that again states that our financial statements and our financial position is stated fairly in all material respects. And one of the things that we do with our financial statements, we submit it to the Government Financial Officers Association, and we're proud to report that we've won that award of excellence for 34 years. So we're tooting our own horn in the accounting department there. With fund accounting, we're required to show the components of fund balance. We have the non-spendable funds. Those are the funds, those are the assets of the company that are land and inventory, so they are not spendable. The restricted funds are those that are statutory legislated as to what we would do with those, and so a lot of those are in our special revenue funds. The committed funds are those that, through your actions, you've committed to funding, which are the capital improvement funds. The assigned funds are less formal. They can be a multi-year contract. And then the unassigned fund balance is that's the most fungible. With that, at the end of the year, we had $382.7 million in fund balance across our governmental funds. And of that amount, or 20%, 78.9 is in the general fund, and that's considered that unassigned fund balance. We wanted to highlight the general fund, and with that, we have our operating revenues and our operating expenditures. We had revenues in excess of expenditures at the 12.8 level. When you add in our fire safety initiative and the debt service that we have to pay in the general fund, we had a positive operating number of $4.8 million. We had some transfers that we had to do to other funds, and with that, we ended the year with a positive surplus of revenues in excess of expenditures. This is the second year in a row that we've been able to accomplish that. Some other highlights are our net activities, which is our financial position. That's our assets less liabilities. We're sitting at $3,496,000. The general fund revenues again were $465 million. General fund expenditures were $452, and our ending fund balance is $121.7. This is financial statement presentation, so it includes the fiscal stabilization fund, which when we talk about our forecast, we'll be using just the general fund without fiscal stabilization. And with that, we're requesting that you accept the report.
Any questions? Councilwoman Tarkanian, can I have a motion to accept the report?
Move to accept the report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Appreciate it. And everyone can vote, please, and then post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I guess you're up next, huh?
Yes.
All right. Bay Insider report for possible action regarding the review of the financial forecast model for the city of Las Vegas. I know you have a outstanding, really cool presentation for us. I mean, really good news. So it's all yours. It is. It's going to be great news.
Here we go. So with the close of FY14, it's time to start planning, our physical planning, and we're preparing ourselves to the starting point of our FY16 budget. One of the things we wanted to recap again, that we finished FY14, our second year in the black, and we were able to accomplish this because our expenditures, although we projected we were going to be spending a 4% increase, we actually only had a 2% increase over FY13. And we also showed our consolidated tax came in much higher than we had anticipated. We only had a 4% growth, and we ended up with a 5.51% growth. So all of that, plus our revenue enhancements that we started doing mid-year, led us to have that positive cash, that positive surplus. This slide is just to remind you of where we put our money. Obviously, 62% is in public safety. That includes fire, detention, and our share of Metro. The next area is government, general government, which is at the $53 million level, and then cultural and rec, that's at 46%. So again, this is just, and that relatively, that mix stays about the same. That trending is about the same year to year. So the emphasis today is on our general fund revenues. Consolidated tax makes up about 52%, with property tax at 20%, or about 18.6%. So if you add those two together, that's about 70% of our revenues. And we want to keep in mind that those revenues are more or less dictated by legislative action, and we have relatively no influence over those. But our license and franchise fees, other, and our transfers in, that's where we have the most exposure to, or what we have the most influence over to change. So one of the things that we do as we prepare for our budget, we meet with our Financial Oversight Committee. We did this on November 20th. The Financial Oversight Committee is a group of different and diverse people throughout the city of Las Vegas, and they have business community leaders. They help us, they rationalize with us on our projections, and they give us their perspective to tell us how we're doing or what they see the market out there doing. So we feel that this has been a great help for us as we plan and make sure we're not overstating or understating our potential revenues. In this review, they thought C-Tax was staying about at the 5% level, which is where we've been in the past few years. They saw property tax keeping at that 3% increase level. And license and franchise, they didn't want us to be overly optimistic, and they thought that the 2% growth was well within the range of where we should be. So as we enter into FY15, we filed our budget, but what we see right now is that our C-Tax revenues is coming in much higher than we had anticipated. Property tax is relatively the same. Our budget levels, we still had a modest growth rate of about 4%, and we were keeping our 22% general fund balance. Right now, based on our forecast and the trending that we see thus far at this year, we'll be finishing FY15 with a surplus as well, about 4.5, which is great news because we did file a deficit of $9 million. So we're seeing that turnaround. And this chart just helps to give you an idea of consolidated tax. We just wanted to revisit the history. The bars, of course, are the dollar amounts. The line is the percentage. In FY16, that was our FY06, that was our highest level. We had $264 million in consolidated tax. By the time we get to FY16, we are projecting we will finally be back to that level. It took us 6 years to overcome what took about 3 years to go down. So we're seeing that level at about $271 million with that 5% growth. And as you can see, the last few years, 14, 15, and 16, they're all in that 5% range, and that we can see that continuing going forward. This slide is about our property tax. As you can see, property tax was relatively, the blue represents what we've collected, so that's the money we actually get to use. The red is the abated, so that's the amount that even though the assessed value is going up, we're not benefiting from the red. And during the economic downturn, the high of FY08 of 127 is what we collected, but the abatement was $56 or $57 million. And so we finally hit the low at FY13, and I believe that you can see there's just a tiny little bit of red on the top of that, so all of the abatement got used up and allowed us to, that's why we were collecting taxes even though assessed value was going down, because we were eating through that abatement. And through FY14, 15, and 16, you can see that abatement is starting to increase again, and our share of property tax is only 3%, which we'll be able to collect. These are the ones that we have the most influence over. These are the licenses and the franchise fees, as well as our other fees. And you can see we've been relatively steady through this period of time. We haven't necessarily, we've taken some dips, but we've been relatively steady. And we feel that the revenue enhancements that are coming are increasing us for FY15 as well as FY16. And we're also seeing really good franchise revenues coming in on Nevada Power, as well as we've got the new franchise on the ambulance. So we're banking on some of that revenue coming in above what we had thought. With that being said, this is the number slide, and you can see our revenues continue to increase. One other thing on the wages and salary line we wanted to draw your attention to in FY15, that includes a half-a-year restoration. So with this additional revenue, we were able to restore the 40 hours back to CEA. And FY15, that number reflects 100%. So that's why our revenue looks like it's going up, but it's that restoration that's impacting that. In the Metro, right now, Metro is telling us that our share of increase will be about $9.5 million. So we've put that into the FY16 budget as well. We're keeping our non-labor, we're growing that at about 2%, which is typical of our trending. And with that, We're happy to report that as of FY16, we believe we will also have a surplus, so revenues will be in excess. So that will be 4 years in a row that we believe will come in the black. And I think this chart really tells us a lot. This shows the red is the expenditures and the green is the revenue. You can see that as we went through that economic downturn, we started responding. We had to do the cuts. We had to make those changes. You guys had to vote and enforce that for us. What we see now is that as the revenues are coming back, we're able to do some of those modest restorations. We're able to restore, and we are still trying to keep balancing that budget and finishing in the black. So again, this is just a forecast. We will be coming back to you twice. We'll be coming back to you with the tentative budget in March. We'll be coming back to you at a workshop in March, and we'll be coming back to you again on May 19th for the budget hearing. So again, these are our initial numbers. This is the initial blush. We'll be working with the departments to refine their expenditures. We'll also be monitoring the revenue and seeing where we're going to go from there. And then eventually we'll be filing our budget on June 1st. So again, this is not a budget, it's our starting point, and we will be coming back to you with those refined numbers. And with that, that's the end of my presentation.
Any questions from the City Council? Pretty amazing where we've been since 2009, huh? I mean, unbelievable. Yeah, go right ahead.
It took me a while to figure out how the cap is impacting revenues in the recovery. Could you elaborate a little bit on why it seems to be breaking more than I would think it would?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the cap on the property tax?
Yeah, the abatement slide you had on the property tax.
The abatements, what we saw happening was as the assessed value kept on, the assessed value was declining, we were able to still keep on taking that 3% increase. And I think when you look at it overall, if this is your question, even though commercial started off at 8, when we started doing the formula where you have to do the rolling 5 years or whatever, commercial is coming down, and now it's still at the 3% level as well as residential. So is that kind of...
So I think it's the rolling 5-year piece that needs explanation. So for example, comparing fiscal 13 and 14, it doesn't look like overall property tax receipts to the city increased by more than 3%.
Correct, it did not. It was relatively flat.
Yet what increase occurred was all in the abatement area.
And that's true. We believe that's true, and we believe that it's because we residential keeps staying pretty relatively flat, commercial went down. So it used to be a little bit higher, and now it's going down, so it's leveling off and making it, does that make sense?
But the cap is, caps the homeowner's property tax bill.
Mayor Pro Tem?
3%.
Maybe I can help a little bit.
Who's speaking? Mark?
Yes,
Mark, okay.
So we're seeing a couple things that are happening. The caps were instituted in fiscal year 2006 as a result of the real estate bubble that we were experiencing. The fear was, as you know, because you were in the legislature at the time, that fear was that the local governments wouldn't adjust their tax rate down and they would try to benefit from this artificial real estate boom, and obviously bad things would happen from that. So they imposed this cap, and the cap is a bifurcated cap. It's 3% on owner-occupied single-family residential. Everything else you can consider commercial, because if it's not owner-occupied, it's rental property or investment property. Everything else is subject to a strange cap formula that can't be more than 8%, but it could be the lesser of another number, which is the greater of 2 times CPI or the 10-year AV average. The 10-year AV assessed value average growth rate has been dropping. It's now down below 2 times the CPI, and so what we're seeing for this current fiscal year is a 3% cap on the commercial property, as well as a 3% cap on residential. The other odd thing that happened is when the legislature instituted this cap, no one ever saw the Great Recession. I just didn't see it coming. No one thought about what the impacts of that were. There is a cap on the way up, but there's no cap on the way down. The abatement piece helps buffer that a little bit on the way down, because you still have this abated tax as the assessed value goes down. You can still get that 3% growth on your tax bill. But the problem was on the commercial side that they also appealed their tax bills because on the income method, basically. And so they also got their bills adjusted downward on an appeal basis. But there's no provision for recovery, even though that's a one-year appeal. Your tax bill, the growth in your tax bill, the cap, the 3% cap in this case, still applies. So while we saw a Great Recession, we saw appeals drop those valuations, drop the tax bills. On the way up, we're subject to the 3% cap. And I just did the math on this morning for another presentation. At 3% growth rate from where we are this year, fiscal year 15, it will be 2028 before our actual tax collections will resemble what they were at the apex in 2007, 2008.
So on appeal, people got their property value, taxable value, dropped precipitously in some cases.
That's correct.
And the recovery, if it's faster than 3%, it's still a 3% cap on taxable value.
That's correct. Essentially, what you're seeing in that red band growth on those the last 3 fiscal years, assessed values getting back to some normal level, supposedly, but the tax bills aren't. And so as the assessed value is growing, taxes bill is growing slower, and that's driving this abatement growth.
So is this something that the city or the League of Cities is planning on taking up to Carson City?
We are actively, I think all of the financial departments, CFOs, finance directors throughout the entire state at all levels of local government are very active currently in a working group to address some of these issues. And there's a whole bunch of other things that I won't go into today because you haven't asked, you don't want to hear, but there's other formula issues besides the cap on the property tax as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ross, can I have a motion to accept the report?
I would move to accept the report, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. All right, go ahead and vote, please. And post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, 47, 48, and 46. Item number 47 is R43, 2014, discussion of possible action regarding a resolution approving and authorizing the execution and delivery of transaction documents for allocation of new market tax credits to the Las Vegas Community Investment Corporation and subsequent allotment, allocate part of the tax credits to the LVCIC sub-CDI to restore and operate the historic West Side School located at 330 West Washington Avenue, and ratification of related actions by the city, its officers, and employees, and provide for other matters. Item number 48 is R44, 2014, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution approving the cooperative grant agreement between the City of Las Vegas and City Parkway 5, and providing for other matters properly related thereto for purposes relative to the rehabilitation and operation of the historic West Side School located at 330 West Washington Avenue, not to exceed $10,600,000 from the Parks and Leisure Capital Project Fund. Item number 46, discussion for possible action regarding agreement of number 12.43221 DCB, owner, construction manager, at-risk agreement for the West Side School Historic Rehabilitation located at 330 West Washington Avenue, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by Finance Department of Public Works award recommended to Whiting Turner, a little over 10.5 million, Parks and Leisure Activity Projects Fund. These are all in Councilman Barlow's ward. Mr. Arndt, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. All three of these items are related to the historic West Side School. I'm going to walk you through the project, what we're doing with the funding, and the action for 47 and 48, which relates to new market tax credits, and then item 46, which relates to the construction contract with the Whiting Turner to move forward with the project. Historic West Side School, everyone knows it. It's a wonderful asset in the community, and with the support of Councilman Barlow and the entire council, we've been working towards renovating both buildings on campus, which consist of the 1923 school, as well as the 1948 annex building, which we refer to as the G building, because as you can see this overhead on the left-hand side, it's shaped like a G if you look at it from an aerial. This is, as I think Ms. Brown noted on a prior item this morning, this was the first grammar school in Las Vegas, a wonderful community asset. We've been trying to figure out a way to renovate it to historic standards and also put it back to new use. These are some renderings for the project provided by our architect team. KME was the design architect. And you can see here on the top renderings of the exterior of the building, the middle, the courtyard, and on the bottom, some additional renderings of the courtyard. And it's not just renovating the building, but the entire campus and the entire block. New market tax credits. This is a wonderful opportunity, and it's really helping us close the gap to fully fund the project and why we're here today. New market tax credits are federal income tax credits that are awarded by U.S. Treasury to community development entities throughout the country to invest in low-income communities. And the City of Las Vegas, through an affiliate entity, Las Vegas Community Investment Corporation, has received a $28 million allocation. The significance of this is that we have not had any permanently based community development entity or community bank which has received new markets tax credits in Nevada in the program's history. This current round, there's $3.5 billion of federal income tax throughout the country. We're really appreciative that we have some in the ground and in the community here. So of that $28 million allocation awarded to the LVCIC, we're looking to use $11.2 million approximately of that allocation to put into the project. In addition, we've been able to solicit and secure through a competitive process another bank at the table who is not only buying our tax credits, U.S. Bank, but is also taking allocation of their own of $3 million of tax credits and putting that allocation into the project. What this does is it means we have to put in $3 million less of our own allocation. So I'd like to thank U.S. Bank and their entire team who's been working with us on the project. The net effect of both of these allocations is that net of fees, this represents about $3 million into the project. Without the new market tax credits, we had a funding gap. The project cost was approximately $12 million, which includes not only the construction, but the design, the engineering, funding contingencies, even doing some tenant improvements. Without new market tax credits, we had a funding gap of over $2.5 million. With new market tax credits, the gap's eliminated. The project's fully funded. We'll be able to finish the construction. We'll have money for contingencies, which includes some monies for tenant allowances, and the project will move forward through construction, completion, and opening. One thing we have to do for the new market tax credits is set up a specific real estate structure. Every new market tax credit transaction requires that the property be held in a single purpose entity. In other words, a separate company to own the project for the life of the tax credit investment, which is 7 years. Also, it has to look like ownership. So what we're doing is the City of Las Vegas, which currently owns the property, is entering into a 60-year ground lease with a Qualic B nonprofit lessee. This Qualic B, that's a fancy term that U.S. Treasury uses for qualified low-income community business. Simply put, it's a 501c3 nonprofit. Historic West Side School Corporation is our nonprofit sponsor partner. Jerry Smith is here on behalf of that corporation. I'd like to thank their involvement on the project. Then in turn, after that, there's a 30-year sublease between the Qualic B and the city. So the city is effectively leasing the property back so that we can have operational and management control to assist with leasing up the building. We know the building. We've owned it for a long time. We know its operating history, and we desire to help with the leasing and management of the building. We're going to be leasing the building to KCEP. They're an existing tenant. They're going to remain a tenant, and we're appreciative of their participation in the community and wanting to stay in the building and on campus. We're going to be leasing the 2 buildings to additional tenants as well. For that process, we're going to adhere to a community plan that has been in the making for a long period of time, where we're going to have a number of uses. They're going to be uses reflecting the historic nature of the building, some civic space for some museum exhibits. We're going to have professional office and potentially retail in the space, and we're going to be doing a competitive process to look for new tenants in the space, but KCEP will remain. Project construction, this concerns item 46. The City of Las Vegas has managed this as a public work project, and we've been designing it as a construction manager at risk, or CMAR project. Item 46 contemplates moving forward with a construction contract with Whiting Turner in the amount shown on the screen, just over $10.5 million. This fully funds the project through completion and all the improvements that you saw in the renderings. The construction schedule is about an 18-month window. This does seem like a long time for a project of this size. One of the reasons is we have an existing tenant which is going to be displaced by the construction. So because we have the advantage of having 2 buildings, we're going to be moving KCEP around during construction, so that's going to lengthen start to finish the construction schedule. And I'd like to thank KCEP for their cooperation and support in working with us to accommodate the construction. 2 final points. How is the project going to be operated? So we look at this from 2 perspectives. One is, once the building is completed, there's a 7-year window during which the property has to be maintained in a manner consistent with all of our closing documents for the New Markets tax credits. In other words, the investors that are buying the federal income tax credits have to know that this building will meet the IRS standards for 7 years. And so to do that, our Qualic B nonprofit will be responsible for some tax credit compliance, tax filings every year. All these compliance fees are self-funded through the deal, so no additional outlay of monies will be needed from our nonprofit sponsor or from the city. It's all self-funded. The city's going to be responsible for handling the lease with KCEP and also with future tenants, and we're responsible for operating expenses, but the intent is to pass these expenses onto our tenants, much like you'd see in a triple net lease in a private setting. After the 7 years, we have 2 options. We can unwind the transaction, which happens often with New Markets tax credit transactions, or we could continue that lease, that 60-year ground lease and then the 30-year management sublease. If our nonprofit wishes to exit the transaction, they could do so at that time. Either way, the city is going to maintain operating control of the property. So again, to summarize today's actions, and we'd like, because we have to approve funding for items 47 and 48 in order to award the CMAR contract on 46, we'd like that a motion be taken first on items 47 and 48 prior to item 46. 46 is the CMAR contract. 47 is a resolution authorizing the city parties to sign all of the transaction documents. The main ones are the ground lease, the sublease that I mentioned, a building rehabilitation agreement showing how we're handling the renovation, and then a construction escrow agreement on how we're going to disperse funds. And then item 48 is a resolution authorizing City Parkway 5, Inc. to transfer already budgeted monies into the project to support the New Market transaction. City Parkway 5, Inc., the only role we're serving is they're going to actually basically bundle all of the funding that we've had into the project, which is a combination of Centennial funds, funds from the redevelopment agency, as well as City of Las Vegas capital project funds, bundle all those funds and put it into the project in the form of a loan at no cost to the project. And the reason that's needed is on every New Markets tax credit project, you'll see 2 loans, one from the New Markets and one from the project funding. So even if it's originated as grant funding, we have to run it through the model as a loan in order to get the New Market tax credits. Bottom line is we're getting about $3 million of net money into the project, eliminating that funding gap at $2.5 million, and getting the project fully constructed, completed, and we're well on our way towards breathing new life into this important community asset. I do want to thank all the city team that worked on this. It's been a big effort. Sam Tolman and Mark Sorensen from Public Works. From my department, Scotty Young, Julie Quisenberry, Phil Steckinger, Susan Bonella. Chris Hassel with United Fund Advisors is an advisor helping us on the new market tax credits. This is our first new market tax credit transaction, and I think is really an historic event on putting this new resource into a community into Las Vegas. There have been a couple awards throughout the state, but this is the first major project in Las Vegas to take advantage of new markets tax credits. And I think the big prize here is getting additional private capital from new markets tax credits, not just our own allocation, but all these other banks that have allocations throughout the country, getting additional capital into our low-income communities, including West Las Vegas, including East Las Vegas and the downtown area as well. So more to come on new markets credits, but without the new market tax credits, we would not be able to proceed with the project. With that, I'd like to, Mayor, with your indulgence, turn it over to Councilman Barlow.
Could I ask one question? I'm sorry I wasn't here, but I heard
Certainly.
it in back while I was there. Is any of the funding or new market tax credits, is there going to be any revitalization of KSEP area in this?
Yes, we're going to be renovating the space. There is some money for tenant improvements. I think given the standard that they'd like to hold to, they also had a capital campaign to raise some additional monies as well. The nuances of running a radio station, you need things like a backup generator and things that a normal tenant would need. So we're all at the table working through that, but there is some money for the renovations, not only of the exterior, but the interior as well.
Interior, great, because they really do need it. Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your support and the council's support on this. This is very significant, not only to Ward 5, but to the city of Las Vegas as a whole. The West Side School holds such an impactful history, being that it was the first elementary school built in the city of Las Vegas. Started in 1922 and ended in 1923. And to have such a great asset in the heart of our city is tremendous, and to have the funding to put into this community asset, this historic community asset, I believe is even more so significant. The radio station, as the mayor mentioned, KCEP Power 88, they coined it our soul school station, has been in the community for a very, very long time, and it is most definitely a community asset that the community has an opportunity to receive its information real time, and it's a element that the community wants to remain in place. And I just really thank the mayor and council and the city's support over the years for keeping this important asset of communication, lines of communication open and on the airwaves. The general manager, Craig Knight, and his entire staff, I want to thank them so very much for their due diligence and working with us every step of the way, being at every meeting and being a part of the conversation on the front end all the way to the tail end. I also want to thank Commissioner Lawrence Wigley, who serves as the chair of the Economic Opportunity Board, and also has hosted his very own radio station, Straight Talk, for 20 plus years, who has also been, who has had a seat at the table to talk about how we're going to revitalize and redevelop this very important asset in the historical West Las Vegas community. I also want to thank Terry Ponicello for her due diligence from the legal staff of even down to the last minute today, as I understand, receiving some information that was turned around by the developer in a very short window of time. I want to thank you so very much, Terry, for staying on top of this and knowing how important this was to me and the residents of Ward 5. Bill, Scott Adams, Betsy, thank you, because you all know how long I've been having this conversation with you all. I mean, it goes back to when I was first elected in 2007. And you want to talk about the wheels of government moving slow. It's almost 2015. But I do want to say thank you for not giving up and really standing behind my effort and the community's effort, because this is truly community driven. And I just so happen to be in the seat to keep things moving along on behalf of the community. And for that, I'm grateful and thankful to you. And to Scott Adams, I want to take an additional opportunity to say thank you for allowing Joe Mitchell and I to be a part of the conference where we traveled to New Orleans for the New Market Tax Credit courses. And we were able to really be educated on how to move these new market tax credits through our city in an effective and efficient way. And we have this community asset that we were able to utilize the $28 million, a portion of the $28 million that was allocated, and put ourselves as a city in a better position for round two. And I understand round two could possibly be in upwards of $128 million, Bill, if I'm corrected?
Councilman, we have an application in for $73 million.
$73 million.
And we expect to hear late spring, early summer, so probably by May, June at the very latest.
So as we move forward with this new market tax credit in phase one of $28 million, we're in a better, we put ourselves in a better position to receive an upwards of $78 million in round two.
Correct, $73 million. The other, it's a subtle point, but money attracts money. One of those old adages. Right. It's very true with this program, and there have been a lot of reluctant local companies and organizations to participate, saying, I won't get across the finish line on the new markets. So by closing this transaction, we're, I think, going to open up a lot of additional new markets, not only through our own entity, but from other banks as well. So it's my hope that there could be several $100 million worth of credits placed into Las Vegas and Southern Nevada over the next few years.
For ready-to-go projects.
Absolutely.
Which basically gives, entities such as the Chambers of Commerce an opportunity to get their clients, if you will, those supporters within the chambers, an opportunity to play in the new market tax field as well for developments of expansion and new development going forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And
And
I would be remiss if I didn't thank former Councilwoman Brenda Williams and, of course, our dear friend to the city, Ms. Hannah Brown, who stood very strong at the Centennial Board meetings to really plant the first seed of $4 million for the West Side School. And I really want to thank Hannah for her due diligence of working through all of the issues that came about in order for us to receive the first seed in order to get the funding moving forward for the West Side School, and the wonderful job that Brenda Williams is doing in regards to the West Side School Alumni Association, who has been the two community leaders pushing this forward. And so I want to thank them publicly as well. And so for that, I would like to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions, with any additional amendments that we have.
So let's start with
Councilman,
47.
yeah, if you could.
Item 47?
Take item 47, then item 48, and then come back to 46.
Then I'll move for approval of item number 47, resolution authorizing city parties to sign all transaction documents, including the bullets listed, the site lease, the project lease, the building rehabilitation and construction, and dispersing escrow agreement. That is my
Thank
motion
you.
at this time.
There's a motion, please vote, and then please post, and then we'll go on to agenda item 48.
And on
The
agenda-
motion carries.
Okay.
Shows it carries unanimously. Let's move on to 48, please.
Okay, and on item number 48, resolution approving transfer of existing budget funds from the city parties to City Parkway 5 for purposes of making a leveraged loan to facilitate the new market tax credit. I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote on agenda item 48, and please post it. Motion carries, and then on to agenda item 46.
And on agenda item 46, the construction manager at risk contract approval with Whiting and Turner. I move for approval of the CMR for the West Side Historic Rehabilitation located at 330 West Washington Avenue in the amount of $10,520.
Thousand.
I'm
Million.
sorry.
Million.
$10,520,894.20 from the Parks and Leisure Activities Capital Projects Fund in Ward 5. That is my motion at this time for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 46. Please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. Wonderful.
Good deal. Thank you all.
Thank you. Wonderful. I know you're going to have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Best to you all. Thanks for your staying ability here. All right, agenda item 49, boards and commissions for possible action. Building and Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee. Christopher Knight, term expires 12/17/2014. Ms. Fretwell, oh, there you are. I understand, do you recommend the reappointment of Chris Knight?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, and therefore I will make the motion to reappoint Christopher Knight, to this Fund Advisory Committee. That's my motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 50, for possible action, Civil Service Board of Trustees, Malcolm White, term expiration was 11/8/2014. Procedure for this board requires appointment by City Council. The option is for any member of City Council to appoint a new member to fill the seat. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I would like to appoint Roxanne McCoy, City of Las Vegas resident, who has been an active member of the city and a local business owner as well, and remain engaged with city activities. And at this time, I would ask that the mayor and council support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Then that will be the motion to appoint Ms. McCoy to this position. So please vote and please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 51. For possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, Jeffrey Thompson, term expiration was November 2nd, 2014. April Tomassin, term expiration 12/3/2014. And Harry Lee, term expiration 12/7/2014. Options are reappoint Mr. Thompson or appoint a new member to fill the seat, reappoint Mrs. Tomassin or appoint a new member to fill the seat, reappoint Mr. Lee or appoint a new member to fill that seat. Councilman Ross, there you are. I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to reappoint Harry Lee and Jeffrey Thompson, I believe. Are we reappointing Jeffrey Thompson?
You could do that, and that's your motion.
Yeah.
And then I understand, Councilman Anthony, you have someone as well?
I would like to reappoint Ms. Thomason.
So let's take them all together. That is, all calls were for reappointment of Mr. Thompson, and reappoint Ms. Tomassin, and reappoint Mr. Lee. So that's the motion. Please vote and post. And that carries. Move on to agenda item 52, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, abeyance item bill number 2014-75. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2014-75, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
I thought the
Mayor?
commissioner was here to speak. There he is.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
saw you've been moving
Okay.
around. We have the
Then-
illustrious former councilman.
Then I'll hold off on my motion until we hear from
Okay.
Commissioner LB.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council, family and friends to the left, family and friends to the right. Spent some quality time here in the chambers, absolutely beautiful. And if I could throw a quick plug to the restaurant across the street, what's the name of that one in the parking
MTO?
garage? Cup of coffee and a chorizo omelet.
I thought you were talking about the
Off
coffee
the
shop
chart.
in the county building where you live.
Off the chart.
Huh? And your name, sir?
Larry Brown.
Thank you.
For the record, County Commissioner for District C in the Northwest, which touches 5 of the 6 city wards, if you weren't aware of that. With all due respect to Councilman Coffin, if we can make it work, will touch yours too. District C. Items 52, 53, and to a certain extent 54 speaks to the annexation issue that has certainly come to light the last few months. I think primarily due to the interlocal that a year ago we, the city and the county, failed to extend. It had been a document that was very successful for the better part of a decade. I think your city manager, Ms. Fretwell, who I have tremendous respect for, last meeting gave a good overview of it. It was innovative, it was unique, it was something that had not been done before. It almost mandated the city and the county work together in planning the Northwest, where one of the, not an island, it's now called a continent out there, was in the midst of a rural preservation area, right in line of the city growth, the city's town center concept, which has turned into Centennial Hills. But that document regulated and did some wonderful things. Why it went away, a lot of different opinions on that, and I hope we can bring that back in the near future in some form or fashion, because, again, it's very unique and it did wonders for both the city and the county. Back to the annexations. Some last meeting were very routine. And first and foremost, I'm not here to stop the annexation process. If anything, I'm going to be asking for some time to understand the city's position on these annexations. Some are very routine, some inevitable and probably overdue, but some are coming into this area that the interlocal protected, that was referred to as the continent, that is a very unique area in the Northwest. And some of the reasons that were given as far as city services out in the area, I don't disagree at all, especially when we talk about fire, mutual aid. Those numbers are those numbers. So be it the city's putting more resources than the county is in other parts of the valley, that's not my issue. But it's unique in that there's some other things that you should be aware of. One is there are county facilities out there. We do have roads, we do have parks, we do have code enforcement. So it's not just this island of unincorporated residents taking advantage of all these city services. That's the furthest thing from the truth. The issue as far as is the city being compensated for services provided? That's legitimate, and that's an issue that needs to be addressed. And it goes far beyond just the fire services. It goes to, for instance, our parks, the county parks out there. Probably more city residents, just because it's surrounded by the city, are using that. When you get into fair share and what the city and the county are doing in a collaborative effort, I would again leave that to Ms. Fretwell and Mr. Burnett. So what I'm asking for today is time. I know that my understanding last week that there's probably a couple hundred annexation requests coming over the next few weeks, few months, for the better part of 15. And I would just like to understand more on the why, the how, and the plan. What's the time frame and what areas are being targeted? I would like to be able to then go communicate to our residents those reasons, because there are legitimate reasons, and the city has every right to annex many of these properties. So that's my ask today, Your Honor, and certainly I'll be available to answer any questions, but time-wise, if I could get 30 days, I had asked for that last time, understanding the holidays, everybody's been busy, but that would be my request, to be able to set up meetings with the appropriate city personnel, understand so I can communicate the message that Councilman Ross, Mayor Pro Tem, I think I had a few in Councilman Barlow's, not so much Councilman Beers, but that would be my ask.
Thank you very much. And is there any reason from management that that would not be a request that we should or could honor?
I can just tell you that the annexations that are pending today, and I think there's 3 remaining, that if you chose to hold those items, that would have an impact on our elections precinct mapping, which is also part of your consideration today, which is why when we had the request last week, we indicated that if we went beyond this meeting on the delay, that it would compromise your ability to include those in the annexation an election precincting process. What that in effect does is these new individuals that would be incorporated if you went forward with the annexation today would have the opportunity to participate in our general and primary elections over the course of the next 5 months. I believe most of them would be in Councilman Ross's ward, maybe a few in Councilman Anthony's ward. Neither of them are up for election, but Mayor, you will be, so they would give these individuals an opportunity to participate in the mayoral vote. If you chose to hold them, we will not be pursuing annexations during this election period. I believe we're prohibited from doing that for developed parcels. Undeveloped parcels we can continue to pursue during this period of time. So we won't be having any developed parcels that'll be coming to you until the summer. And Tom, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that about right? So summer. So really in question are particularly, I think, the D.R. Horton, not to put words in your mouth, Commissioner, but based on our brief conversation about this, the D.R. Horton annexation in Ward 6 and, maybe the other two annexations in 4. I'm not sure about that. But nonetheless, it really is your call. But a delay on that decision today impacts the election precincting one way or another.
It just leaves it as is, or as was.
If you delay, it leaves it as is until you consider the annexation. But you would not, if you had these meetings, you had a discussion, you decided on something in March, you still couldn't pursue the annexation until June. That's just the effect of a delay.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner, for spending your day with us. I bet you have a totally new appreciation for a soccer stadium that you didn't have prior to coming today.
I love the digs.
Yeah. That being said, also, I appreciate your comments because they're much better understood than a previous colleague of yours who was here a while ago sharing his own thoughts on annexations. Commissioner, just to be clear and clear this up today, and simply, we are not annexing any developed parcels except those that have signed the annexation agreement. So we're not targeting anywhere. As Betsy had commented on the undeveloped parcels out there, we'll be addressing those eventually come summertime. But these are actually people that have already signed that annexation agreement to be annexed into the city. The one particular I think she was referring to happened to be an annexation agreement that was signed in 2001. And all of a sudden the homeowners are up in arms because they're being annexed into the city of Las Vegas. Now, I did have the opportunity to meet with a couple of gentlemen from that neighborhood yesterday and explain to them that even the other parcels surrounding them, when they are developed by home builders, and you know this, I'm preaching to the choir, when they're developed by home builders and they need to tie into the city's sewer system, they will be annexed as well. And it's only a matter of time. The idea of protecting the continent is absolutely real, and we will continue to do that collectively, I think, between all of us. But it's significant to understand that relationship when people are tying to the city's sewer. You mentioned fire and parks, and the city's done a great job. Mr. Rugelman, how do people find that map that you created for us that showed the 2 county facilities and then, I don't know, 18 or 20 city facilities in that area?
It's on the city's blog, Councilman, which can be found on our internet site, and there's a button on the right-hand side that's got some
So they
information
go,
on it.
someone who wants more information about this annexation process goes to LasVegasNevada.gov?
They can, or if they follow us on Facebook or Twitter or on Tumblr, they can find us on Tumblr as well. It's got the whole thing on there. So
Yeah, you just tumbled me over because I'm not on Tumblr trying to do the others.
Tumblr.com.
But you and I have had a continued great working relationship, Commissioner. I understand your concerns very clearly. Like I said, I've only been contacted by a handful. I don't think Mayor Pro Tem has been contacted by anybody in those areas. But I want it to be clear to you that we're not targeting anybody. These are people that have already signed that annexation agreement. They've expected to be annexed into the city at one time or another. Sometimes they're tying to the city and they're not contiguous with the city, but the city still requires them to sign that annexation agreement because one day they will be contiguous with the city and be annexed. And what happens is a property will be sold 2 or 3 times before that occurs, and then all of a sudden they're up in arms. And I think what happened with the Constellation Estates or the D.R. Horton project is, I don't know if a lot of people, I haven't seen the document, I don't know if D.R. Horton neglected to put the document in their closing documents when they purchased their homes or what. So I haven't seen that document, so I can't answer that question. The gentleman I did speak with, though, at Constellation Estates, because we're in this process and I'm hesitant to obey this any longer, I got you 2 weeks to do that. But I'm really reluctant to obey this any longer to create a precedent every time this happens. So I would be more than delighted to sit down with you and staff, and I'm sure Ms. Fretwell would as well in regards to, and Mr. Perigo in regards to this annexing process, because we want you to be informed as well. And we don't want people misled. There's been comments that they're going to lose wells, lose septic systems, lose their horses, lose their chickens. That's just not true. And those rumors are out there. There's rumors that the city's going to require them to put curbs, gutters, and sidewalks in. That's not true either. Everything stays the same except the fact they'll be in the city of Las Vegas and the tax base changes slightly. So you understand all that. We've kind of talked about this. Certainly had this conversation. Mayor Pro Tem understands this process. I think most of us do that still have the county islands. This just happens to be one of those that may have slipped through the cracks. I would like to grant that time to you, but I'm hesitant to do so, so I'm going to move forward with the annexations today.
I appreciate that, and I just add that I want to be educated and help with the city's plans over the next months or years. And I understand that when the developer, especially some of the larger subdivisions are being built out there, it's the developer that signs the annexation, and a lot of us don't read those papers. But some of the information and misinformation out there, just the way we write it from a legal perspective, predecessor in interest to the current owners, I wouldn't understand what that is. So I want to be able to get out in front of any plans the city has so I can go to these neighbors, and to a person, they're not contesting the annexation or the potential increase in tax. I mean, most of these people understand that. It's the process in trying to, we've been successful out there, Councilman, because of our ability to communicate across the board. This one slipped through, and I take a lot of responsibility for that. I want to get back out in front of it so we can communicate the same message at the county that we are at the city.
Mayor, if I may,
Please.
Commissioner, then I would direct staff at this time to absolutely include Commissioner Brown on that process and how we got here, where we got here. He mentioned the interlocal agreement that you were part of years and years ago when it was necessary, and there were only 5 people on this council. Because of the rampant growth and an explosion of growth out there in the Northwest, it was a necessary document. As time went on, however, it didn't serve that same purpose anymore. We don't have that anymore. We've got this more under control. We've got these planned developments coming online. You and I are both very particular about the lot sizes and the density issues that are affecting our area out in the Northwest. So we'll continue to work together. But I would direct staff, Ms. Fretwell, if you would make sure Commissioner Brown is fully educated, so we're talking the same language when we're out in the public. Don't want to keep making this a secret from anybody, but I do want to stop the misinformation. All of that misinformation that's being spread right now is just not true. So, Commissioner, I thank you for bringing that to light, but I still would like to move forward with these annexations.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Holidays. It's good to be what I consider my first home. It's good to be back home. Thank you.
Commissioner? Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Play ball.
Which ball?
All of them. All of them.
Thank you.
Mayor-
Mr. Steed, I understand you have some comment as to clarification or specifics on all 3. Would you do them one
Yes,
after
just
another?
to indicate that all 3 annexations that were obeyed had an effective date in them that's already passed. So in each case, those would need to be amended in sections 4, 5, and 6 to reflect a new date. The new date in each case would be December 26th rather than December 12th. So for purposes of this bill, it would be a motion to approve as a first amendment with those date changes.
So, Councilman Ross, you take on number 1. Yes, Councilman Barlow? Oh, he's going to take them all?
I would like to move for approval, First Amendment, subject to the amended changes, Mayor. That'll be my motion at this
On
time.
52, let's start with
On
that.
52, yes, ma'am.
Okay, please vote. There is a motion, and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 53, Councilman Barlow.
As amended, Val? Okay. Mayor, move for approval, First Amendment, subject to any further changes. Move for
I
approval.
guess we better read that bill first. We only read the
Yes,
first.
Oh, that is right. You
I'm
haven't
so
opened it
sorry.
up.
Please
I'm
read
sorry.
that one, too.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-76, now as proposed, a First Amendment, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Okay,
Thank you.
move for approval of First Amendment ordinance.
Thank you. On 53, please vote and please post. That carries. And on Agenda 54, would you like to have the bill read, Councilman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Steve.
Bill number 2014-88, as proposed with the First Amendment, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval, First Amendment ordinance.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. And before we move on to Agenda Item 55, Councilman Ross?
Yes, Mayor, after you read the bill in, I would ask Councilman Barlow and the council to indulge me and to allow our Metropolitan Police Department to give a presentation on that item after you read the bill.
So granted. Councilman Barlow, would you care to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please read the bill?
Thank you. Bill number 2014-70, First Amendment, an ordinance to require a privileged license for smoking lounges and for certain businesses that sell tobacco paraphernalia or designated substances, establish regulations regarding the operation of such businesses, provide a period for existing businesses to come into compliance, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
And Your Honor, members of the council, I'm Chuck Calloway, Director of Intergovernmental Services for Metro, and we'd like to thank the council for giving us an opportunity to provide a very short presentation on a problem that is trending and becoming much more dangerous in our community. And we'd also like to thank Councilman Ross for bringing this issue forward and being proactive in working with us to come up with some type of a resolution. We are also working on this from a legislative component. There will be a bill this legislative session to also attempt to address this issue. So with your indulgence, Mayor, I have with me today Captain Darcy, who heads our narcotics section, and he will take you through the presentation.
And if I might, when you go before the legislature on that, that's to make it statewide?
Yes, ma'am.
Should we move this? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Captain Christopher Darcy, and I am assigned now as the Bureau Commander for Metro Narcotics. One of the things when you think about narcotics in Las Vegas and narcotics enforcement, everybody thinks of heroin, cocaine, and marijuana and these different types of more mainstream drugs. But there is a significant problem with designer drugs, whether you call it bath salts or synthetic marijuana, and what we've recently determined is a problem with spice. And when you think about spice, I think the first thing we need to do is take a look at what is spice, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Some people that sell it like to convince people that it's a synthetic marijuana, that it has THC. It doesn't have any THC in it. It's not necessarily even a marijuana product. It's just an herb that is sprayed with some chemicals that people have learned to make and sell predominantly to younger generation kids and people in their 20s. They market it as incense or potpourri, which it's not. And when we send our officers in to make buys at different smoke shops or places where they sell it, it's often sold with a wink and a nod so that the person selling it knows that it has this secondary purpose, and they spend a lot of money on it. It's not just in any one particular neighborhood. It's all around the valley. If you look at how many documented smoke shops we have, it's in the city, it's in the county, it's all over the United States, and other cities have issues with this as well. They're tackling these same problems that we're talking about today. Right now, we have about 15 active investigations. That changes by the day as we get tips. People call in after their sons or daughters or family members use spice. They have an episode. They frequently call us and say, hey, we found out they bought it at this shop. We'll go in there and we'll make some buys and we'll try to shut them down. What's most concerning to me and to Metro and to the folks I work with, whether they're state and federal partners, is how many kids are being lured into using this spice product. The Southern Nevada Health District did a youth risk survey, and if you look at the numbers, 16% of the students admitted to using spice or other synthetic drug. That's highly alarming.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
How was the survey administered? Was this anonymously done, phone? How was it done?
You know, I have the survey, but I'm not sure the exact methodology of the survey. It was put out by the Health District.
Okay, thank
So I
you.
could take a look and get you that information, but the Health District is who provided it to us.
Okay.
So the thing that's concerning is the reaction. Everybody that uses spice or smokes spice or comes in liquid form, and I'll show you some good pictures in this PowerPoint, and I promise I'll make it quick. I won't talk as much, but I want to show you some pictures and videos so that you get a better idea. The reactions mimic that of LSD. They start hallucinating. Sometimes they become combative. They become violent. Often it leads to other police activity. If we show up and somebody's running around, sometimes they take their clothes off. They what's commonly described as are going crazy or freaking out. We respond out there in a patrol function and try to make contact and talk to somebody that's not really rational. And it's scary that children are having access to this. So I'll move on and show you, this is what spice looks like. As you can see on your screen, it's sold in colorful little packets, and they name it stuff like K2 or Kush or Scooby-Doo to have less harmful names and exciting names for the people that use it. Oftentimes it comes in liquid or it comes in wax. It's constantly evolving. This is not a drug that just stays still. It's constantly evolving so that they continue to sell it. It's generally in this valley manufactured in warehouse space, put together, and you'll see some of the pictures here. It's put together, they bring in the potpourri or the plant-like material, they spray it with a chemical, zero quality control, whether you're getting more chemical here or less over there. It's put in a big bin. They go through a process of making it. They take the same spice, put it in different bags with different labels on it. It's the same product, some stronger, some others, based on how the chemical was spread. And that's what they sell, or they provide to some of the smoke shops. And generally that's done through a underhanded transaction where it's in a garbage bag. We've had a case before where the person pulls up in a truck and the owner of the smoke shop comes out. They pay cash for the product. They take the product, they put it in the store, they hide it. And when people come in and they want it, they sell it to them. It generally costs about $4 to $5 a packet to make, and they sell it between $20, $30 a packet. So the profits are enormous. It's been estimated that they can make up to $50,000 a month illegally selling this product in some of these stores. In the warehouse areas and in the places where they make it, whether it's a residence or a business, they bring a lot of chemicals in. They were using acetone for a while, so we found big 50-gallon drums of acetone next to space heaters. This is a recipe for disaster. It leads to explosions and fires. We've seen that here in the valley. I have a short video here, and that will kind of show the effects. This person smoked a little bit of spice, and you'll see how he transforms in this 30 seconds. Now, we edited it down a little bit. It was about 4 minutes, but you'll see the transformation from the time they started to use the drug till the end of the video. And hopefully it plays. Oh, no, it didn't. I'm sorry about that. Oh, maybe they're going to do it for me. There we go.
Make sure zombie. If you cough a little, you saw a little post. As soon as again this shit.
Told you 30 was gonna kick your ass. Calm down.
No. Shit. Calm down, dude.
Calm down, bro.
No.
That's a short clip of, and there's many on YouTube. I mean, you could spend hours searching.
Why
and
would
see them.
anybody be a repeat customer? Was he feeling good despite what we're seeing?
Yeah, that's the question we ask, and we do see repeat customers, unfortunately. We've been on calls, it's the same person, barricade subject, twice that was using spice. And they go back and they continue to use it, so. Yes.
Is it addictive?
Apparently, yes. In terms of the psychological addiction, highly, because that's why they keep doing it for that high. Your Honor, to answer that question, on the survey from the Southern Nevada Youth Risk Survey, it was voluntary when it was sent out to the kids. So that's the information that was provided voluntarily.
Amazing.
Can I add to that, Mayor, if I may? They have a unique way, too, these young people, of identifying stores that sell these products. And it's interesting, one of my staff members had to point that out to me because she has teenage children, how these kids communicate locations that will sell, a store clerk that will sell alcohol to minors, or this spice product, or I imagine they use these codes and pictures and stickers on windows of storefronts to identify them as locations where you can buy this. This is scary. I mean, this is very scary. A regular smoke shop today is a general license, not regulated by it. So here's a product that is not regulated. We have no idea what the product is going into these stores, and then selling them out of the stores in our city and our county. It's significant to know, too, that they gave the same presentation at Clark County last month?
Yes, sir. We presented this to Clark County.
So they've seen this, and I believe Clark County is kind of taking a look at us and at what we're doing so they can implement something similar to this or the same thing, because it's gotten to be such a serious situation. Thus, the ordinance to make these smoke shops privileged licenses, because the bad smoke shops aren't going to sell this product. And even if they are, and they want to keep their licenses, they're not going to do it anymore. So we need to give our police department the tools they need to go in there and shut these guys down and send a message to this community and that underground community. Because I think, Commander, didn't you tell me that once we shove these guys underground, they're way easier for you guys to catch?
Well, it will make it significantly easier for us to limit the sales if we can stop the overt sales and the transactions in the stores. I mean, we've seen it in more of the corner market type smoke shops where they, like you said, they put something up on the window or something where it's known, and we'll see people go in and out and make purchases. And in fact, we'll go in and make purchases at times too and put cases together. So we appreciate the assistance, of the city and the county in helping us accomplish our mission of getting rid of that overt sales of spice. And if it's sold underground, it makes it a lot less, it makes it a lot less visible. So maybe some kids who wouldn't think about trying spice or bath salts, or it's really the whole variety of designer drugs. I mean, as bath salts became less popular because of the exposure and the publicity and the information campaign in the community, then the people that make this stuff have transitioned into spice, and they've marketed it as, oh, it's harmless, it's synthetic marijuana. Well, it's not marijuana, and it's not harmless.
So if I may ask, Councilman, and I'm not even sure what I'm trying to ask, but I know young people, and young people tend to always look for something new and something they haven't tried before. So in moving forward with this, are you calling for, this is, as a smoke shop, this is what you are allowed to sell, rather, and only this, rather than something that we haven't even gotten a check mark on yet, because spices today and the bath salts or whatever, tomorrow it might be, who knows what it might be. So is that the purpose of this?
Actually, Mayor, I'll try to explain it to you, and I'm sure the city attorney will correct me when I make a mistake. The whole point of this is just making smoke shops a privileged license instead of a general license. That gives business licensing staff the administrative authority to close them down. Right now, if we catch them selling this product, what do we have? What's our hammer? We don't have a hammer. We've got nothing. You can arrest these guys, I'm sure. It's something to note, too, is the Attorney General's been dealing with this for a long time, and I think it started with bath salts. And they changed they'll make one chemical illegal, and the next they just change the chemical makeup of it, and it's not illegal anymore. So it's actually kind of been a joke to try to wrap your hands around this. But this simple act, by making smoke shops a privileged license, gives business licensing the ability to shut them down and work collectively with the Metropolitan Police Department to shut the bad guys down. The good guys we're not targeting.
Okay.
The 7-Eleven owner is not going to risk his gaming license and his liquor license. That's not going to happen.
And this will then handle, regardless of what they're selling, that has the same effect, that does something to the mind or your behavior or something. So you are relegating the smoke shop to a specialized license that allows them to do and sell only this, not this.
Correct, and it's regulated through our business licensing department with the help of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. Because I just, you know, today it's Spice and Crystals, tomorrow it's something else. It may be a green plaid tie that they find that is good to sell, and you can smoke it or drink it or whatever.
Your Honor, for the record, Karen Duddleston, representing business licensing. We do have in here definition of the synthetic marijuana and making that prohibited among our businesses. It also gives us the clear authority to, under the NRS statutes, which specifically deals with these kinds of chemicals, to state that our license officers have the ability to issue civil penalties on these privileged license for anybody that is violating those state laws. So if they're selling something that's on that list of the State Pharmacy Board or on the list of the Attorney General, we can do the civil penalties and bring those licenses back to you for discipline, so you can take a look at what they're selling and how they're selling, if we or Metro have found those products in their businesses.
And whose responsibility is it? I own a smoke shop. Are you going to notify me as there are additions to this, or it is my responsibility every year if I renew to know what the new substances or products are? Who's got that?
There are a couple of ways for that. We will be doing the initial education and working with our smoke shop owners to get them in for privilege licensing to make sure that they all have, there is a list of prohibited paraphernalia already in the state and in the city that they're not allowed to sell, to make sure they have that we have educational materials that as we get notifications, we have those at a place for them to check, and every time they get a renewal of that license, it will have a place for them to go check these things. Our officers will also, on all privilege licenses, we do regular inspections, so we will be out there working with them to make sure they're up to date on what those substances are.
Thank you. Excellent. I hear a question. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much. I'll support this, and I did in committee, but I want to ask, what have we thought about the unintended consequences, and or the intended consequence is to stop the sale of this stuff. So then what do we do with the kids who are going to keep using it anyway, or people of all ages? We won't be able to stop them. We will be driving it underground. So now what do we do then?
Well, we continue to work our enforcement efforts, and we're continuing to do that now on a federal level with our partnerships with federal agencies. We conduct larger scale cases in that aspect as well. But what we saw here in the community, and that's why there was such urgency, is we're seeing medical calls, people being transported to the hospital, and getting feedback from fire departments and from hospitals about these cases that are coming in, and then there's a social cost with that. So we thought the smart approach would be to look at these places that are selling it pretty readily, that anybody can pretty easily figure out going to make the buy, while at the same time we're going to continue our large-scale efforts. And the manufacturers of these drugs that are making this spice, we work our way to them through our investigations, and then we shut them down. But like any drug, oftentimes, once we make that arrest and we dismantle an operation, there's other people waiting in the wings to jump on board and continue to make these types of drugs.
Well, may I interrupt you for just a second? Then you're making my case. I want to make sure here that I don't have a case against this, but what's the next step? Because if we're only talking about an enforcement and punishment here, what do we do for education? How can we make sure that it's productive? Because, yeah, again, I say, we have this ability, we have our police powers, and we can do things this way. And we'll get the people with licenses, but we won't get the kids who can do this stuff. Is apparently so easy to make, or it's so easy to make on a warehouse floor and distribute in baggies to people. I don't know how we police it. So maybe it's also incumbent on us to make sure that there's an education program. I mean, a really solid education program on this in the schools. I assume starting at the elementary school level.
Yes, sir. That is
what are we doing?
Are
we going to increase that?
Yes, we are going to increase that. This was actually the first step in the public education campaign. Part of this was coming to the city and the county and educating council members and the county commissioners, and obviously people in the audience. I wish I was here earlier, bigger audience, but people that are watching on TV and through the school district, we are working on that aspect of it as well. The education and prevention, really, prevention is the key to any criminal behavior. If we can get out there and prevent people, kids, 20-year-olds from using this drug, then we're way ahead of the game, and it saves us all money.
Thank you.
Spending it on law enforcement. Okay. So.
Mayor?
Yeah, Chuck.
Chuck Calloway again for the record. I think there's a mindset component of this. When you can walk into a shop and it's there behind the counter or it's out in open view, and often it's labeled with, oh, this is not for human consumption, this is an incense, even though it's being sold as $30. And as the captain said, there's kind of a nod and a wink as you buy it that, you know, we all know what this is used for. I think there's a mindset, especially among our youth, that if you can walk into a business and purchase it across the counter, that number one, it's harmless, and number two, it's legal. And so I think that by taking these actions, we can help change that mindset as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to comment, and I think you're very right in what you just said. I happened to intercept by accident some text messages relating to this and the spice, and when I talk with the individual, they don't feel it's that bad a thing, because you can buy it any place, it's legal. And we just have to work hard on that, and this is a first step. So I just am very pleased that you have brought this forward, Councilman, and I'm very pleased that you're working so hard on this.
Thank you.
Mayor, through you. I understand Councilman Coffin's concern, but I want to go back a few years, and I guess someone's microphone is on. I'm getting some feedback. I want to go back a few years when I was a liaison working with Councilman Weekly at the time, and law enforcement came to us to educate us on what was going on inside of the liquor stores and the convenience stores, specifically in the core areas of downtown and in West Las Vegas, regarding what was called at that time setups. You had the Brillo pads, you had the roses that were being sold in the vials, and Ross, I want to say you were on the council at that time as well, and we saw them as just novelty items. However, law enforcement, Councilman Coffin, shared with us that they were more than just novelty items, because what triggered them was the fact that these little roses were being sold at such a high rate inside of these stores, and no one could understand why were these roses and Brillo pads, you know, that traditionally we no longer use those type of Brillo pads anymore, right? But they were being sold in such large amounts that it triggered business licensing to take a deeper look along with law enforcement. Come to find out they were used for crack, right? And so I get it. If it's not one drug, it's going to be another. And we were able to, at that time, working through the city attorney's office with Brad Jerbick's assistance, to set up some ordinances to eliminate that. And I like the move that you're making, Councilman, specifically for business licensing and law enforcement's position, making it a privileged license. Does that mean it will fall under the special use permit category? No, just a privileged license? So making it a privileged license, it then gives the business licensing department, law enforcement, an opportunity to go in to bring that back to us very swiftly. It's when they identify, Councilman Coffin, if it does become from the setups to the spice today, you know, yesterday it was the Brillo pads in the setups, and today it's the spice. As things continue to change, having it as a privileged license will give business license and law enforcement an opportunity to bring that bring that to us as swiftly as possible, so that we can continue to go after those business owners. Because I look at this the same way that Councilman Weekly at the time looked at it, and these are no more than licensed drug houses in the city of Las Vegas. And there's no place for that as far as I'm concerned in this city, Ross. And so I stand behind you and support you in this effort, because having been there and now seeing that the transition of this new product coming through our licensed businesses, there's no place in this city for that type of behavior from our business owners, and they need to go.
And I'm going to ask you to make a motion after Councilman Coffin makes a
Thank you,
comment.
Mayor.
And I want to tell you that my kitchen still uses Brillo pans. That's me.
Is it the metal or is it the plastic?
Metal.
Metal?
Oh, my goodness.
SOS. Brillo pads. You obviously never work in a kitchen. Councilman Coffin, please.
Question I have is, and I guess it just occurred to me, okay, so we'll get it out of the smoke shops, let's just say that's for sure. But then what other potential retail locations would they target that we would then be forced to consider creating a privileged license? For example, C-stores that don't have liquor, or goodness sakes, I'm just trying to figure out, well, I want to make sure we know where we're going here as the ripples start to spread.
Yes, Ms. Delliston, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Delliston, Business Licensing Manager. I think one of the key components of this bill is giving licensing the opportunity to take those state laws, especially those in, I believe it is 453, that discusses analogs and the type of substances that go into some of these products. And if we find them, if Metro finds them and bring us a complaint, we can do civil penalties against those, regardless if they're being sold out of a community, convenience store or someplace else. A lot of those other probable locations are already privileged licenses. They are our convenience stores and those sorts of things that kids frequent often is where they're most sold. So we would do that, and if we get those civil penalties, then we have a pattern of behavior where we could remove that license. Big issue between a general license and a privilege license is if you lose a privilege license, you cannot apply for at least 1 year. General licenses, what we see is people go out and then they'll just form a new entity and apply online, and they're back in business.
Mayor, I know those answers, those are good answers, but they are the things we already know. But the question is, they'll find another business. Maybe it's barber shops, maybe it's, you name it. And there's a whole bunch of stuff there that doesn't require a privileged license. So I want to make sure maybe that this might be the only time that we do this, because without education, we'll have nothing. Without treatment, psychological counseling, we'll have nothing, because they'll just move to another venue, besides selling it, out of the trunk, which is where most of it will go, I think. But again, I'm going to vote for it, so I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. We have one more comment. Councilman Beer's going to tell us he also uses Brillo pads.
My wife makes me, on occasion, use Brillo pads. Karen, what does an applicant for this kind of license go through?
As proposed in this ordinance, it is a privileged license that is approved by the director. So they would go through a background check. So they would put in that criminal history. We'd get to take a look at who they are, those sorts of things. If they were not suitable for that license, in the opinion of the director, they could appeal that to the city council. So it's similar to reflexology, massage licenses currently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And
wait, I have another question, Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
On page 4, line 5 and 6. And I tried to read this from the perspective of a small cigar shop that I am familiar with. And now that Cuban cigars are illegal again today, perhaps become more familiar with. And one night they had a little event where you went in and you paid your money and you got a cigar, and they had like a wine sommelier expert person that talked about the wines of a particular region as you tasted them. So it was kind of like live entertainment. And so I'm curious, now this little guy, and times I've been there, the only people I've seen under 35 are the bartenders. I mean, it's a legitimate cigar parlor shop. And I'm trying to understand the impact this would have on him. I suspect he does not have a nightclub license because it's very, very occasional entertainment. I think sometimes he breaks his guitar out on Friday night. So what is the thinking about the live entertainment prohibition in a smoking lounge here?
What we find in some of these smoke shops is that they have live entertainment in order to attract that crowd. In order to get live entertainment, most of our places, they will have a liquor license, they will have a nightclub license, and those would be the appropriate places for those lounges.
And this guy has a liquor license.
And if he has a liquor license, then he would be able to get a nightclub license. He would be fine. It would just be in a regular smoke shop in your lounge area.
So the impact on this proprietor would be he'd have to write a check for $500 and have a background investigation?
Correct. It's 150, but yes.
150?
Yes.
And otherwise?
I'm sorry, if he already has a liquor license, he's already been through suitability, so there would be no impact on him. He would be able to get a waiver for that.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, be careful. I feel something happening here. Councilman Anthony.
Okay, I was reminded I asked a question at the recommending committee that I forgot I asked, but if this is a business that just sells cigars, you go in, you buy cigars and pipes and tobacco, is this included in this ordinance? Are those businesses included?
If that's their primary, if that is the bulk of their business, yes. It's specific. I'm sorry, Val, do you want to answer?
A smoke shop is defined as somebody with the primary business of selling tobacco to paraphernalia or designated substances. Cigars and cigarettes are not tobacco paraphernalia. Paraphernalia is the things that you use to smoke tobacco and other substances.
So they're not affected by
They're
this
not
ordinance?
affected.
Okay, thank you for reminding me that I asked that question that I forgot to ask. Okay, that's good to hear.
All right, so now, any more comments? Oh, yes, Councilman.
So the Tinder Shop, remember the Tinder Shop over at the Boulevard Mall?
Yes.
Many, many years ago? Would
Yes.
they fall under this?
I would have to look at what their primary products were and if they were selling, if their primary products were tobacco, if their primary products were the paraphernalia. So we have grocery stores that sell tobacco, they're not affected. We have convenience stores that sell tobacco, they're not affected. This is, the key word here is primary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barlow, would you like to make a motion here?
Yes, I would, Mayor, and would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem for his comments and being reminded of his position in regards to cigars. And so with that, I would thank also Steve Ross, Councilman Steve Ross, for bringing this forward, because this is very important. And as you very well know, having been on this council for over a decade now, that that you've been fighting for not only your constituency, but the constituents of the city of Las Vegas for a very long time. So this is very important when it comes to doing business in the city of Las Vegas, because I truly believe that there's no place for error when it comes to doing business in the city of Las Vegas. We do not want that dark cloud over our city ever. And so for that, we have to continue to stand up, and you're doing the right thing today by bringing this ordinance forward to say that it is not tolerated. In defense of my colleague, Councilman Coffin, the drug game is like oil and water. Law enforcement has been chasing, just as you chased alcohol, you're chasing drugs today, and you've been chasing it ever since you've been a law enforcement agency. And it's like oil and water, but we have to do what we can at the municipal level in order to provide law enforcement the necessary tools in order to work effectively and efficiently to rid our communities of those negative elements. And so when it's out of our scope, it's in the hand of law enforcement. And so therefore, you all have to do what you all have to do in the areas that we have no control. But the areas that we do have control, such as the ordinance that has come before us today, I am very glad to support your effort in this endeavor, working with our business licensing department. So for that, I move to follow Councilman Ross and staff's approval of this item, subject to all conditions, and if in fact there's a First Amendment, Val, I would include that as well. Thank you.
And that's your motion.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion,
First
please
Amendment.
vote. First Amendment, please post.
Yep, thank you.
That motion carries. Now, I'm going to switch over to Mayor Pro Tem to follow up on the next one so that you can get up and stretch your legs, please, because we are not going to break for lunch since it was supposed to be at 1 and it's now 4. We are now moving on to Agenda Item 56. This is Bill Number 2014-74. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please do so.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-74, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 11.10 pertaining to parking violations, to adjust authority and responsibility pertaining to the towing and immobilization of vehicles, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. Please post. We're going right on through. Okay. All right, that motion carried. That was agenda item 56. And so we're just going to break for
No, we
2
can do-
minutes.
Up to planning
We're going to keep going, but they need to reset the equipment in the back there.
for
So
62. So we can go up to 62,
can we
right?
do it up to 62 and take the 2 minutes? Fine, we will go to 62 and take a 2-minute break at that time. So it's agenda item 57, bill number 2014-98. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes.
Please do so.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-98, an ordinance to amend LVMC 6.50.040 to permit a limousine service to provide one complimentary 750 milliliter bottle of sparkling wine or champagne to passengers and for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 58, boy, that was a noisy drop. Bill 2014-99. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-99, an ordinance to update the description of certain city ward boundaries to reflect the addition of precinct numbers by the Clark County Election Department as a result of annexations or otherwise, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion passes. We'll move on to agenda item 59, Bill 2014-100. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-100, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
It's
fine with me.
That's fine. See, when we win. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. You sat all day, too. Agenda item 60, number 60, Bill 2014-101 will be heard at a later meeting. We will now take a 2-minute pause as we move on to new bills. So will somebody put their hand up or let us know that we're ready? Okay, 2 minutes. Thank you. We're just going to go ahead and, just for everybody that's here, we're not taking other than this 2-minute break. So go ahead and read your emails or whatever.
Tom Farrago? Maybe Doug Rankin?
We are going to do 61 next.
Am I reading any abeyance items or anything? Do you have any of that? You don't have anything? I believe mine are all day.
Can I ask you to take a 10-minute, not recess, but leave the meeting for 10 minutes so you can sign all those closing docs for us?
I can do it right here.
Oh, there's stacks of them.
I hate to do that, that's 4. So
Okay,
I
I'll
will
just
stay
do that.
after I'm on them.
That's just it, they need them, we were going to do it between morning, we're not taking one, so.
Okay, so what we'll do
Could he
is
run
if
it for 10
he'll
minutes?
run, as soon as we reconvene, then we'll go in the back and I'll sign documents. Assuming we have four. We have four. 1, 2, 3. We need 4. Councilman Beers here and Councilwoman.
Councilman Ross is in the back, so let me.
He'll
see
come
if
back,
he's-
and so Councilman Coffin, and
Okay.
so will, somebody will have 4. Mayor Pro Tem, we'd like you to take back over 155,000 documents. I have to go sign documents, so I need one more.
So if you could run for about 5 or 10 minutes. Great, thank you.
And I'll come.
Can you ask somebody to come back, one of those to come back here?
Anytime you're comfortable and ready, we're set.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene, and, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're good. We're going to reconvene now, because we're back and running, and then I'm going to turn, for at least 10 minutes, everything back over to Mayor Pro Tem, because I have about 500 documents to sign that have to be out this afternoon. So as soon as we have
one more.
we'll need for me to leave. We're here. So let's go ahead, agenda item 61. Agenda item 61, Bull 2014-101 will be heard at the recommending committee on Monday, January 5th, 2015. City Attorney, would you please read these wonderful new bills?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2014-102, an ordinance to update the regulations pertaining to residential parking permit zones to authorize their use in areas where certain types of special
You can't
events.
leave yet. Sorry, we'd lost somebody. Okay. Okay, he'll be back.
That's okay,
Please
we're just reading
continue.
them into the record.
I don't know if I can pick up where I left off. Can I
You could
start over?
start all
Thank you.
over again.
Bill number 2014-102, an ordinance to update the regulations pertaining to residential parking permit zones to authorize their use in areas where certain types of special events take place and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, new bill 2014-102 is assigned to Councilmen Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. And we will continue on now on 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I am going to step aside, and you'll continue on, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Item number 62 for possible action, any item from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilwoman Tarkanian, could you read those into the record in front of you and make a motion? It's that page right there, yes, ma'am.
The items that appear to be removed is item number 77, SUP 55012, and it is being withdrawn without prejudice requested by the applicant. And the additional items are 84 through 86, ZON 56153, VAR 56152, and SDR 56150, again withdrawal without prejudice requested by the applicant.
And is that your motion?
I move to have these followed accordingly.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. We'll go to item, item number 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72 to 76. Let me go ahead and read all these into the record. Items 63 through 76 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have the item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item number 63 and 64 are EOT 56322 and EOT 56637, abeyance items. Applicant Steve Hayashi, owner Comet LV, request for extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern and a non-conforming use gaming establishment non-restricted at 600 Jackson, C2 zone Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Item number 65, RQR 54753, applicant Mountain View Estates owner John Herda, a required review and of approved special use permit, SUP 4592, for a 40-foot tall, 10-foot by 40-foot off-premise sign at 2744 Highland Drive, M zoning, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 66, RQR 54755, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, owner SG Properties, on a required review of an approved special use permit for a 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 845 West Bonanza, M zoning, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Item number 67, RQR 54757, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, owner Rebel Oil Company, on a required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48 off-premise sign at 1080 South Rainbow, C1 zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. 68, RQR 54758, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Willick Investments, on a required review of a approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3591 East Bonanza Road, C1 zoning, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Item number 69, RQR 54760, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner I Rent B&E LLC, on a required review and approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3500 West Sahara Avenue, C1 zoning, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 70, RQR 54763, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Bell Real Estate, on a required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 1910 Industrial Road, M Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. 71, SUP 55786, applicant House of Bargains, owner Duckhorn, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,950 square foot thrift shop use at 4,000 West Sahara, C1 zoning, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 72, SUP 56127, applicant El Super, owner MLCFC 2006 4 Sahara Rental, on a request for a special use permit for a retail establishment with an accessory package liquor off-sale use within an existing 52,336 square foot general retail store other than listed at 4610 West Sahara, C1 zoning, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 73, SUP 56133, applicant Veterans Village Thrift Shop, owner Diversified Investment Las Vegas, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,500 square foot thrift shop use at 6121 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suites 140 through 165, C1 zoning, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Item number 74, SUP 56135, applicant 7 Mars, owner RZMZ Family Series 3, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,770 square foot beer, wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing restaurant at 2,000 East Charleston Boulevard, C1 zoning, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Item number 75, SUP 56138, applicant Sophia's Restaurant, owner Jeannie Thuhu, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing 2,951 square foot restaurant at 821 North Lamb Boulevard, Suite 1, C1 zoning, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And item number 76, VAC 56131, applicant owner Greystone, Nevada, on a request for a petition to vacate a 30-foot portion of a Ruffian Road between Centennial Parkway and Regina Avenue, and to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located south of Centennial Parkway on both sides of Hualapai Way. Ward 6, Councilman Ross. All these items are recommended for approval by staff, and items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone that would like to speak on any of these items?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll close the public hearing. Any item wish to be pulled by City Council person?
I don't want to have it pulled, but I just wanted to make sure with planning that the signs that we have the required review on in Ward 1 would be for 3 years.
Is that a change to the condition?
I don't think so.
It's not, okay.
I'm not sure, because in the past, I've requested that, and that's what we've always done. So
I
I'm
believe
assuming.
these, we're checking it real quick, but I believe these are a 5-year review.
And I've asked that in Ward 1 that the signs be a 3-year review.
Okay. These are 5-year. Can we
I'm
amend
going to have to
that
pull, I'll have to
within-
pull them and
Okay.
open them, so.
All right.
Which one is that, Councilwoman Tarkanian?
65, 67, 69.
65, 67, 69. Councilman Barlow, you had?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, 63 and 64.
Okay, so, all right, so Councilwoman Tarkanian, I guess if I could get a motion to approve all the ones in one motion, one vote, except for 63, 64, 65, 67, and 69.
I make a motion to approve all these items except for 63, 64, 65, 67, 69.
All right, there's a motion.
I don't have a yay.
Okay. All right, please vote and post. All right, motion carries, so let's go to items 63 and 64. 63 is the EOT abeyance item, extension of time on a non-conforming public hearing. Applicant Steve Hayashi, owner, Comet LV, at 600 Jackson Avenue. And item number 64 is EOT 56637. Abeyance item, again, Steve Hayashi, non-conforming use gaming establishment at 600 Jackson Avenue. Are the applicants present or owners?
Matthew Johnson on behalf of Steve Hayashi. He is not present. He's out of the country, unfortunately. He was here at the original hearing.
Councilman Barlow, did you want them to do a presentation, or do you already have something in mind?
This actually is coming on an abeyance. I don't know why it wasn't listed in that way, because I made this at the last council meeting so that we can address the ownership issues, if you recall, Mayor Pro Tem and Council,
Right.
that lively debate that came before us. And so I asked them to work with our city attorney's office, Brian Scott, and for them to bring back some level of ownership, because I had owners, or I should say I had individuals standing before this body stating that they have ownership, and the applicant before us today states that they own the building. And so therefore, I wanted it to get sifted out so that I had an opportunity with this council to determine how we were going to address this item moving forward. And so I'm hoping that there's something to be shared that will bring a level of sense before me in order that I can move forward with my decision. So,
Councilman
Mr.
Brian.
Scott?
Councilman, I guess I can start it off. Councilman, as you instructed at the last city council meeting, we met with Mr. Johnson and his clients as well as the Greens, but individually. I explained to the Greens, and they were kind of under the misconception of what exactly this application was all about. Her last name is Green.
Tara Green Jackson.
Tara Green Jackson. She owns the actual liquor license and the gaming license. She thought that this action somehow would affect those licenses, which you know are transferable and they relate to the person, not necessarily the site. I explained to her that the EOT that they were requesting with this particular action were only pertaining to the SUP for the liquor and for the gaming to maintain at that location. So she understood that, she's okay with that, as long as it doesn't affect her individual liquor license or gaming license, which it does not. She was okay with it, understood that, and that's probably why she's not here today.
Okay, then so with that, I would move for approval of the one-year extension of item number 63, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, we have a motion on item number 63. Please vote. And post. Motion carries on item 64.
And on item 64, I will move for approval of extension of time 1 year of this item.
Thank you. So motion, please vote. And post. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now on item 65, which is a required review. Mountain View, Mountain View Estates, John Herda, for a 40-foot tall by 10-foot off-premise sign. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
How would you like me to word this? I want the required review approved for 3 years.
Chair, so Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Councilwoman, that would be condition number 3. This special use permit shall be reviewed in 3 years as opposed to a reason out 5 years. That would be the amendment.
And that's my motion.
Thank you. Please vote.
This is a public hearing. Did he have something to say about that?
I opened the public hearing
sorry.
and then closed it, and so I think we got this under control. So go ahead and vote.
There's no,
Opposed?
Hold on, this takes a little time.
You hit it on top, maybe.
All right, there you go. 65, please vote. Councilman Barlow? And post. Motion carries unanimously, so we'll go to 67.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you. Con 67, a required review for a 40-foot tall by 14-foot 48 off-premise sign. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I move that we approve this required review with condition number 3, 3 years.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Councilwoman, that particular item and item 69 as well as condition number 2 would be revised to 3
Sorry,
years.
different condition. Okay. Condition number 2, 3 years.
Thank you. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously, and then we'll go to 69, RQR 54760, required review of 40-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move to approve the required review with condition number 2 change to 3 years.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so, all right, so item number 77 is with, okay. Item number, all right. Item number 78, SUP 55195, abeyance item. Applicant Davis Funeral Home on a Memorial Park, owner Hart Boland Enterprises, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed mortuary or funeral chapel use at 1401 South Rainbow Boulevard, C1 zoning, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval of this item. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Then I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today on behalf of Davis Funeral Home. The location is at the corner of Rainbow and Charleston. Many of you may remember this site as the former Memphis barbecue site, which prior to that, it was the Old Country Inn breakfast place. The building is vacant. It has been vacant for several months, and Davis has identified this as an ideal and suitable, really, location for to relocate where their current operation is. Their current operation is located on West Charleston Boulevard. Their current operation is located on West Charleston Boulevard, right here. That would be just east of Rancho Lane. And if I can take a moment and walk through some of the uses that surround this, I appreciate that. They've been here for over 20 years. They, to the south of them is the large residential area known as the Scotch 80s. On the west side of them is the UMC Women's Center. Immediately to the east of them is the Charleston Retirement Building. And then across north of them is a number of commercial uses, some of which include CVS or the Omelet House that we all know. And then kitty corner to that is UMC. The reason I point out these uses will be to address some of the concerns that we've heard as we move into where we're proposing for our site to be today. The property where we would like to go is Zone C1. That is a use that's permitted in this area, although with the special use permit, and we are not seeking any waivers. I want to talk about what the use permit is for and what it is not for. It is for a funeral home where services would be held. It is not for a crematorium, and it certainly is not for a cemetery. There's obviously no room for that, nor would we propose to have that there. As I mentioned earlier, the reason why Davis needs to find a new location is because their lease at the Charleston location is expiring. They've been there for over 20 years. They've established a number of relationships with families. They call them heritage families who return when they need to, I should say, celebrate the passing in some ways, or the memories of loved ones who have passed away. And they really want to stay in this area. And when I say this area, I predominantly mean Ward 1, as luck would have it. Ward 1 has a number of heritage families. There are over, I believe, 300 heritage families in Ward 1, and they really want to stay in this community to service those families. At the new location, which is currently a vacant building, they would buy the building, so we wouldn't be in a situation, again, where we would need to move when the lease came up. It would be an approximate $1.5 million investment. That includes purchase of the property as well as exterior improvements that they would make. As you can see on the overhead, currently the building is painted in a red color that is conducive to what the Memphis barbecue style was. They have decided to paint that building to a tan color, and I'll show you what that would look like on the overhead. Thank you. This is actually a different color than what we originally submitted and showed at the Planning Commission. At the Planning Commission, we did show a gray-colored building, but we received some feedback that perhaps a tan color would be more pleasing to the area. So we would, in fact, make exterior improvements that would include a softer tan color exterior. From a parking standpoint, we actually more than exceed code requirements. Code requirements actually require, if I remember correctly, about 14 spaces, and this area has over 90 spaces. But what I can tell you, though, is the practical reality. While that sounds kind of odd that you would only have 14 spaces that might be required by code, your code has addressed the idea and the notion that typically people, when they come to services, come in groups. Okay, so that addresses the need for why there would only be 14 spaces required. Additionally, at the current location we're at, I believe we have just over 50 parking spaces, and we have never once, in all the years that we've been there, had a parking issue that we could not handle on site on our property. Just staying on that topic for 1 second, we've also never in those 20 years at the current location that we are at had a code enforcement complaint. We haven't had an accident caused by either people coming to or leaving from our facility, either before or after a service. And when it comes to processionals, we don't see that as often. But in the rare occasions where we do have a processional, we do hire a Nevada licensed company that is skilled with how to move traffic in and out of our property and onto Charleston, so we haven't had any traffic issues with processionals. From a neighborhood meeting community outreach standpoint, back in August, specifically August 18th, we conducted a voluntary neighborhood meeting. We purchased our labels from the City of Las Vegas so that we would mail to the same mailing notification radius that the city does when they send out their cards. Approximately 8 people attended that meeting, and I think it's fair to say there were 4 or 5 in support, and then I would say about 3 opposed. We then went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission approved the application. Again, staff is recommending approval of it, which we appreciate. The Planning Commission also approved it. However, at the Planning Commission, some neighbors attended and expressed concerns, and specifically those neighbors are really from the residential homes that are directly west of us. That's who came to the neighborhood meeting, to the Planning Commission meeting. And so subsequent to that, we had another neighborhood meeting. We actually had it at Mr. Bengachia's house. He was kind enough to let us use his house for the meeting. And he invited the cul-de-sacs that were immediately west of us so that we could hopefully try to address his concerns and his neighbors' concerns. And my apologies for not doing this early on, but standing to the right of me is Todd Necker. Todd is with Davis Funeral Homes, and I always think it's good to have a face with the company that I'm representing. So if I can't answer any questions, Todd can. I also want to point out that at every neighborhood meeting that we've had, Todd has been with me. Again, I felt it was important if Davis is able to move into this community that the neighbors put a face to who Davis is. Todd has been with the company for a number of years, and in my personal opinion, he has, through his company, tried to address every single concern As long as it was reasonable, we have tried to address it and do what we can to satisfy it. Todd has also had conversations with the property manager of the office buildings that are located immediately north of us along Rainbow. They too have expressed concerns. The concerns that were raised through the combination of all three of those, I'll say community outreach, has been number one, reduction in property values. There's been a concern, I believe I could say, both from the commercial property as well as from the residential homes, that if this use were to go in, that it would have an adverse or negative impact on their property values. We actually heard that at the Planning Commission meeting. When we heard that at the Planning Commission meeting, we hired a certified real estate appraiser here in town. It is Mike Cheshire. If any of you know him, I would like to submit this for the record. But I wanted him to study that, and specifically what we were told at the initial neighborhood meeting was that there was an assertion that this type of use would reduce property values by 10 to 15%. So we took that seriously. Again, we hired a real estate appraiser to research that for me, and his findings are that he could find no evidence that our type of use, which is again just a funeral home, would reduce property values. So at some point, I'll leave that for the record. The second issue that was raised was parking and traffic. And I know I touched on this earlier, but I just want to touch on it one more time. The use that or the site that we are looking to move to now vastly exceeds code requirements. Processionals, as I indicated, we always use a Nevada licensed company. Again, that processionals are not very used very often these days, but if they are, we know how to manage that traffic because we've been doing it at our location on Charleston for over 20 years. So I believe that we can handle any type of parking or traffic concerns. Furthermore, we also identified conditions that we would be willing to agree to satisfy some of the concerns that were expressed from the neighbors to the north of us. And some of those concerns which we would agree to do would include to post no parking signs on Del Rey so that there would be an assurance that none of the people who would come to one of our services would utilize on-street parking on Del Rey. We also talked about having cones put up. There are currently, let me have you look at the overhead. Thank you. There are three entrances and exits just into this property, and to be fair, there is a cross-access agreement that runs with the commercial projects located north of this. So really, from this particular property, you could actually go all the way through the interiors and exit out onto Charleston. But on just this property that's in front of you right now, you can see that there's a driveway curb cut right onto Rainbow, and then there are two driveway curb cuts that exist today that are onto Del Rey. One of the requests that was made of us is that we do one of two things: either permanently close one of the driveways onto Del Rey. We're happy to look into that. We're happy to do it. The only reason why we couldn't outright agree to that is because there is that cross-access agreement that moves from this property to the office property to the north, and we don't want to do anything that would violate that. Assuming we could work that out, we're happy to close one of those driveways. In the alternative, if we could not close one of those driveways, what we would agree to do is whenever we had services, we would put out, I'll call them temporary orange cones, so that we wouldn't have people utilizing the driveways onto Del Rey. The residents' concern is that we direct any traffic that comes to this site out onto Rainbow and not to go down to Del Rey. So we were willing to do that. We also said that we would post no right turn signs, again, on our property, but onto Del Rey to further try to restrict, discourage, et cetera, any traffic moving into the neighborhood. The tenants in the office building to the north have raised some concerns, I don't want to say predominantly, but a number of those uses that are tenants in the office building to the north are medical related. It's my understanding there's some doctor's offices in there, and they are concerned about the fact that we are about end of life and they are about saving lives. And so that is the reason why I wanted to circle back with what the uses were around our existing location on Charleston, which include a hospital, which include the retirement community, and along that lines, I do want to also put in for the record, we have a letter of support from the residential retirement community that's located immediately east of us. They haven't had any concerns with us being there, both as a conflict to their operation and in a traffic scenario. But I did want to point that out because I respect everyone's opinions on this topic, but we are located in what I would call a medical district now, and I think we have we've been a very good neighbor in that area, both for the medical uses as well as to the residential located immediately to the south of us. Finally, the last thing I want to show you Thank you. If you can see this, what we did on this is we tried to address the opposition that was turned in, and it came in two ways. It was both a petition that one of the ladies who came to our first neighborhood meeting got on her own, as well as cards that the city mails out that were returned to you. We used all of that from the city council meeting a month ago that was in your backup. And the black dots, we only looked at what was in the notification radius because we thought that that was the most fair analysis. Within the notification radius, the black dots assert the properties, and again, there could have been multiple people at those properties, a husband and wife, et cetera, but we only looked at the properties that signed either the petition or mailed in a card in opposition. If you count these black dots within the notification radius, it amounts to 25. We then felt that we should go out and see if there are folks in this notification radius who would be supportive of this use. So we did that, and in green, you can see this does happen to be on the east side of Charleston, but we were respectful of the neighbors on the west side of Charleston who had expressed opposition to us. And there are numbers on here, and again, it's individual units. We did not count multiple people in the same unit, so that when I showed you this petition, I'd be comparing apples to apples. And the green is evidence of support within the notification radius for this use, and that is a total of 48 petitions of support. I will turn those in for the record as well. So we have that, and one final thing that we have, which I'll turn in, is we did get 7 letters of support in Ward 1, but again, outside of the notice radius, so we just wanted to show you for purposes of comparison in the notice radius. We have 48 properties who have signed in support to the 25 properties who have signed in opposition. Finally, I would just like to end with, I've had the pleasure of representing Davis, and I've gotten to know them through the last several months, and I can tell you that they are a wonderful company led by wonderful people like Todd. They're involved in the community. They do several things with the high schools. Todd can expound on that. They are a quiet neighbor. I really do honestly in my heart of hearts believe that they would be a quiet, good neighbor in this location. And they have done everything within reason that I have asked of them or that others have asked of them to try to make this property be a place where it could be approved. So with that, I would ask you to follow Staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Did you want to make any comments, sir? Or are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I was just asking you to seriously consider this. We've put a lot of time and effort. One of the
Please state
things-
your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Todd Naker. I'm Vice President of Davis Funeral Homes. And our staff, we've put a lot of time and effort. What Jennifer didn't tell you is our journey started 3 years ago. We've been on Charleston Avenue for 20 years now. And 3 years ago, we found out that they're not going to renew our lease, that we had to be out by this February. And finding the C2 property that suitably fit our family's needs was very hard to do. This particular property we looked at 3 years ago. It was under contract. It's been vacant that long. It fell out of contract again. When it did, we had looked at several other opportunities that would not fit our needs, and we found this one once again. And we've really been diligently trying to follow through to win over our neighbors, win over our community. It's a site I think that the neighbors would probably embellish if they would allow that to transpire. I'm a fifth-generation funeral director. I was born and raised in a funeral home in Wyoming where we were part of the neighborhood. My neighbors were neighbors. So we were definitely not in a C1, C2 area. So we put a lot of love into this, and I just hope that you respectfully give us your approval today.
Thank you. All right, I will open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item, come on down. State your name.
How you doing? Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. I'm Robert Webb, owner of Beautiful Laser Lounge, Modern Mail, and Rockstar Rescue. After that presentation, I wish I had a lawyer, but we are a family-run business, owned and operated for over 25 years. We've been in this particular location about 5 years. I'm here representing Dr. Webb, Dr. Miles Fine, and several other providers that work for us, including myself. We have never been alerted of anything. I'm the neighbor to the north, so we are in that medical plaza sharing that same parking lot. I'm there 10 to 6 every single day, Monday through Friday. I've never been alerted of any of this. We are not residents of the neighborhood as far as like housing. We don't own any homes in that area, but we are the closest there. Our main concern is over the years, and us being Latin as well, is the superstition and the cultural thing that we go through. For instance, we had an emergency yesterday of a hypertension patient with high blood pressure, and we had to call 911 for her. She was very panicky and freaking out and basically saying, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And that's the kind of thing, I guess my thing is you don't want to be reminded of death in that situation. And I think kind of that's our biggest battle, and we're here representing the patients and what they say. And like she said, you know, they're here to, we're in the business of saving lives, and they're in the business, you know, of ending life, I guess. I don't know. There's just a conflict there that, that we see it every day. So if you would just consider, obviously we are opposed to this, and if you would take our recommendation to oppose it, it'd be great. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chichi Bengachia, 1335 Rosanna. I've been working on this for obviously since the beginning, and some of that information is correct, but I just want to be real clear. When we built our homes in that neighborhood, there was a restaurant, and then there was another restaurant, and we appreciated them being there. When they first came to us with the funeral home, we told, you know, at least in my neighborhood, there's 11 homes. We told them specifically from the very beginning that we had a concern with the traffic, we had a concern with the use, we had a concern with the hours. We basically told them what concerns we had, and we went to the Planning Commission. You know, it didn't go 5-0, it was 3-2 vote. We went to the City Council as requested. We were asked by Councilwoman Tarkanian to obey it 30 days, to give them an opportunity to work it out with the neighbors. Honestly, we never saw anybody after that. And then we came back here 30 days later, and they requested another abeyance. Councilwoman Tarkanian said, you should have, you know, she always agrees with that. So, okay, never heard from him again. I met with Todd's boss, and I sat in the parking lot, and he said he had this appraisal. I said, give me a copy of it so I can look at it, so I can tell the neighbors, because that's obviously a big concern, the property values. His boss promised to email it to me. I never got it. I'm sure I can find an appraiser that can give you an opinion that there is, you know, that could be a perception of a funeral home in a neighborhood affect the property values. So I don't think that's fair, legit information to bring to the council, present to the council today. I've been available, just like the property owner on the north. I talked to the homeowner that's directly to the west of this parking lot, Mr. Cantos, who's been there. I asked him, I said, has anybody ever talked to you? He said, no. I said, well, you're most impacted by having potentially 50, 60, 70 cars in the parking lot. I mean, that Celebration of Life room that you've seen in that floor plan has 130 seats. I go, this is not the same operation that's currently located on Charleston. So I went through all the letters, you know, the support, and I realized that the people on the other side of Rainbow, which is like the Great Wall of China from our neighborhood, you know, their support, but they were, a lot of those people that signed the support were apartment, you know, the people that live in apartments across this way. We don't have many people in our neighborhood because we're all on half acres or acres. So unfortunately, we can't get 50 letters of opposition because there isn't 50 of us in that circle. And I could be glad to, if you want to give me that circle, I can tell you where we are and why we're the mostly concerned. I asked them and when I say I'm talking on behalf of, because the homeowners do contact me. I've lived in that neighborhood for 19 years, okay? My mom lives in the house in the cul-de-sac store. My neighbor, Jim, his brother, it's always pretty much the same people that have lived in those 11 homes since we built. It's a quiet community. We don't have a homeowners association, so we don't have a big voice, unfortunately. So we try to gate the community, but we have a couple of people that aren't interested. I can't help it. They have the right. They've lived there as long as I have. But I'd be glad to go through that map if you want to know specifically where the concern. But we are the most directly impacted. Those people come out of those services are going to come up Del Rey, regardless of what little traffic control they provide. We asked them to close one driveway. They said they could do it. So let me just go through my notes real fast, and I'll end this real quick. I just want you. Everybody that's a homeowner there has concerns, and their concerns should be regarded as valid from the board's concern. I realize that these people have been working on it, but if it would have been me, I'd have been knocking door to door and introducing myself and going through the extra effort, knowing that there was 11 to 25 people really concerned, and they didn't do it. What am I supposed to say? Did I tell my neighbors? I said, I've been building in Las Vegas. Why would I be opposed to building? I said, I build for people all day long. So I'm not opposed to construction and development, but as a representative, I was asked to represent my neighbors, to oppose it, and that's what I'm doing here.
Thank you.
I've sat here for 4 hours, not even one conversation about, can we talk? Nothing. So in my opinion, I appreciate what they're doing, and I've been to Davis Funeral Homes. I knew the Davises before they sold it, but this is not a mom and pop operation. This is a huge funeral operator and I met that guy, and he gave me a good story. I listened to it, and he had opportunity to follow up on it, and he didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Webb. I'm the manager for SEMA Medical Centers. My spouse is the owner of SEMA Medical, and we occupy mostly 80% of the building. I represent 30 families that we employed, and I did walk the neighborhood. I went knocking on each door by the funeral home, and I told them that there was a possibility that a funeral home was going to be open. Some of them have 30 years to live there. They didn't like the idea. Unfortunately, people work, and, this is during working hours, and they cannot miss their work. But I have letters signed by them.
Which neighborhood are you talking about?
The houses behind the funeral home.
West of
That would be Del Rey. The houses in Del Rey. It's in Rainbow and Del Rey. So I went and knocked on the doors. I had letters signed by them stating that they don't want the funeral home there. I spoke to them. I took time off, and I walked all the neighborhood, and they're not happy with having a funeral home. In our line of business, we opened SEMA Medical Centers in 2009 when the building was vacant. It has taken us that long to make a mark and making the people aware that we are providing a service. We serve the Latino community, that is, and the underserved people that have little access to medical care. So we are providing a medical care. We are business owners, so in that sense, Councilor Barlow said that he was pro-business owner. So we are minority, and we are trying to run a business and provide food and shelter to 25 families that work under us. So we just want to, we want to say that we oppose it because of the safety, the traffic. It's very busy. So
Thank you.
That's mainly what I wanted to say.
Okay. Anyone else from the public wishing to be heard?
Hi, my name is Gina Kempel, and I'm the property manager for 1331 and 1321 South Rainbow. I am the property manager that was contacted by Davis Funeral Home. After making 4 or 5 phone calls to the funeral home, leaving messages for Todd, finally did hear back from him on 10/10, which I was also neglected, Jennifer neglected to say that I was in attendance at the hearing on September 9th, and I voiced my opposition at that time before the council. At that time, they were notified that they should have a neighborhood meeting. That is why I started contacting Davis Funeral Home to find out when the neighborhood meeting would take place so that we could be heard, and never heard back from them until the day after the neighborhood meeting was held. So I feel like that was unfair and improper notification of what was going on. I also walked the neighborhood on November 18th, and I left flyers at all of the houses west of the building, and everyone I talked to was in opposition of this funeral home. And some of the main concerns I have is that our property actually connects with the ingress and egress of the funeral home, and for them to block off one of the entrances would be a big mistake. It would create difficulty for emergency services to access our building in case of a medical condition. The overcrowding of the parking lot we already have issues, and I know that this would add to it. And I think that it would also have a financial impact on our medical practices, and which would create a vacancy for our building and create more problems for us in dealing with the homeless situation that we already deal with homeless people coming onto the vacant building that is there, and also the increase in vandalism that we've experienced. I would highly suggest that you reconsider this and not approve this use. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Cindy Brown. I just happen to live in this neighborhood, but on the opposite side of Rainbow. There is nobody that is going to cause any problems at a funeral home. Getting somebody in there would be a good thing. Homeless people hanging around it, they'll be gone because somebody will be in the place. What has happened to America? They don't want to allow a business, a funeral home of all places. I could understand if it were a strip club or a nightclub or something like that. They don't disturb people. They're dead. And the people that come are quiet and sad. Get a grip, people. This is a funeral home. Allow them to be there. We are all going to die someday, and we will all need them eventually.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a 25-year Nevada resident. I've lived here in Las Vegas for 15 years. And I can tell you the funeral homes that I have seen around town are not dangerous places, and they do not become a blight to their neighborhood. They are good places. They are stable places. And so I hope you take this into consideration. I understand people might be upset about how this might affect their business, but this is a good business to have in. This is going to help the neighborhood, and I'm sorry that they have these feelings of opposition, but once again, as Cindy pointed out, we are all going to die, so we need to think about these things. So thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Mayor, do you have a comment?
Well, I do want to say that I have lived on the south side of the current Davis Funeral Home for 38 years, and we have never seen, heard of, had anybody complain of the operations of disturbance to the neighborhood, of police coming, of traffic problems. They've been wonderful neighbors, actually. And when you consider, I think Mrs. Brown's her name, mentioned what other types of businesses could be going into that property that's been vacant for so long. We used to frequent the country inn there. And it definitely is a quiet place. And when you mentioned the gentleman to our left here about building and enclosing your property to home ownership property, then you're responsible for repaving all your streets, and you take on amongst yourselves having to keep the property up within the fenced-in or enclosed property. So we were there with the Scotch 80s talking about that until we found out exactly how much it was going to cost us all to take care of the trees, take care of the streets, and close the property, and have opted always to be an open neighborhood. But I have to reassure you, quality neighbors. Quiet, as was brought up, very quiet. There are people, when they do come to funerals, of course, this isn't a happy-go-lucky, jump over the wall, create noise and problems. And not knowing that property's been vacant for so long, what could go in there? And as for the physicians in the building to the north, as I understand it, the owner, where's the owner of the building?
I don't know. We sent notices, just to address something that Gina brought up, why she didn't get a notice to the
Could you
original
identify
neighborhood
yourself,
meeting.
Jennifer?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer Lazovich. We send notices to the property owner. And I believe the property owner, well, anyway, so I'm not sure how the property owner communicates that to the property manager, but that's why individual tenants didn't
and
get
speaking,
a notice.
obviously, there's a glitch here where there's not a feeling of communication and walking around and going door to door, which is justifiable. But I just do want to reassure you they're a wonderful, wonderful facility, well-managed, and absolutely have caused no problem to the neighborhood, almost to the point that you're not even sure there's anything going on there except when they do have funerals. And since there is no crematorium there or anything else, it is strictly a quiet funeral parlor. And people come in, are very, very quiet, and leave. And what I would suggest to you, assuming that the funeral parlor will continue on in the same way it's operated for 20 years, they're a great neighbor. They're just a great neighbor. And I understand what you're saying, and I'm sorry that you didn't have the opportunity to participate in somebody going door to door. There may be reasons I don't know. But just wanted to assure you these are very, very good people, and you could have some type of other ownership come in, or a rental facility that really would create. The reason you have the vandalism and you have the homeless is because it's been unoccupied for so long. So at least you have something really tangible here, and knowing the families that have operated, I'm sure they would be open to working with you if there were issues that you felt needed to be addressed. But this is a very consistent, reliable, no ups and downs to their operation. So I just, being a neighbor on the south side, as I say, for 38 years before they were even there, and at the point that Davis was coming in, there was no opposition. We were sort of pleased. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, planning and commission and staff recommend approval. Tom, did you want to comment?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. If this item is approved, Mr. Anderson from Public Works would like to put a condition on the record.
Okay. Would you want to do that now? Oh,
Certainly. Mayor, through you, Bart Anderson, Public Works. If this item is moved for approval, I'd like to add the following conditions. Number 5, coordinate with the Traffic Engineering Division to install no parking signs on the north side of Delray Avenue between this site and Rosanna Street. All costs for such signage and installation shall be at the applicant's expense. Prior to installation of signage, provide notarized affidavits from all property owners facing Delray Avenue in the area affected, indicating that they are in support of the no parking signage. And number 6, install no right turn signs at the southern driveways from this site accessing Delray Avenue prior to first use of this site for a funeral home. Thank you.
thank you. Any comments from the city council? Councilman Ross?
I do. I'm going to echo what the mayor has said. I mean, folks, I've heard your complaints and your concerns. In my opinion, and as Councilman Barlow alluded, yes, Councilman, I think I'm heading into my 10th year, this is a great use for this location. Chichi, when you and I talked months ago, people are not going to drive up the road, up Delray to go in your neighborhood. They're going to leave out of Rainbow. I appreciate what the applicant's done working with the neighborhood to try to settle the issues of people going west on Delray. In regards to the property value, I can't imagine property values are higher because you have a vacant building next to you. In regards to the businesses to the north, I really think that's far-fetched, that this business is going to damage your business. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So I apologize to you guys. I think this is a great use. This is a great operator. Mayor, when I was 16, I think, I went to work for John DeBella. He wasn't there. He was over at the mortuary, but now he's down the street there. I'm very aware of where your location is, sir, and you did a fabulous job in that location. That's the mayor's neighborhood, for heaven's sakes. And you've never heard a peep out of them, have you? You know, so I think it's a great use. I think it's a great location. I think you folks are scared of that big green monster that you don't know is there yet, because it's not a big green monster. This is a great business and a great use for that location. I'm in full support.
Thank you. Any other comments from the city council? Councilman Beers?
You know, 5 hours this morning and the mayor did not convince me, but 3 minutes this afternoon and the mayor convinced me. So I will be supporting the application.
Thank heavens for your sense of humor.
Thank you. Any other comments from Councilman Barlow?
Yeah, since the mayor was able to convince him in 3 minutes, maybe we should go back to the previous vote.
Which vote was that?
I'm kidding. He knows what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
This is a very complicated issue for the councilwoman, and I know we've been in this position before where you have the residents coming before the council on matters that are very important to them in their lifestyle that they've grown accustomed to, and new industry businesses moving into the neighborhood. And so I'm going to trust the councilwoman having done her due diligence and follow her lead on whichever direction she moves in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilwoman Tarkanian, it's all yours.
That was very sweet of Councilman Barlow, considering the rest didn't seem that way. Let me explain. This is a very complicated issue. It is not an easy issue of who has what or who needs what. This is an issue of you have directly adjacent to the property a neighborhood that is absolutely adamantly against this. You have directly to the north of it a business that has tried to be making its views known, that they have a concern about their right of ingress and egress and having 2 driveways or only 1 driveway because they sometimes use ambulances. You have a community, and we're always looking at cultural factors. You have a very strong Asian and Hispanic community in that area, and they are very much, for their cultural reasons, against having the funeral home there. I have very few approving of this item that live really close to where it would occur. Now, I want to say that during my years on the council, I've observed many representations from individuals on items, and Jennifer Lazarevich, you've worked very hard on this. You've really done a great job. The level of your hard work, the numerous extra steps you took in order to get a successful agreement. Sometimes it got a little strident at times with people who were feeling so strong, particularly the cultural individuals that were giving to us, as one of the two here gave to us. So I want to thank you, and I want to tell you how very much I was impressed with the work that you did. And I know that those who operate Davis Funeral Homes are local longtime members, and their business is highly respected. They've been Las Vegas contributors for a long time. Certainly, they are welcome in Ward 1. It is just that this particular site has such little support for this. Now, Jennifer did go across, and one of the ladies spoke on this. She crossed Rainbow, which is a major street, and then went past another business slice. In other words, you have to go through businesses before you get to the numbers that Jennifer received as far as giving additional members. Those people are not very involved in this. The people involved in it are the ones that have spoken against it. So I want to say that the traffic involvement, I think we've tried to work that out. I thank planning for that. We have had different meetings. Jennifer did go to, my understanding is, a neighborhood meeting in the neighbors directly behind. It wasn't a formal meeting, maybe through our planning, but it was a meeting. But I want to say that I'd like to have Davis in Ward 1, but I just don't feel that this is the place, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have good on both sides. Sometimes it can't be worked out. But if you're talking about the individuals who are going to be affected, if you're talking about the individuals who will be closely going by this daily, who will be affected by any traffic, and they do go down Del Rey sometimes because they don't know it's a dead end. I've been there. I've seen that. I'm not saying Davis went by there, by the way. I'm just saying that I've seen individuals do that. That's why the neighbors are so concerned. And so because of those reasons, and because, you know, I think we had 38, let me see, I had it added up here, 48 came through on a petition, and then I had 34 other ones. So really, those who vote against this, and don't like it are far, far in the majority. And again, as I said, I'll work with you. I'd find any place I could in Ward 1 for you because I know that's where you would like to be. But I really feel strongly that this area is not the place to be. I don't think it's a good site because I can't find any support adjacent to it, near it, either business or residents. So it's necessary for me to move for denial.
All right, there's a motion to deny. Please vote. And post. Mayor's not here. It's a tie. All right. So I guess it doesn't pass. Right? Okay, very good. Okay, we'll move on to item number Item number 79, SUP 55487, an abeyance item, public hearing applicant, Mr. N&S Bonanza, owner, Water Street, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a packaged liquor off-sale use within a proposed 1,882 square foot general retail establishment at 3595 East Bonanza Road, Suite 140. C1 Commercial, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, Planning Commission, and Planning Commission by 6-1 vote recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant present? All right, if the applicant is not present, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. There's no public hearing. Councilman Coffin?
I'm sorry, Councilman.
No one is here, right?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Hello?
This is Brian. The clerk's office just kind of reminded me of something. You know, because the item was motioned for denial and that denial failed, it almost means that it was approved. So I think we need to just for clarification's sake and for the record, just do the alternate motion for approval, and I'm assuming that would have the same 3-3 tie.
We need to do that vote?
Yes, if you could do that,
All right,
please.
okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's go back to item 78. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so item number 78, I'll open that up again, and Councilman Ross, do you have a motion?
I would move for approval of agenda item 78, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote on item number 78.
Conditions as amended.
Conditions as added?
Yes, as amended by Mr.
Okay.
What is the motion?
By Bart.
For approval.
Why don't you make your motion again?
The motion is to approve, subject to conditions and as amended.
Okay, then there's a motion. Please vote.
Often. I gotta make sure.
And post.
Okay. That's because you think.
Okay, so.
Perfect, thank you. That's perfect.
So nothing
And it's
happens
denied,
there?
right.
Okay, it's denied. Very good, thank you. All right, back to item 78. I opened it up. I opened public hearing. I closed public hearing. The applicant is not here. Councilman Coffin? I'm sorry, 79. 79?
Let's just double check. No one's here on 79. All right, I'm going to move to obey this, and the reason is because the commission denied it, but there is a good reason why. The guy might be wanting to switch his business plan. I'd like to give him a month to come back with a better plan. So the second meeting in January, whatever date that is the date I would like to obey this to.
What's that?
That would be January 21st.
Then I move to obey this, number 79, to January 21st.
Thank you. Please vote. All right, now you can vote. Post. Motion carries unanimously. All right, so item numbers 80 and 81, rehear notification SUP 55207, abeyance item, request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,268 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 420 East Sahara Avenue. And then item 81, rehear DIR 56241, abeyance item to approve a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment, dispensary, Desert Air Wellness, doing business as Desert Air of Las Vegas. The applicant is Desert Air Wellness LLC, and the owner is Cecile Properties. At 420 East Sahara, staff recommends approval. Planning Commission recommends denial on the land use. These are in Wards 3, Councilman Coffin. So we're basically going to do the same thing as we did when we first went through these dispensaries. We'll follow the same order just to make sure we're fair. So the staff will have a couple of minutes to do their thing. The applicant has 5 minutes to make a presentation. I'll open up the public hearing for 1 minute. Once we're done with that, then you'll have 1 more minute to respond, and then I'll open up for the city council. So, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards item 80, SUP 55207, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposal use with standard conditions. Planning Commission finds the site is not harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area and therefore recommends denial 4-1.
Concerning item 81, staff recommends denial of the application as it did not conform to city code in the following areas: knowledge in the compassionate use of marijuana to treat medical conditions and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. Personal and business history may not meet the suitability guidelines of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06. The full ownership structures of other entities involved in the business may not have been disclosed per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.020, 030, and 070. A review of the operational and transportation plans do not show conformance to all code requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110 and 160. The building documents provided were inadequate to determine if the existing building analysis reflects occupancy classifications for the proposed use, and for the city building official to determine adequacy of the proposed building per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.060.
Okay, everybody stand down for a minute. I am going to go back to item number 78. I'm going to reopen item number 78.
And Mayor Pro Tem, as you remember, the last motion was to approve the item.
Okay, so I'm going to open up item number 78. I am going to ask Councilman Ross to make a motion.
Oh, for God's sake.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On agenda item 78,
Politics.
my last motion was I would move for approval subject to conditions and as amended.
Would you say that again, please?
My last motion was to approve agenda item 78 subject to conditions and as amended.
Okay, we have a motion. Are you ready to vote?
I don't understand.
I'm sorry. The mayor was, Mayor, if you could maybe explain.
But she was gone.
Yes, and what I failed to do was to give instruction to Mayor Pro Tem, who was filling in on my behalf while I attended to some other business, that I would be voting in the affirmative on that motion. And so it was not your fault, it was my fault, never dreaming we would have a tie vote.
Okay, so I opened up the agenda item. We have a motion, so please vote on the motion.
And I have to do it orally because I don't have a screen. I mean, I have a screen, but I don't have a voting capacity.
And your vote?
I vote in the affirmative.
Okay, and please post. The motion,
You're voting on
the
the actual-
motion is to approve the
But don't you have
the
to
agenda
vote to
item.
reconsider?
What, okay,
kind of-
why don't we do this? We'll vote for, let's do the motion to reconsider.
That's what you
If
do.
Councilman Ross can do that, and then Councilman Ross can then make his motion again, please.
Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor?
Thank you.
I would motion to reconsider agenda item 78.
Okay. We have a motion to reconsider agenda item 78. Please vote.
I vote in the affirmative.
How can you? You didn't vote on the other.
I'm here now.
And post.
What do we do?
Okay.
Motion carries. All right, so item 78 is now open, and Councilman Ross, you have a motion?
I would move on agenda item 78 to approve, subject to conditions and as amended by Public Works.
All right, we have a motion. Please vote.
Question on the motion,
Yes.
just from a parliamentary procedure. Mr. Scott?
Sir. And this is similar to if you were in the back room, that's why the speakers were installed in the back room, so if any one of you was absolutely absent from the dais and you're actually in the back room, you can still hear the proceedings going on. The mayor was taking other city business and wasn't
back
able
room?
to, prior to that time, alert you that she was voting in the affirmative on that particular
I
motion.
failed to do that.
And so now she then returned to the meeting after conducting the city business, and she then said that she would like to vote in the affirmative, similar to what you've done in the past, when one of you has been either out there or
Right.
something else and has come back and said you'd like to vote on the affirmative on the last motion. So
Okay.
I
Thank you
think
for
it's
that
appropriate.
clarification. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Please vote.
I think I need to explain to legal that I am going to abstain on this, and the reason why I'm abstaining is because of the political machinations just don't appeal to me. I can take a no vote, I can take a loss, but the manner in which it's occurred, I don't feel it has the integrity it should have, so I abstain.
Thank you. Mayor, did you vote?
I did. I gave Luann my vote.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilman Coffin? All right, and post? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So item 78 passes. All right, now we're back to item 70, we're at 80 and 81. All right.
And wait, I have to, these, I cannot, what is my comment, please, our attorney?
Mayor, in the past, because your son is an owner of one of the medical marijuana providers that actually obtained a certificate from the state, you have been abstaining on all the medical marijuana items. We provided you with an advanced opinion with regard to your abstention, and we would advise that you abstain, and I've given the clerk's office your past abstention, which can be related to this meeting as well.
See, I got up too early. That was my failure. Okay, so I will sit here quietly.
Okay, all right, we did the staff report, so please identify, identify yourself.
Okay, for the record, Jay Brown, 520 South.
Set a 5-minute timer, please.
Let me see a clock or something so she knows.
Okay.
You give her a warning, give her a warning. All right, I was just introduced. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The applicants are all present here. Lucy Stewart will take care of the special use permit portion of the speech.
Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, and with me is Mr. Ted Egerton, our traffic engineer, who can answer any questions you might have with regard to traffic. And we appreciate staff's recommendation for approval of our SUP. At the Planning Commission, they did express concern about our proximity to the neighborhood. We had actually been out into the neighborhood, but as a result of that, we've actually gone out into the neighborhood 5 times. We've had 2 formal meetings with the neighbors, and where Councilman Coffin was there, and then we also advertised another meeting, but nobody showed up. I'm submitting now 28 letters in support and a petition with 18 signatures in support. And I would just point out that the letters of opposition that have been submitted prior to here, 9 are actually located within the neighborhood, but not immediately adjacent. The rest are either out of state, landlords or landlords who live in other parts of the valley, or they live in the towers, which really would have no impact from these. So of the 4 new protest letters that were submitted in your agenda packet, 3 come from the same address and 1 is from out of state. So I believe we pretty much have addressed the concerns of the Planning Commission. Another concern was the amount of parking on the site. And the site is a parking impaired site, and it's short 2 spaces based on today's code, yet the planning staff did recommend approval. But the owners have listened, and they have met and gotten a lease with the adjacent property immediately to the east. It's a vacant building. They're actually going to keep it vacant, so there'll be no demand on the parking there, and they'll have that entire site to be used for the patients at their location too. So again, we appreciate staff's recommendation for approval, and I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Brown.
Okay. I want to deal more with the compliance permit portion of the application. First, I've handed out to you 2 staff summaries. Quickly, one says number 1 on top with the state. I just want to show here the only purpose of that is there was a recommendation of staff by denial. You have already in the past had staff recommendations of denial where you have approved an applicant for a compliance permit. Note the concerns. They're very similar to the same concerns that our applicant has. I also call your attention to the summary saying number 14 on top. I think you're going to hear from Mr. DiFiore in a moment, who represents this applicant, who sent you an email last night saying ours was incomplete. If you'll take a look at his concerns, he cites the concerns that the staff's had, the same citations, same statutes as he cited. If we're incomplete, he's incomplete, and all he has done is helped applicant 15. Quickly, I want to go over our concerns one by one in no particular order. Ms. Stewart has handled the special use permit, which is item 6. And as far as item 2 is concerned, that bullet had 2 applicants who are present here today, and they had business-related problems. One was an applicant who had one misdemeanor in August of 2002, 12 years ago. In that one, she was a landscape business employee. Her boss had a business license. She didn't need one, she thought. Unfortunately, apparently she did. When she found out that she didn't know that, she then just pled to a misdemeanor and paid a small fine. The other applicant had the same exact problem, and she did the same exact thing. She had a second issue, the second applicant. It was an embezzlement charge in 2007. It was dismissed by the court's own motion. And both these applicants, again, are present to answer any questions you may have. The 4th bullet makes clear that only a licensed dispensary can deliver. We will definitely comply with that rule. The 5th bullet talks about documents showing occupancy classification. Our architect tells us on page 9 of the plans he submitted it. But in any event, there's a retail use now. If we're fortunate enough to get approved today, we'll also have a retail use, so we shouldn't need anything. And with regards to bullets 1 and 3, I'm going to have our experts come up real quick, introduce themselves, and then we'll use with the remaining minute that we're going to have later on to do that. Go ahead, real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Sudkamp. I am a Master of Science from the University of Wyoming. I come with the technical expertise in managing dispensaries, manage vertically integrated dispensaries in Arizona right now, familiar with the process, and am available for relocation to Las Vegas to further endeavor in my enterprise here. Thank you.
My name is Steve White, and I actually am the president of 2 vertically integrated medical marijuana establishments in Arizona. And I, along with my team, am also prepared to move to Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard, you'll have 1 minute if you could set the timer and make sure you identify your name.
Good afternoon. Vicki Higgins, cannabis advocate. When we started this process, we were talking about minorities, local teams with strength and with focus on medical cannabis. This would be the team. We have primarily women. They're focused on medical. I'm not aware of what bumps they've encountered, but I have taken time to meet with this team. Their hearts are in the right place. They're very dedicated to helping people, and I'd like to offer my support. And also for their conditional use, I have to leave. I have to show up at North Las Vegas, so I'm going to say goodbye for now. But please reconsider this team. They're on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? You have 1 minute, please.
Cindy Brown. We are part of the people who helped change the law to allow for all of this. And this team is one of the very few teams that has actually reached out to actual patients, not to high-powered, money-grubbing people. They have the right things in their minds about helping people and doing the right thing. They want to do as much as they can for the lower-income people that really need the help more than anybody. and we really would hope that you would approve them on everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
James Lamb for the record. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm with the Las Vegas Medical Marijuana Association and speaking in support of Desert Air Wellness. The ladies of Desert Air Wellness have been very supportive of our organization and its goal of safe and responsible industry. As a Review Journal article said some months back, these ladies are in it for all the right reasons. They are not a group of out-of-towners, but rather these ladies have been involved with our community for decades, serving in various charitable activities. I have lived here in Las Vegas for 40 years. I have seen many people come into our city to reap the benefits of our industries. These local ladies will set the tone of responsibility and compliance. They are not out-of-town cowboys. These ladies are the type of people we want to see in our industry. Please support them in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon, Jim DiFiore. I'm here to state that I do represent a medical marijuana applicant for this, and Mr. Brown so eloquently pointed out that you have received an email from me as of yesterday. I hope he doesn't charge me for speaking on my behalf, but I want to point out to staff that, or to the council, that the two bullet points here, the full ownership structures of the other entities involved in business are not disclosed, and also the no building documents were provided to determine if existing building analysis reflects occupancy classification, and it goes on. By these two bullet points themselves, this would appear to be an incomplete application. And under the code 6.95050 states that the director shall reject and not process an application that are incomplete.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon. For the record, once again, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a 25-year resident of Nevada, and I am a medical marijuana patient. I am a proud medical marijuana patient, and I am very proud to come up here and put my full support behind these ladies. They are the very few that have reached out to their community. I want you to know that we have been to all of these meetings, and there haven't been that many who have reached out to the patients particularly. These women have. I want you to give that some credit. This is supposed to be about building our community. So please keep in mind that we need community members who have been proven to do the right things. So I don't have much more to say because I'm very hurt here sitting for so long, but it was so important that the patients come up here to let you know. We've seen so many people come through. We've seen very few that do have the right intent. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Yes, good evening. 80 and 81, before we get started, can I have 2 minutes, one per item?
No, everybody gets 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yep.
Very well. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, J.T. Moran, Moran Law Firm, representing GB Sciences, Nevada. We were number 13 ranked qualified applicant. First, let's not forget why we're here. We're here because Desert voluntarily withdrew their application. Desert was looking at a denial then, and nothing has changed since then. That being said, we are asking that you deny items 80 and 81. Item 80, there are over 68 letters of protest. Planning Commission recommends denial. The application doesn't meet city parking requirements, as everybody else had to. And the location is within blocks of 2 other locations where the legislature clearly intended geographic dispersion. On 81, the compliance permit, the city's vetting process of applicants was arduous. I think we can all agree as to that. City staff did a comprehensive job, and yet your acting director makes a recommendation for denial of Desert's compliance certificate as not in compliance with your code.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thanks.
Happy holidays.
Good evening. I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton, appearing on behalf of Samantha's Remedies, otherwise known as Samantha Inc. I, too, am in protest to this matter based on the infirmities of what I believe is the process. The process was set forth pursuant to an announcement from the city that stated that your opening and closing dates for the submission of an application for a special use permit would be at a certain time. It did not extend that time, nor did this council by any other ordinance, and therefore the submission of this matter and the consideration of it is technically infirm. And I would respectfully submit that your actions would be otherwise arbitrary and capricious if you elected to act on this matter now, based on the fact that you did set forth very specifically what those timeframes were. In addition to that, you also published frequently asked questions in which it stated in the very first one what the process would be, and this is not consistent with that representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, I will close the public hearing. You have 1 minute. Anything else you want to add?
Sorry, I can't move fast enough. The only point I would bring up is that we've met every deadline. We submitted everything. We were a complete application. We met every deadline. We did withdraw. That was an error, but you have every right and the privilege of reconsidering items, and we would respectfully ask for your approval.
You have 42 seconds. Did you want to add anything else?
Our experts are here if there was any questions, but
Okay.
we're fine.
Thank you. All right, I will now open it up to the city council before I go to Councilman Coffin. So anyone on the city council have any questions or comments? All right, Councilman Coffin, 80 and 81 are yours.
On 80, this group is the only group that we've seen out of the 54 that we had, or 55 we had before us in the marathons in October that that are owned by women. These are not our rich friends that we've grown accustomed to seeing for the last year and a half looking for favors. I hardly know them, and I think maybe because they're not all-stars in the community in terms of what they give to charities and so on, because they can't afford to give a whole lot. I think they're in this business for the right reasons. I had them. Now, let me explain. I really suggested that they withdraw, so I guess this is on me if they withdraw, but I did not feel they had neighborhood support. Little did I know that not only do they have some good neighborhood support, but they actually scored very high on the state's results, the exam. That's why they're here. So if no one else has any questions, I will say that I am going to move for approval of this because I have had them conduct 2 meetings in the neighborhood. There are nobody here. And of the list of objections, and I saw 34, my count was that 7 were in the neighborhood or nearby. The rest were in the county or out-of-state ownership of rental properties. So generally speaking, they're about as good as anybody else that applied and was accepted by us and the state. I see no reason to deny them. To deny them probably would be just as arbitrary and capricious as possibly one of the councils has said our action in favor would be. So if anybody's infirm, that's me, but that's because I'm tired. I therefore will move for approval of this item, number 80.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 80. Please vote. And post. I can't vote. Abstain, I'm sorry. All right, motion carries. Okay, item number 82, 81.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you marking? We're 82.
Kim?
Okay, we'll continue on now with, whoops, I lost my spot here. Agenda item 82, MOD 55735 for possible action on a request for major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special land use designation from GCTC General Commercial Town Center to ECTC Employment Center Mixed Use Town Center. And agenda item 83, SDR 55737 on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 17,158 square foot thrift shop with waivers of the Town Center development standards to allow the proposed building to be located away from rights-of-way where 60% of the building is to be placed at the build-to line. The application is Brentwood Capital Partners, and the owner is James R. Marsh, on 1.89 acres on the west side of Durango Drive, approximately 335 feet south of Deer Springs Way. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial on both items. TC Town Center Zone, GCTC, General Commercial Town Center Special Use Designation. Proposed ECTC Employment Center Mixed Use Town Center. These items are in Ward 6. Councilman Ross, public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you, and with me, the CEO for Goodwill. Go ahead.
Steve Chartrand, 10235 Cider Mill, Las Vegas.
And with me, the property owner.
Jim Marsh, 2445 East Sahara, Las Vegas.
Pleasure before you, Mayor, and certainly you don't want to go into a lot of explanation, but I want, other than what the council would like, since it's been a long day. Want to start by saying we need to give a great deal of appreciation on behalf of the organization, myself, and working with Councilman Ross's office. It's been a great process to get to this point. We're looking forward, I know, as the organization that Steve represents, into being able to locate in the Northwest and serve the customer base that's out there. And certainly, you know, Jim obviously has been patient with us, and we appreciate his patience. But we'd like to respectfully ask for your support of this process, both the major mod and the approvals on the design. I'd be happy to go into any explanation or details, but again, want to thank Councilman Ross for all of his support and efforts on our
Okay, I think
behalf.
we have some disclosures. First of all, I sit ad hoc on a committee of nonprofits on which Goodwill and Mr. Chartrand so ably sit, and I think who's on the board?
You sit on the Goodwill board itself?
No.
I said, no, I am ad hoc to the Nonprofit Council of Executives.
Which does what with Goodwill?
It just puts us all in a collaborative effort to save money.
Okay, you're fine there. You're
And,
fine to vote on
but don't we have a board member or two for
Oh, you
Goodwill?
didn't say. No, you didn't say that. I have to.
Disclosure time.
Okay, I'm honored to be on the board of Goodwill, and been there for a while. Because of that, I have to abstain on this item.
Councilman Beers?
I have completed some of my Christmas shopping through Goodwill, but I do not believe that it will impair my decision-making ability in this matter, and so I plan to vote.
As long as you don't owe any money, you're okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I paid, in fact, they got the money before I got the goods, so no, I don't owe them any money.
They have great goods, by the way. I might ask, Mr. Perigo, could you please speak to the denials?
Thank you, Your Honor.
On each.
I've asked Mr. Rankin to cover these remaining items for planning staff. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the denial was based on the land use. It's not compatible with the surrounding land uses. Planning Commission thought the use was compatible, and that's the difference between our recommendations.
Okay, and that's on both items?
Correct, on both items.
Okay. This is a public hearing. We don't have too many people left, but if anybody would like to speak on these two items, please come forward. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. It's been great working with you guys as well, and you're going to be a welcome addition to the Centennial Hills area. I love the, can we get the overhead, please, on the architectures, guys? Can we get the overhead? Somebody?
Is there an overhead that we can see what it's going to look like or what it does look like?
No, the camera over there we go. That's what we want to see right there, the architectures. This is a fabulous looking building. It's going to fit in very well right there. I actually want to say I'm impressed you guys have kind of been here all day. Mr. Marsh, you didn't sell any cars today. I'm a little concerned about the economy in Centennial Hills.
We didn't sell many yesterday either.
Well, I drive by frequently. It looks like you're doing pretty good over there.
We're
So,
doing fine.
and Mr. Chartrand, I'm looking forward to a long-term relationship
Absolutely.
with your
Thank you very much.
organization, and looking forward to the groundbreaking. Mr. Garcia, as always, represents your clients very well and very cooperative with my staff. So I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions on agenda item 82.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
And likewise.
Thank you very much.
What's the timeline on this?
Yeah, I'm going to ask them that if we do 83.
Oh, sorry.
When can we expect the ground to be broken? Anybody? Who's taking that?
What is your build-out timeline, remodel, et
Here's our
cetera?
expert.
Alan Reed, COO for Goodwill. Providing we apply for permits in February and we get those permits, they're looking to break ground in April.
April. Yeah. Boy, is bureaucracy that slow? Can't you guys go quicker than that? Okay.
I'm being realistic.
All right, with that, then, thank you, sir. Appreciate
One
that.
more thing?
Yes, Mayor.
Please. Ribbon cutting,
Yes, in April.
April.
Oh,
No, no,
groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking.
Ribbon
Groundbreaking
Probably
for-
August.
August.
Oh.
So we
These
will,
are
we
killing
will
me.
give you advance notice.
Okay. They
Okay,
can only do
sorry.
what they can do. But with that, we'll help, and on agenda item 83 would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and I didn't know if Mr. Perigo or staff had any comments on that.
No.
Okay, that's my motion, Mayor.
There's a motion, please vote, and then please post. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And-
Thank
and-
you.
And happy holidays to all, and thank
To
you.
you also. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda items 84, 85, 86, 84, ZON 5.
I think those have been held.
They've been all obeyed? Or withdrawn? All three? Holy moly. Okay, how about 87 and 88? We're ready, those go, yes, okay. 87, VAR 56142 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 21 parking spaces where 23 parking spaces are required. And agenda item 88, SDR 56145, a request for a site development plan for the restriping, fencing, and trash enclosure movement within the site of an existing 5,100 square foot commercial building with an exception to allow a trash enclosure adjacent to the right-of-way. The applicant owner is Julie Contreras at 1585 North Decatur Boulevard. Both items are C1 limited commercial zone. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on both items. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Renee Rowland, representing Julie Contreras.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo, you're on.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I've asked Ms. Rankin to cover this one as well.
Madam Mayor, both of the staff and Planning Commission find that although the site is constrained, that an alternative design could be done as such to meet the requirements of Title 19, and therefore recommending denial of the project.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone interested in making comment, please come to the podium, state your name. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is for Mr. Perigo or Mr. Rankin. Walk me back through this again, because I understand that it's a trash enclosure issue and a issue of ability for traffic to maneuver around the building.
Yeah, this is formerly a bank building there at Decatur and Vegas Drive. As you know, each of these parcels are individually owned in that shopping center. This has been abandoned quite a while, and there are some site constraints here, and that is our concern, is that the trash enclosure is next to the right-of-way, which is something that we usually don't support. But the site is constrained, and I don't know if there's other options to move that trash enclosure to a better location.
Where would you recommend if, in fact, it were to move?
Well, the further away from the right-of-way, the better the aesthetics are.
Say it again?
The further away from the right-of-way, the better the aesthetics. Currently, it's right next to Vegas Drive there.
Okay.
In the current configuration, but there may be opportunities to find a different location.
Okay. So the question that I have is, what other option is there to move the trash enclosure as it relates to your site plan?
There really isn't any, because if we move it to the south side of the site, the trash truck would have to back out onto Vegas Drive.
Okay.
because there's not enough room to turn around.
So let me ask you this question. Right now, where you have it proposed, where does the trash truck pull into now?
It can pull in right next to it, back up to it, and can go out the secondary exit to the east. And it is in...
To the east?
Yeah, to the east. If you go back to the
Towards
plan...
Decatur?
Yes, towards
Which-
Decatur, correct.
Okay, so let's, whoever's controlling the overhead, click forward so that we can stop at the
All right,
best
I have a
site.
plan here if you want to zero in on this, too.
Can you see the overhead? Does it come up on your screen?
Yeah.
Keep-
So, we're showing it right here. And as you're coming down Vegas Drive, it would be on your right-hand side. You would not see it because not only is it in a trash enclosure, i.e. a block structure, but there's also a fence next to it. So you'd have to be 8+ feet tall, standing on top of your car to see this trash enclosure.
Okay, so how would the truck get in now?
It would pull in to your right. There's a fence there, and then there's an opening that the owner has agreed to relocate.
Okay,
Would pull in, the trash truck can pull forward, back up into the enclosure, grab the dumpster, and pull back out. Or it can go towards the east, and there's another exit there to pull back out onto Vegas Drive.
so where would it grab the canister?
He would pull in here, back up, and pull back out here, or pull back out at the secondary exit.
When you, because we're talking about a front loader, so how would the front loader back up and grab your canister?
Yeah, if he's a front loader, then he could come in either entrance back up and go to it, back up again and go out.
Okay, then why couldn't we position it at the south end of the property,
We can.
in the opposite?
Again, we were just trying to keep the trash truck from having to go through all the traffic in the parking lot itself. But I understand where you're coming from.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Point to the opposite, right there.
Yeah,
Why
we
couldn't we
can go there.
place it there?
We can go there.
Okay.
Just
so
the
why
trash
don't-
truck's going to go by the front door, by all the patrons to grab the trash, of course. So
When
maybe
is
it's a
the
matter of
trash
scheduling.
pickup? What time is the trash
Again,
pickup?
we can make it scheduled, 7 a.m. or some silly thing.
Right, so what time do you open?
Not till 8. So
8?
they could do it prior or
Yeah, because
after.
they're traditionally there in the morning, because I hear them banging around my
Oh, yeah,
house like
they
at
are,
6 in the
yeah.
morning.
So, yeah, we can make that schedule happen. That's not a
Okay,
problem.
so why don't we move it to the opposite side?
Okay.
So, planning, Doug, Tom, would you all have a problem with the canister being to the south of the property, the opposite corner?
I think that's possible. We might have to work with the parking a little bit to make sure we get the right parking count. But there's an opportunity for compact spaces on here also. And we can pick up, underneath the old drive-through, we can pick up a parallel parking spot or two.
But if you look, if we move the canister from where it currently is, that could serve as a parking stall.
Yes.
Well, speaking to Mr. Anderson in Public Works, we have a little bit of concern of a parking stall being so close to the ingress and egress.
So you all just have problems either way.
As I mentioned, this is a constrained site. It is a
Okay,
difficult
so we're
site to
going to move
redevelop.
it, we're going to move it to the south side.
got it.
And work through planning and Public Works to work out the parking, and we'll move forward for approval of this item. So, subject upon working through the issues with planning and
Okay,
Public
and
Works.
for the record, we did place 2 tandem spots underneath that covered parking area, and planning told us no.
We'll work with you
So,
on that.
just FYI.
So is it okay for me to move forward with this item? As we,
Yeah, I would recommend that when you came to the site plan review, that you approve the site plan review, but deny the exception to allow the trash enclosure adjacent to the right-of-way, and direct the applicant to work with planning for a revised plan.
okay, so approve the variance or deny the variance?
The variance is needed. It is very site constrained.
All right, so on item number 87, I'll move for approval.
Excuse me one second, again, because of the hour.
I'm
Did
sorry.
I open and close the public hearing?
I don't know, Mayor, I'm so tired.
I did. We've got 2 that are still with us. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, because I'm like zoned right about that. I'll move for approval of variance 56142.
And that's agenda item 87. There's a
87.
motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 88, please, Councilman.
So point of clarification, Mr. Rankin. You said the site plan
Yeah, approve the site plan, but deny the exception for the trash enclosure to be located next to the right-of-way, and direct staff to
Is that a
work
part
with
of
the
the
applicant.
conditions?
It wouldn't become part of the condition, but it's within the header, so you would deny the exception, and then they would have to locate it in a place that wasn't adjacent to right-of-way.
Okay, so I'll move the site development plan. Did you open and close this, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Public comment?
Well, I did close the public, but please go ahead and make your
Okay.
motion.
Move for
with-
approval
With the conditions.
with the condition of removing the exception to allow trash enclosure adjacent to the right-of-way.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merry
you.
Christmas.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you. Agenda item 89, SUP 56134, public hearing, applicant Rodney Atamian, owner Sunstone Buffalo LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking analysis to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 32 additional spaces are required for a proposed general personal service use nail salon at 2400 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 130, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Is the owner or representative present, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor Goodman and council. My name is David Goodhart, representing City Sunstone Properties today. I will keep this short so we can get to the Rebel game. Within the shopping center, we have businesses with very different hours of operation. We have a tavern, a breakfast restaurant, a Title Max office, and a hair salon. Because of the different hours of operations, our parking lot is never too full. It's probably a problem we'd like to have, but unfortunately don't. We've never received a complaint from a tenant or a customer regarding the lack of parking, and a parking study we commissioned for this process, there was a peak use of 54 stalls out of 123, and that occurred on an NFL Sunday, which can be very busy. Planning Commission voted unanimously in favor, and we hope to receive the same support from the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please come forward, state your name. And staff, I would, Mr. Rankin, if you would speak to this item, please.
Madam Mayor, staff found that it didn't meet the strict application of the special use permit for a parking analysis, that the nail salon wasn't unique in its operation. But the Planning Commission did agree that since the hours of operation amongst the other tenants didn't conflict, that there wouldn't be an issue at this location, and recommended approval.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman, I'm going to close the public hearing. I think I already did that, but it's closed. Councilwoman?
Yes, move to approve the Planning Commission recommendation of approval.
Thank you.
With all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. We'll go on to agenda item 90, SUP 56149, public hearing. Applicant TCB, Las Vegas LLC, owner AJL Properties LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed nightclub at 6750 West Sahara, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, again in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission had a vote of 3-3, has no recommendation, and staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Madam Mayor, the applicants met and they're still trying to work out a solution, and I told them that I request an abeyance for 2 weeks. So I would like to move for an abeyance of 2 weeks on this item.
Thank you. And what would that date please be? January 7?
Yes.
Fine, thank you very much. There's a motion to obey to January 7. Please vote, and that's 2015, and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 91, SDR 56167, public hearing. Applicant LV Asset Holdings LTD, owner Hugh H. Tululi for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 6,100 square foot car wash, full service or auto detailing with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the east property line where 8 feet is required, 0-foot landscape buffer along west property line where 15 feet is required on 1.36 acres at the northeast corner of Joanne Way and Cheyenne Avenue, C2, General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are?
I'm Demetrius McWhorter, LV Asset Holdings, 2600 Bryant Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102.
You are the owner?
I am the developer. I have the property under contract for purchase.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing. And now let's go back over to Mr. Rankin.
Madam Mayor, both the Planning Commission and staff felt that an alternative design to provide some landscaping along the western property line to buffer the multifamily to the west would be appropriate at this location, and that's the reason for denial. We do understand there is a drainage channel requirement along there, but an alternate design could achieve the desired landscape buffer.
Thank you very much. Anything you want to address based on staff input?
Absolutely.
Please, go ahead.
What we're proposing here is an express car wash, which is basically an automated pay station where the customer stays in their vehicle through the pay and wash process. That purchase gets communicated to the wash tunnel, and they, as I said, they stay in the tunnel through the cleaning of the vehicles, and then before or after, they're afforded access to the free vacuums to self-vacuum their own vehicles. This site is zoned C2, which is an allowable use for what we're proposing. To the west is R4 zoning, which is right over here. There's multifamily. Let me pull out this sheet here. You can see here, R4 zoning to the west, commercial zoning C2, which is the Ultimate Collision Auto Repair to the north, and there's 3 fast food restaurants abutting the property on the eastern property line. C2 allows for our car wash use with just a conditional use permit. And the 2 requirements for a conditional use permit is one, that we need to have a 6-vehicle stacking lane requirement, which we are meeting. And number 2, we need to provide 1 parking space for every 150 foot of floor area, which we've provided. So we've met the requirements for a conditional use permit. The issue with this site, so what's before you is a site development review, which we're requesting 2 waivers. We're requesting a waiver of the 8-foot landscape requirement on the eastern property line, which abuts the fast food restaurants, and we're also requesting a waiver of the 15-foot landscape on the western property line, which abuts Joanne Way. The eastern property line shares a common driveway access easement agreement with the fast food restaurants, and the sole purpose of that easement agreement is to provide access in and out the sites and for parking. And we plan to use it for the same as you see on our site plan here. We have parking along the same easement, the same as the fast food restaurants. But what's triggering this is that it's an automatic trigger because of the easement. So that's the issue on the eastern property line. Now, on the western property line, there is a significant drainage, storm drainage easement that runs across this entire property here. It comes from all the way up here, comes down the property, and runs all the way down. So trying to come up with a site plan that worked was significantly challenging. So we met with my civil engineer multiple times with Peter Jackson on the flood control, and what we've come up with was that this is going to have either a concrete storm channel and or box culvert that has to run along this entire western property line. So it makes it very difficult to landscape. We cannot landscape in the concrete channel. The storm drainage code won't allow it. The storm runoff would rip it right out. So we really don't have any options at this time because we've met, like I said, multiple times, and we've tried to come up with a site plan that worked on the site. It's irregular in shape, has a 45-degree angle on the eastern property line, which gives this site significant site constraints. So we don't think that it's going to negatively impact the area or the residents, and let me show you why. If you see here, the property is in a major flood zone, Zone AE. Here's the site right here, and this indicates all the major flood that this area is in. So what we've come up with is something similar to what was done on Charleston, just west of Decatur at the Red Rock Shopping Center. And I've got some pictures here of what was done there, where you see the sidewalk here, and you see the concrete channel here that has some coloring and some stamped concrete design on it. I met with Councilman Barlow, and we agreed that we can do the similar type of colored concrete. It's also called, there's another term called Bowmanite on it, where it's stamped with almost a rock design and a natural color. Here's another picture here. As you can see, that's a little further back. I just wanted to give you a perspective of seeing the sidewalk, then the concrete channel, and then the pad would be elevated up, similar to where this block wall is. This was really the only way to make the site work for what we want to do and to accommodate this storm drainage channel that has to come down this portion of the site. We don't think it will negatively impact the residents there, because if you look at, these are, if you see here, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings of residential zone R4 that abut the property. But they don't access their property from Joanne Way. Their access to their property is actually on the other side over here. So there won't be any crossing of the traffic from what we're proposing from our drive aisle with how they come in. And also, just want to show you some pictures of how we see it from our property to where they are. You see, there's really not any windows or openings to the front of their property that would look out onto this landscape buffer. So those are the first two houses here. To give you perspective, this is a look from about here across. And here's the next two houses here, you can see. So you see there's really no windows or anything that directly face the property. So with that being said, I'm open to any questions, and hopefully we can get this approved.
Thank you very much. Councilman?
Can I say something, Mayor, before the
Yes,
Councilman
please.
Barlow does? I think this is a great use for that. I've been driven by that vacant parcel for goodness sake, Councilman, how long we grew up here. I mean, that parcel's been vacant a long time. This is a great use for that, I think. I can see by the shape of that parcel, it is a challenge to get that on there, but I think that's a good use in that location. So I don't know what Councilman Barlow is going to do, but I just know I think it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Demetrius, also, you mentioned and brought something to my attention. In 2007, this council approved a previous development at that site, right?
That's correct.
And I was unable to find any concerns or issues from planning or staff as it relates to the request now that's coming forward for denial on the landscaping to the west of this site. Can you shed some light on that, Doug or Tom?
Previously, council in 2007 approved a retail development of 11,000 square feet. There were waivers of the internal landscape requirements for the east property line and north property line. And there was a 10-foot buffer along the west property line.
10-foot buffer?
Yes, a 10-foot to buffer the residential. And that's what was approved in 2007.
Okay, so what's different now in relation to this application?
There's no landscaping along the west property line, I think is the biggest difference between the two other projects, or between the other project.
Okay, and your argument is, speaking with your engineers, that you're unable to do the landscaping on the west property line?
Yeah, what we did was up front. Typically, you would go through and you would get a site approved, and then you would do a drainage study afterwards, would dictate how you would grade the site and drain it. But knowing that there was a drainage easement up here, I did my homework up front and brought my civils engineer, has done almost just about a full drainage study on this. So I can only assume that when they went and got the previous project approved, they didn't do the upfront work, and they would have later found out that there would have been an impossibility to put that landscaping along that line. So I had my multiple meetings up front with Peter Jackson of Flood Control, with my engineers, multiple times with concepts and ideas of what could work, that we could make my site work and also be able to convey this water that comes down from the top and comes all the way and has to dump onto Cheyenne. So again, I can only assume that they probably weren't, I know they weren't going to be able to get that approved as designed, drainage study-wise.
Okay. What do you plan to do in regards to softening the look on the side street in order to make it attractive versus all concrete? And I see that you have the stamped concrete and the color concrete. Is there anything that you could place as far as plants in big pots to bring about a more aesthetic look?
We're definitely open to pots if we can place it there based on what the drainage study says. If you want to make that a condition, we're absolutely fine with that.
So how do we do that? I mean, is that something that we can do as an alternative, being that he's stating that he can't cut into the drainage due to the engineer's report?
If I may, Bart Anderson, Public Works. Typically, we don't like to have too many obstructions within a drainage easement that can cause problems with flooding and that sort of thing. We don't have a complete drainage study yet, so the actual total volume of water, can be addressed in a number of ways, depending on how deep they want to make it. The width can vary. It is possible that we could accommodate the type of potted plant that you're talking about, but until the drainage study itself is actually completed and we have the actual hard details, it's hard to say absolutely yes.
So when does the drainage study?
It's a requirement, a condition of approval of this site plan. If it's approved today, they will have to do that before they can pull their permits. They'll have to get the drainage study approved, and it would address that thing. As he says, he's worked with our flood control section extensively, and they have a pretty fair idea, but it'll be really tightened up when the full drainage study is done, and then we'll have a much better idea as to what type of width versus depth versus what kind of obstructions we could put in it. I don't want to say...
So would we be able to put in conditions prior to that, so that because after we move from this item today, how do we assure ourselves for some form of landscaping, whether it be underground or above ground potted?
I wouldn't want to commit that we could accommodate those things without having the drainage study done. All you can really do is have the drainage study completed in advance of your decision if you need that information as a basis of your decision. Our code doesn't require that. Our code requires it to be done prior to pulling of permits. If you feel you need that level of information in advance, all I can recommend is that they do the complete drainage study up front.
And whose cost, if I might, Councilman Barlow, and to the table, who would pay that? The developer's cost?
That's at the developer's cost.
Yeah.
And what does that approximate?
I couldn't really give a number. He'd probably have a better idea than I would.
What is it?
It's $10,000.
$10,000?
Which is why traditionally it hasn't been required in advance.
Could it be something that you go, are you on a timeline that you have to move this for a particular reason at this moment?
Absolutely. I'm under a tight timeline up with the landowner.
Okay, because I thought you should make an appointment with Councilman Barlow again, try to work through these issues,
We're-
and then come back on January 7th.
I'm going to move for approval of this item, the site development plan. And let me see here. And work with the applicant moving forward after the drainage study is complete to talk about the beautification of the western portion of the property line.
And you do understand that you will be paying that $10,000 for that drainage study then?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll move forward for approval of item number 88.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 92. Wrong, excuse me. 91. I whipped too fast. A motion, please vote.
I'm sorry, I said 88, I meant 91, Mayor.
Well, we're both there. I said 92, so
Okay.
we have to, not quite. All right, motion and Councilman Coffin.
Oh, I did.
And
All right,
please post.
I touched it good and hard that time.
That didn't come through yet.
3 times is not the charm.
No.
Please record me as voting yes.
Okay, and please post.
It did not work.
It did finally, and that motion carries.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you. Thank you. And now we'll go on to agenda item 92. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you very much. Move on to 93. And this is citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comments during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Hello, and please state your name.
Hello, hi, good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor Goodman, City Council members, city staff, Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Oakey, apartment number 2191. Just wanted to make a brief statement on, I think it was Agenda 51 that had, 55, that had to do with, that was provided by the LVMPD, had to do with spice. One thing that was left up was, spice is deadly. Just wanted to say for the record, spice is deadly, and not and also with Council Bob Coffin's comment as well. Yes, we do really need lots of education because it will divert into the black market, and I firsthand know how very deadly it is because I have friends that have personally. Anyways, and I would also like to say thank you for the city for recognizing December 1st as World AIDS Day, and also the AIDS for AIDS Foundation for basically putting that together. And I would like to thank pretty much Triggs Elementary and anyone that's working really hard within the school system to basically give gardening as a learning opportunity for the kids. It's very, very exciting, and I really want to appreciate that. I know December has been a very eventful month for everyone here, and thank everyone for basically being a part of, it's really encouraging in this community to see everything that's happening this month, and I just wanted to say thank you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, and happy holidays and happy new year to you. Thank you. And we will, anyone else who wishes to speak here? We'll, okay. We'll move on to agenda 94. And, oh, so sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Paul Gomes, 1214 Tamarack Avenue. And from my understanding, I was supposed to be here at 6 p.m. for the 3-story development across from Ollie Detweiler Elementary School. That's North Las Vegas? I apologize for the mistake. Thanks for coming down. No, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know where you need to go?
No, I don't.
It's Las Vegas, okay. So, well, help him out if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, thank you for that reminder, because I'm due to be going over to North Las Vegas as well to testify tonight.
Say hello to them.
Thank you.
We're partners. Okay, that was council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during the portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. We'll start with Councilwoman Tarkanian. You go first.
Yes, we will have a Christmas event for Sartini Senior Citizen Residents on Thursday, December 18th, starting at 1:30 p.m., and we partner with Golden Gaming on that, so we'll serve probably around 150 to 200 seniors. And we will have Shop with the Cop and Santa at the Walmart on Charleston and Decatur in Ward 1 on Saturday, December 20th at 8 a.m. We're partnering with the CCSD and the CSN police departments and the City of Las Vegas. I believe Councilman Ross and Councilman Anthony will be there, and also with Walmart to help provide gifts for youngsters from schools who need to have extra help. And then on Monday, December 22nd at 11:30 a.m., we will have a Christmas event and dinner for, well, I should say luncheon, for the senior citizens at Clark Towers. And our partner there will be Palace Station. And I just want to wish everybody happy holidays, and I hope there's peace in everyone's heart. Thank you.
Thank you, and now we're going to go right to left, left to right. There you go, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. In my attempt to continue to keep more people informed of what's happening in Ward 6, Centennial Hills, I have started a subscribe to number where all you have to do is text 66866 to you text subscribe to 66866, and you're automatically signed up for that newsletter. So that's the fun thing going on for me. There's the graphic. So just text subscribe to 66866. I send out a bi-monthly newsletter that keeps people informed as to what's going on. Construction going on the flood projects, US 95 NDOT, new stores opening. You know, we had an agenda item today, Goodwill coming out. That'll be in the newsletter soon enough. Job opportunities I try to post in there too. So if you'd like to subscribe to that, we're trying to boost our numbers and make that happen. On a more serious note, we do have our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. We have two young people that we're looking for today. They are brother and sister. Charles Clark is 13 years old. His sister, Brianna Clark, is 11. Charles was last seen in the area of West Lone Mountain and Quadrell Street wearing green cargo pants, a blue hoodie, and gold-black Nike shoes. He could be carrying a backpack with his belongings. We do believe they are traveling together, so if anyone's seen them, please notify. I'll give you the numbers to notify in a second. Now, Brianna was last seen in the area of North Pioneer Way and West Craig Road. So both of these locations are very close to each other. So folks, if anyone's seen these two wonderful children, please call the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7009. Let's get these kids home, and maybe we can find them before the holidays come around here, and they can actually have a holiday season too with people who will care for them. So, Mayor, thank you very much, and to my council and to the folks in the city of Las Vegas, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Feliz Navidad. Am I missing any?
Make it up.
Just trying to hit them all. Make it up. I'm just trying to hit them all. Christine, I get them all? Huh? And Festivus. Okay, that's a new one, but thanks for that.
That's
so
good.
Happy holidays and Happy New Year, everybody. Be safe.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Barlow. And you're not going to be the last, Councilman Beers. I am the first. So just want you to know
Thank you,
we're being
Mayor.
fair.
I just want to say Merry Christmas to all of the residents in the city of Las Vegas. And this most definitely has been a wonderful year for my family and I, and we're truly blessed in so many ways. And we had a wonderful year closing out Ward 5 and all of its initiatives and programs and projects. And I want to thank my immediate staff, Tanya Jackson-Renter, Joseph Mitchell, Harry Williams, for a wonderful job in 2014, and we're looking forward to returning in 2015 to do even more. And I want to thank the mayor and council also for all the wonderful things that you all have been able to accomplish throughout this year. And with that, Merry Christmas to you all. And one note, January 8th, Coffee with the Councilman will take place at Starbucks, located at 751 Rancho Road and Bonanza, 9 a.m. till 10 a.m. So please come out and join me for coffee with the councilman. And of course, you may follow me also on Facebook and Twitter and find out all the happenings taking place in and around Ward 5. And of course, you may follow me on my website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, or just send me your email, and I will be happy to add you to my e-newsletter, which will keep you abreast weekly on what's going on as well. So may the peace and joy of this holiday season gently settle into your home and stay with you all year long. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from the staff and family of Ward 5.
Thank you very much. Ward 2, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, here at the Beers household, we were blessed this year with our first grandbaby, which has been great fun. But I would actually like to thank all the voters out there in Ward 2. I sometimes assuage my guilt by comforting myself that someone has to be the councilman from Ward 2. It is the funnest job I've ever had, I got to say. And that I am that person, I am very grateful to all the voters in Ward 2 for picking me. We're going to be doing a Ward 2 Walkers, kind of an experimental event every Monday and Thursday morning at the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead Walking Trail, which is on Wallapai, just north of Alta, at 8 o'clock. A group of walkers join me and my staff and take 1 or 2 loops. Each one's about a mile through the excellent scenery and wildlife, most of which is rabbits, but we did one morning watch a condor down there try to take a rabbit. It was a very Disney Mutual of Omaha moment.
Did you shoot that?
It was quite interesting. Anyway, please come out and join the troops for our Ward 2 Walkers program for a mile or 2 around the track at the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead. REI has got an interesting program they're putting on, Free Outdoor Photography Basics, Point and Shoot, 7 o'clock on January 6th over at Boca Park. Join the REI Green Vest program to learn how to take photos and videos better than most. Classes are focused on that whole outdoor photography thing. We would only ask that if you get some cool shots inside Ward 2, you send us an email, and perhaps we can shine them here at the end of a council meeting. On this day in music history, 1986, you may remember this, Wayne Newton won about a $20 million judgment against NBC. NBC News had aired reports claiming a link between Newton and mob figures. The reports were proven in court to be false, and Wayne got a big check. A little smaller after his attorney got their cut, but at any rate, that's what we got. Thank you, everyone, once again, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, and we'll see you in 2015.
Thank you very much. And I will close this down by reminding everybody that, of course, New Year's is coming. We invite you all down to 3rd Street and Fremont Street to ring in 2015. It is packed, but it is wonderful. We've had the best crowds down there. Our next city council meeting, of course, will be Wednesday, January 7th at 9 a.m. here in council chambers. And, of course, I want to thank all, half of whom are asleep already. I'm looking over there. Thank everybody that is part of our city family. It's just been a real joy to work with you all, and the pain and suffering we put you through. Sometimes we just appreciate you even more and wish you the happiest of holidays along with all of our families and everybody who has people to love and animals to pat and bring home. So we thank you all, wish you the happiest of holidays, the safest of holidays, and surely Happy New Year. See you on the 7th, and with that we are adjourned. And the executive elevator is broken for those of you who